Section number 1 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Brother Rabbit's Cradle by Joel Chandler, Harris. I wish you'd tell me what you tote a handkercher for, remarked Uncle Remus, after he had reflected over the matter a little while. Why, to keep my mouth clean, answered the little boy. Uncle Remus looked at the lad and shook his head doubtfully. Aha, he exclaimed. You can't fool folks when dese git is all ease what I is. I been watching you now more days than I can count, and I ain't never see you mouth dirty 'nuff fur to be wiped wid a handkerchie. It all's clean, too clean for to suit me. Dar's your pa now. When he was a little chap like you, his mouth used to get dirty in the morning and stay dirty plumb 'twell night. Dee wasn't scarcely a day that he didn't look like he been playin' with the pigs in the stable lot. If yer never is tote a hanker, he ain't never show it to me. He carries one now, remarked the little boy, with something like a triumphant look on his face. To be sho, said Uncle Remus. To be sho he do. He start ter totin' one when he tuck a motion fur to go a courtin'. It had his name in one corner, and he used to sprinkle it with stuff out of a pepper sauce bottle. It sho was rank, dat stuff was. It smell so sweet it make you forget where you live at. I take notice that you ain't got none on yarn. No, mother says that cologne or any kind of perfume on your handkerchief makes you common. Uncle Remus leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and permitted a heart-rending groan to issue from his lips. The little boy showed enough anxiety to ask him what the matter was. Nothing much, honey. I was just trying fur to count how many different kinder people there is in this big world. And for I got more than half done with my courtin'. A pain struck me in my misery, and I had to break off. I know what you mean, said the child. You think mother is queer. Grandmother thinks so too. How come you be so wise, honey? Uncle Remus inquired, opening his eyes wide with astonishment. I knew by the way you talk, and by the way grandmother looks sometimes, answered the little boy. Uncle Remus said nothing for some time. When he did speak, it was to lead the little boy to believe that he had been all the time engaged in thinking about something else. Talking dirty folks, he said. You oughter seed your pa when he was a little bit chap. They was long days when you couldn't tell if he was black or white. He was that dirty. He'd come out in the big house in the morning, as clean as a new pin. And 14 o'clock, you couldn't tell what kinder cloth his clothes was made outen. Many the day when I've seed old Miss, that's your great-grandmammy, come 'nuff trash out of his head for to fill a basket. The little boy laughed at the picture that Uncle Remus drew of his father. He's very clean now, said the lad loyally. Maybe he is and maybe he ain't, remarked Uncle Remus, suggesting a doubt. That's neither here nor there. Is he any better off clean than when you couldn't put your hand on him without having ter go and wash 'em? Yo' grandmammy used to call 'im a pig, and clean as he may be now, I take notice that he makes more complaint headache and de heartburn than what he done when he was runnin' round here half naked and full mud. I hear tell that some nights he can't get no sleep, but when he was little like you, no sah. I'll not say that, because he was bigger than what you is from the time he can toddle round without nobody he pin him. But when he was all ease, you, and twice as big, they ain't nary night that he can't sleep, and not only all night, but half the day ef they'd let him. Ef they'd let you run round here like he done, and get dirty, you'd get big and strong, for you know it. They ain't nothing more wholesomer than a peck or two clean dirt on a little chap like you. There is no telling what comment the child would have made on this sincere tribute to clean dirt, for his attention was suddenly attracted to something that was gradually taking shape in the hands of Uncle Remus. At first it seemed to be hardly worthy of notice, for it had been only a thin piece of board. But now the one piece had become 4 pieces, too long and too short, and under the deft manipulations of Uncle Remus, it soon assumed a box-like shape. The old man had reached the point in his work where silence was necessary to enable him to do it full justice. As he fitted the thin boards together, a whistling sound issued from his lips, as though he were letting off steam, but the singular noise was due to the fact that he was completely absorbed in his work. He continued to fit and trim, and trim and fit, until finally the little boy could no longer restrain his curiosity. Uncle Remus, what are you making? He asked plaintively. Lero's fur to kitch middlers, was the prompt and blunt reply. Well, what are Leros to catch meddlers? The child insisted. Nothing, much and sump mo, Dicky. Dicky killed a chickie and fried it quickly in the oven, like a sloven. Then ter his daddy Sunday hat. He tuck and hitched the old black cat. Now, what you reckon make him do that? If you can't tell me word for word and spelling for spellin', we'll go out and come in and take a walk. He rose, grunting as he did so, thus paying an unintentional tribute to the efficacy of age as the partner of rheumatic aches and stiff joints. You hear me gruntin', he remarked. Well, that's because I ain't the chickie fried by Dicky, which he et enough fur to make sicky. As he went out, the child took his hand and went trotting along by his side, thus affording an interesting study for those who concern themselves with the extremes of life. Hand in hand the two went out into the fields, and thence into the great woods, where Uncle Remus After searching about for some time, carefully deposited his oblong box, remarking, "If I don't make no mistakes, this ain't so mighty fur fum de place where de creatures has their playground, and dey ain't no telling but what one un creep in dan when dey're playing hiding, and if he do, he'll sure be our meat." "Oh, it's a trap!" exclaimed the little boy, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. "And dey wa'n't nobody here fur to tell you," Uncle Remus declared, astonishment in his tone. "Well, if dat don't bang my time, I ain't no free nigger. Now, if dat had a been ya pa at the same age, I'd a had tell 40 times, and then he wouldn't a to believed me twell he see somethin' in Darton for to get out. Then he'd say it was a trap, but not before. I ain't blamin' 'im," Uncle Remus went on, "'cause 'tain't every chap dat can tell a trap time he see it, and more den that, traps don't allers sketch what dey er sought fur." He paused, looking all around and up in the sky, where fleecy clouds were floating lazily along, and in the tops of the trees, where the foliage was swaying gently in the breeze. Then he looked at the little boy. "If I ain't gone and got lost," he said, "we ain't so mightily fur from the place whar Mr. Man once 'pon a time, not your time, ne yet my time, but some time, tuck and sought a trap for Briar Rabbit. In them days they hadn't learnt how to be carpenters, and dish yer trap what I'm telling you 'bout was a great contraption. Big as Briar Rabbit was, it was lots too big for him. Now, whiles Mr. Man was fixing up this trap, Mr. Rabbit wa'n't so mighty fur off. He hear the saw, rash, rash, hear the hammer, bang, 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 and he asked hiss for what all dis racket was 'bout. He see Mr. Man come out in his yard, toting somethin', and he got furder off. He see Mr. Man comin' to'ds the bushes, and he tuck ter the woods. He see 'em comin' to'ds the woods, and he tuck ter the bushes. Mr. Man tote the trap so fur and no further. He put it down, and he did, and Brer Rabbit watch 'em. He put in the bait, and Brer Rabbit watch 'em. He fix the trigger, and still Brer Rabbit watch 'em. Mr. Man look at the trap, and it satisfy him. He look at it and laugh, and when he do dat, Brer Rabbit wunk one eye, and wiggle his mustache, and chaw his cud. And dat ain't all he do, neither. He sought out in the bushes, he did, and study how to get some game in the trap. He studied so hard, and he got so irritated, that he thumped his behind foot on the ground, twell it sound like a cow dancing out dar in the bushes. But 'twain' no cow, ner yit no calf. 'Twas the Briar Rabbit studyin'. Arter so long a time he put out down the road to'ds that part o' the country where moster the creatures live. Every time he hear a fuss, he dodge in the bushes, 'cause he wanter see who comin'. He keep on and he keep on, and blimey he hear Brer Wolf trotting down the road. It so happened that Brer Wolf was the very one what Brer Rabbit wanted to see. They was perlite ter one ainer, but they wasn't no friendly feeling twixt 'em. Well, here come old Brer Wolf, hungrier than a chicken hawk on a frosty mornin', and he's come up. He see Brer Rabbit set by the side the road, looking like he done lose all his family and his friends ter boot. They pass the time or day, and then Brer Wolf kinder grin and say, "Laws a massy, Brer Rabbit, what ail you? You look like you done a spell and fever and ague. What de trouble?" "Trouble, Brer Wolf? You ain't never see no trouble twell you git what I'm at. Maybe you wouldn't mind it like I does, 'cause I ain't usin' ter it. But I boun' you done seed me like-minded fur the last time. I'm done. I'm plumb wore out," says Brer Rabbit. Sees dis make Brer Wolf open his eyes wide. He say, "Dis de first time I ever hear you talk dat away, Brer Rabbit. Take your time and tell me 'bout it. I ain't had my breakfast yet, but dat don't make no difference. Long as you're in trouble, I'll help put you out of I kind, and more'n dat, I'll put some heart in the work." When he said this, he grin and show his tushes, and Brer Rabbit kinder edge way from him. He say, "Tell me the trouble, Brer Rabbit, and I'll do my level best for to help you out." With dat, Brer Rabbit 'low dat Mr. Man done been had hired for to take keer his truck path, and kept out de minks, de mush rats, and de weasels. He say dat he done so well setting up night after night, when he de might ze well be in bed, dat Mr. Man promise in extry size de mess or greens, what he gun him every day. Atter so long a time, he say, Mr. Man 'low dat he gwinter make him a present of a cradle, so that he can rock de little rabs to sleep when they cry. So said, so done, he say. Mr. Man made de cradle and tell Brer Rabbit he can take it home with him. He start out with it, he say, but it got so heavy he hadder set it down in the woods. And dat's the reason why Brer Wolf seed him sitting down by de side der road, looking like he in deep trouble. Brer Wolf sat down, he did, and study and Brimbree, he say, he'd like mighty well for to have a cradle for his children. Long ease cradles was de style. Brer Rabbit say des been the style for the longest. And as for Brer Wolf wanting one, he say he can have the one what Mr. Man made for him, 'cause it's lots too big for his children. You know how folks is, says Brer Rabbit. Sees Dey try to do what dey dunner how ter do, and dar's der house bigger than a barn, and dar's the fence wid more holes in it than what dey is insane. And 'cause they have great big children, they got the idea that every cradle what they make must fit their own children. And that's how came I can't tote the cradle what Mr. Man made for me more than 10 steps at a time. Brer Wolf, Brer Rabbit, what he gwinter for a cradle, and Brer Rabbit, lo he can manage for to git long wid the old one, twel he can swade Mr. Man to make him one, and he don't spec that be so mighty hard to do. Brer Wolf can't help but believe there's some trick in it, and he say he ain't see the old cradle when last he was at Brer Rabbit house. With that, Brer Rabbit bust out laughing. He say, "That's been so long back, Brer Wolf, that I done forget all 'bout it. Sides that, ef def was a cradle there, I bound you my old woman got better sense than ter set the cradle in the parlor. Whar me comes," and he laughed so loud and long that he make Brer Wolf right shame himself. He low, old Brer Wolf did, "Come on, Brer Rabbit, and show me where the cradle is. If it's too big for your children, it does 'bout fit mine." And so off they put to where Mr. Man done sot his trap. 'Twain so mighty long for the day got where they was goin', and Brer Rabbit say, "Brer Wolf, dar your cradle, and may it do you more good than it ever done me." Brer Wolf walk all round the trap and look at it like 'twas live. Brer Rabbit thump one of his behind foots on the ground, and Brer Wolf jump like some undone shotgun right at him. Dis make Brer Rabbit laugh twel he can't laugh no more. Brer Wolf he say he kinder nervous 'bout dat time and de year, and de least bit noise 'll make him jump. He ask how he gonna get any purchase on the cradle, and Brer Rabbit say he hadda get inside and walk with it on his back, 'cause dat the way he done. Brer Wolf asks what all dem contraptions on dis inside, and Brer Rabbit spoon that they are the rockers, and they ain't no needs for to be skeered 'case they ain't nothing but plain wood. Brer Wolf say he ain't 'zactly skeered, but he done got ter the paint where he know dat you better look 'fore you jump. Brer Rabbit low dat the day's jumpin' fur to be done. He de be one der do it, and he talk like he done ferget what they come for. Brer Wolf he fool and fumble round, but blimeby he walk in de cradle, sprung de trigger, and dar dey was. Brer Rabbit he holler out, "Come on, Brer Wolf, dey hump yourself, and I'd be with you." But try as he will, and grunt as he may, Brer Wolf can't budge the trap. Bimsy Brer Rabbit got tired er waiting, and he say dat ef Brer Wolf ain't gwinter come on, he's gone home. How low dat a friend what he say gwinter help you, and den go in a cradle and drop off to sleep. Dat's all he wanter know about him, and wid dat he made fur de bushes, and he want a minute too soon, 'cause here come Mr. Man fur to see if his trap had been strung. He look, he did, and, sure enough, it is sprung, and dey was sump in dar too, 'cause he can hear it rustling round and kicking for to get out. Mr. Man look through the crack, and he see Brer Wolf, which he was so skeered twel his eye look right green. Mr. Man say, "Ah, I got you, is I." Brer Wolf say, "Who?" Mr. Man laugh, twel he can scarcely talk, and still Brer Wolf say, "Who? Who you think you got?" Mr. Man, lo, I don't think I knows. You're old Brer Rabbit, that's who you is. Brer Wolf say, "Turn me outer here, and I'll show you who I is." Mr. Man laugh fit to kill. He's low, "You netter change ya voice. I know you if I met you in the dark. You're Brer Rabbit, that's who you is." Brer Wolf say, "I ain't not. That's what I'm not." Mr. Man look through de crack again, and he see de short years. He low, "You done cut off your long ears, but still I knows you." "Oh, yes, and you done sharpen your mouth, and you put smut on it, but you can't fool me." Brer Wolf say, "Nobody ain't tryin' to fool you. Look at my fine, long bushy tail." Mr. Man, lo, you done tied and your tail on behind you, but you can't fool me. Oh no, Brer Rabbit, you can't fool me. Brer Wolf say, "Look at de hair on my back. Do dat look like Brer Rabbit?" Mr. Man, lo, you've done wallered in de red sand, but you can't fool me. Brer Wolf say, "Look at my long black legs. Do dey look like Brer Rabbit?" Mr. Man, lo, you can put an urgent in your legs, and you can smut 'em, but you can't fool me. Brer Wolf say, "Look at my tushes. Does dey look like Brer Rabbit?" Mr. Man, lo, you've done new toofies, but you can't fool me. Brer Wolf say, "Look at my little eyes. Does dey look like Brer Rabbit?" Mr. Man, lo, you can squinch your eyeballs, but you can't fool me, Brer Rabbit. Brer Wolf squall out, "I ain't not Brer Rabbit, and you better turn me out er dis place, so I can take hide off, hair off Brer Rabbit." Mr. Man say, "Ef bofy hide and har was off, I know you 'cause 'tain't in you fur to fool me." And it hurt Brer Wolf's feeling so bad for Mr. Man to sput his word, that he bust out inter a big boo boo, and dat's all about I know. Did the man really and truly think the brother Wolf was Brother Rabbit? Asked the little boy. "When you pinned me down dat a way," responded Uncle Remus, I believes ter tell you dat. I ain't too certain and show 'bout dat. The tale come down from my great granddaddy's great granddaddy. It come on down ter my daddy, and dis he's gun it to me. Dis dat a way I done gun it ter you. End of section 1. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 2 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. The Little Baxters Go Marketing by Tudor Jenks. Paul Baxter was too small to be the head of the family. He was only 7, while his sister was 5, and Paul thought she had a great deal to learn. Mrs. Baxter was the rest of the family, for the father had sailed away with the fishing fleet one foggy morning, and the fleet came back without one boat, and that boat was John Baxter's. They all thought he was drowned, but they were wrong, as you will see. Meanwhile, you must pretend you don't know he is alive, or else you can't understand what an unhappy time Mrs. Baxter was living through, and how much rested on little Paul's shoulders while he considered himself the head of the family. The worst time had not come yet, for the father had saved some money, and he had not been missing more than about 2 weeks. Mrs. Baxter knew that the money would soon be gone, so she was saving every penny she could. On the day before Thanksgiving she told Paul and his sister Kate that, until their father came home again, for she would not speak as if he were lost, they must be very careful, and so their Thanksgiving dinner would have to be a very plain one. "No turkey?" Kate asked. "No, dear," said their mother, "unless you and Paul can catch one somewhere in the street." They knew this was a joke, for they lived in South Street, New York City, where trucks rumbled about all day. Paul felt he must get a turkey for a reason Mrs. Baxter didn't know. As John Baxter was bidding Paul good-bye the night before he sailed, Paul had asked whether he would be back for Thanksgiving. "I think so, my boy, but one can't be sure. If I shouldn't, you must see to the Thanksgiving dinner and carve the turkey. Will you?" "Yes," said Paul, very proud. And now how could he if there was none to carve? Paul made up his mind that it was his business to see that the family had a turkey. Paul had some money in his own small cast-iron bank, and he knew it was right for him to do what he liked with his savings. He had already offered them to his mother, and she had told him they were of no use to her. Kate, too, had some money in her bank. It was just like Paul's, except that there was a K on the door, marked with a red pencil. While their mother was clearing away the breakfast, Paul beckoned to Kate and proposed that they should put their money together and surprise Mother with the biggest, fattest, finest bird in the market. Kate feared the bird would cost too much. "Nonsense, child," said Paul grandly. "Why, I have more than 75 cents. How much have you?" 28, I think," said Kate. "Well, then," Paul answered, "that's more'n $1. You can buy most anything for $1, child." They opened the banks and counted the money 3 times to make sure. It came out different every time, but they had about $1.15 or 18 cents. It was all in small pieces and looked enough to buy an elephant. Paul tied it all up carefully in the corner of his handkerchief. Then, after they had helped their mother to tidy the rooms, they got permission to go to market for her. She told them what to buy, and Paul was glad when his mother told them to get some cranberries for sauce, and a plum pudding that came in a tin can. With their turkey, what a feast these would make! The market was not far away, but it was so crowded that Paul and Kate had to hold hands tight. For a long time they could get no attention, but at last, by pulling one of the market men's aprons, Paul made him listen. Paul bought all the things on their list and then said proudly, "Please show me some of the biggest birds." The market man, pointing to a long row, remarked, "There they are, all weighed and marked. Pick out the one you want." Paul examined the tickets stuck on the turkeys. $2.20, $3.50, $2.40, $4. He was a perfect giant of a gobbler, and so on. Paul felt a lump in his throat, he was so disappointed. Then little Kate made it worse by pointing to the very biggest and saying, "Oh, Paul, buy that, it's the best of all." Paul whispered to her, "It costs $4. Isn't that awful? The cheapest one is $2. What can we do?" Kate shook her head. Then she had a bright idea. "I know," she said, "if we can't have the biggest, let's get the very littlest that ever was. It will be cunning, and that will make Mamma laugh." "But I don't see any very little ones," Paul replied. "Ask the man," Kate urged. It was some time before Paul could get the man's attention, and then the question was put. "The littlest turkey?" repeated the market man with a grin. "That's a queer order now. Why do you want the littlest one, my boy?" "'Cause we're buying it for Mamma," said Kate eagerly. "She can't get one at all because Papa's gone away, and he may not come back, and we got the money out of our banks, and we've only $1.15, and we can't have the biggest, you see." "Hello!" said the market man. "Here's a talker for a little one. Haven't I seen you before?" "Yes, sir," Kate answered. "I'm Katie Baxter, and I used to come with Papa." "You Jack Baxter's girl?" asked the market man, stooping down and picking the child up. "Yes, sir," said Kate, "but please put me down." But instead the man called to a market man in the next stall, "See here, O'Neill, this is the Baxter girl. She's come with another little kid to buy the littlest turkey for her mother. They've got the money out of their banks, and it's $1.15. Can't we fill the order?" "Well, I guess we can," said the other market man heartily. "We'll send them a bird, with the stuffing, too." "It'll be all right," said the first market man, putting little Kate on her feet again. "Give me the number and we'll send the bird around tomorrow." Paul gave the number, untied the money from his handkerchief, and away they went through the noisy street home. Paul and Kate had hard work to keep the secret of their marketing, but they did all that day and the next. About 4 o'clock there was a knock at the door, and when the door was open there was nobody there, but there was something. Big, big market basket, and in it was the giant turkey, and on the turkey's breast a piece of paper saying, "From the friends of John Baxter to Mrs. Baxter and the little Baxters, hoping they'll enjoy their Thanksgiving." And that wasn't all, for the turkey, when Mrs. Baxter came to prepare it, was stuffed with silver dollars. Then Mrs. Baxter cried, and Paul and Kate were puzzled by that, but she was thankful, for she told them so. When the great bird was properly browned and smoking, Paul took his place ready to carve. He had just raised the knife and fork when the door opened, and a big hearty sailor came in, saying, "Here, here, young man, this won't do. This is my place." And of course it was John Baxter, and the turkey was not nearly so hot by the time he had been hugged and kissed, meaning John Baxter, of course, and had told how his boat had been sunk, but he and his mates picked up by a steamer. That was a Thanksgiving dinner. Next day John Baxter took his boy and girl down to the market, and they made another giving of thanks to the market men, and that is a good ending to the story, isn't it? There was one more thing. The market men would not take back their silver, and so it went into the bank, a real bank this time, for Paul and Kate. End of section 2. Recording by Nan Dodge.
Section number 3 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie. A Story of Decoration Day for the Little Children of Today by Elizabeth Harrison. I want you to listen to a sad, sweet story today, and yet one that ought to make you glad. Glad that such men have lived as those whom I am going to tell you. It all happened a good many years ago. In fact, so long ago that your fathers and mothers were little boys and girls in kilts and pinafores, some of them mere babies in long clothes. One bright Sunday morning in April, the telegraph wires could be heard repeating the same things all over the land. Tick, 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 tick. They called out, and the drowsy telegraph operators sat up in their chairs, as if startled by words the wires were saying. Tick, 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 continues the wires, and the faces of the telegraph operators grew pale. Any looker on could have seen that something dreadful was being told by the wires. Tick, 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 tick. Again repeated the wires. There was no mistaking the message this time. Alas, alas, it was true. The terrible news was true. Even the bravest among the operators trembled. Then came the rapid writing out of the fearful words that the slender wires had uttered, the hurrying to and fro, and messenger boys were seen flying to the great newspaper offices, and the homes of the mayors of the cities, and to the churches where already the people were beginning to assemble, for the deep-toned Sabbath church bells high up in the steeples had been ringing out their welcome to all, even the strangers in their midst. Bim, bom, bim, they sang, which everybody knew meant, "Come to church, dear people, come, come, come." And the people strolled leisurely along toward the churches, fathers and mothers and little ones, and even grandfathers and grandmothers. It was such a bright, pleasant day that it seemed a joy to go to the house of God and thank Him for all His love and care. So one family after another filed into their pews while the organist played such soft, sweet music that everybody felt soothed and quieted by. Little did they dream of the awful words which the telegraph wires were at that very moment calling out with their tick, 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 tick. The clergymen came in and took their places in the pulpits. In each church the organ ceased its wordless song of praise. The congregation bowed and silently joined with all their hearts in the petitions which the clergyman was offering to the dear Lord, Father of all mankind, ruler of heaven and earth. Some of them softly whispered, "Amen," as he asked protection for their homes and their beloved country. Did they know anything about the danger which even then hung over them? Perhaps they did. In many of the churches the prayer was over, the morning hymn had been sung, when a stir and bustle at the door might have been noticed as the messenger boys, excited and out of breath, handed their yellow envelopes to the ushers who stood near the door ready to show the latecomers to unoccupied seats. First one and then the other ushers read the message, and from some of them escaped in a hushed whisper the words, "Oh God, has it come to this?" And all looked white and awestruck. The head usher hurried tremblingly down the aisle, and without waiting for the clergyman to finish reading the announcements of the week, laid the telegram upon the pulpit desk. The clergyman, somewhat surprised at such an interruption, glanced at the paper, stopped, gasped, picked it up, and reread the words written upon it as though he could not believe his own eyes. Then he advanced a step forward, holding on to the desk as if he had been struck a blow by some unseen hand. The congregation knew that something terrible had happened, and their hearts seemed to stop beating as they leaned forward to catch his words. "My people," he said in a slow, deliberate tone, as if it were an effort to steady his voice, "I hold in my hand a message from the President of the United States." Then his eyes dropped to the paper which he still held, and now his voice rang out clear and loud as he read, "Our flag has been fired upon. 75,000 troops wanted at once. Abraham Lincoln." I could not make you understand all that took place the next week or two, any more than the little children who heard what the telegram said understood it. Men came home, hurried and excited, to hunt up law papers or to straighten out deeds, saying in constrained tones to the pale-faced women, "I will try to leave all business matters straight before I go." There was solemn consultations between husbands and wives, which usually ended in the father's going out, stern-faced and silent, and the mother, dry-eyed but with quivering lips, seeking her own room, locking herself in for an hour, then coming out to the wondering children with a quiet face, but with eyes that showed she had been weeping. There were gatherings in the town halls and in the churches and schoolhouses all over the land. The newspapers were read hurriedly and anxiously. And when little Robert looked up earnestly into his grandmamma's face and asked, "Why does Mama not eat her breakfast?" Grandmama replied, "Your papa is going away, my dear." And when little Robert persisted by saying, "But Papa goes to New York every year, and Mama does not sit and stare out of the window and forget to eat her breakfast," then Mama would turn solemnly around and say, "Robert, my boy, Papa is going to war and may never come back to us, but you and I must be brave about it and help him get ready." And if Robert answered, "Why is he going to war? Why does he not stay at home with us? Does he not love us anymore?" Then Mama would draw her boy to her and put her arms around him, and looking into his eyes, she would say, "Yes, my darling, he loves us, but he must go. Our country needs him, and you and I must be proud that he is ready to do his duty." Then Robert would go away to his play, wondering what it all meant, just as you would have wondered if you had been there. Soon the papas and uncles and even some of the grandfathers put on soldiers' uniforms and drilled in the streets with guns over their shoulders, and bands of music played military music, and the drums beat, and crowds of people collected on the street corners, and there were more speeches and more flags and banners and stir and excitement. And nothing else was talked of but the war, the terrible war. Then came the marching away of the soldiers to the railway stations, and then the farewells and cheers and waving of handkerchiefs and the playing of patriotic airs by the bands of music, and much more confusion and excitement by goodbye kisses and tears than I could tell you of. Then came the long, long days of waiting and praying in the homes to which fathers and brothers no longer came, and silent watching for letters, and anxious opening of the newspapers. And oftentimes the little children felt their mamma's tears drop on their faces as she kissed them good night. Their dear mamma, who so often had sung them to sleep with her gay, happy songs. What did it all mean? They could not tell. And all this time the fathers, brave men as they were, had been marching down to the war. Oftentimes they slept on the hard ground with only their army blankets wrapped around them and the stars to keep watch over them. and many a day they had nothing to eat but dry bread and black coffee, because they had not time to cook more. And sometimes they had no breakfast at all, because they must be up by daybreak and march on, even if the rain poured down, as it sometimes did, wetting them through and through. What were such hardships when their country was in danger? Then came the terrible, terrible battles, more awful than anything you ever dreamed of. Men were shot down by the thousands, and many who did not lose their lives had a leg shot off, or an arm so crushed that it had to be cut off. Still, they bravely struggled on. It was for their beloved country they were fighting, and for it they must be willing to suffer or to die. Then 100,000 more soldiers were called for, and then another 100,000, and still the bloody war continued. For 4 long years it lasted, and the whole world looked on, amazed at such courage and endurance. The men who had not been killed, or who had not died of their sufferings, came marching home again, many, alas, on crutches, and many who knew that they were disabled for life. But they had saved their country, and that was reward enough for their heroic hearts. Though many a widow turned her sad face away when the crowd welcomed the returning soldiers, for she knew that her loved one was not with them, and many little children learned in time that their dear fathers would never return to them. War is such a terrible thing that it makes one's heart ache to think of it. Then, by and by, people said, our children must grow up loving and honoring the heroic men who gave their lives for their country. So, in villages and towns and cities, monuments were built in honor of the men who died fighting for their country. And one day each year was set apart to keep fresh and green the memory of the brave soldiers. And it has been named Decoration Day, because on this day all the children all over the land are permitted to go to the graves of the dead soldiers and place flowers upon them. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. Section The Taxes of Middlebrook by Ray Stannard Baker. Up above the pines on the edge to the east, the sun was rising, and the air smelled of the woods, of the warm sand of the roadsides, of the perfect May morning. 3 men in the quaint garb of pioneer foreigners came down the lane from the shoemaker's house and turned into the road. Before they had gone many paces, old Peter Walling stopped abruptly. "There is a warning," he said in Norwegian. The eyes of the 2 others followed swiftly to his pointing. In the midst of the sand, a twig of willow had been stuck. The top was split, and it held upward a bit of soiled paper. Old Peter seemed undecided whether to touch the message or not, but Hallstrom, the shoemaker, plucked it from the stick and scowled as he tried to make out its meaning. Presently he handed it to his son. "What does it say, Eric?" he asked. The message was in English, printed with a lumberman's coarse pencil, and a rude attempt had been made to draw a skull and crossbones at the top of the paper. Eric read it slowly, translating into Norwegian as he went along. "Be aware. All Norwegians and Swedes are hereby warned not to go to the town hall under penalty of death." It was signed in big letters, "By order of the committee." Eric Hallstrom looked up and laughed shortly. "Well," he said, "it means us," and he tucked the message away with some care in his pocket. "We may need it," he added. The 2 older men were silent for a moment. Then Peter Walling spoke faintly. "If there's going to be trouble, if there is danger." The old shoemaker straightened his bent shoulders, and his eyes flashed angrily. "Peter Walling, will you go or will you stay? I thought we had settled this question once for all." "I'll go, Jens. Yes, yes, I'll go," answered Walling hurriedly, but his lips protested under his beard. Hallstrom turned without a word and hobbled down the road, determination speaking from every nervous hitch of his twisted frame. He was small and crippled, and in all his life he had never been able to do the work of a strong man. But there was that in his blue eyes which made him a leader in Thingvalla. He had cobbled in the old country, and he had cobbled in this new northwest among the pines, and every peg he drove had clinched a thought. He was not educated in English. He had emigrated too late for that, but he had seen to it that his son made the best of the scant schooling of a new land, and better still, he had taught him some of the wisdom that comes to a cobbler who thinks. Eric stood almost 6 feet tall. His hair was yellow and curly as a rope end, and his eyes were blue and steady. Although barely 20 years old, he had learned by the hard knocks of a pioneer country how to take care of himself both with his big right arm and with his tongue. Over 10 miles of sand hills and corduroy, through vast forests of pine, as yet barely notched with the clearings of settlers, the three men came at last in sight of the town hall, the shoemaker and his son in front, and old Peter Walling behind, muttering his fears. The town hall was a log shack 1 story high, with a single large room. As the three approached, they could see that the road was full of men and teams. The men were moving about and talking with the boisterous pleasantry of backwoodsmen who do not often meet. They had gathered this spring morning for the annual session of the Board of Review, the board that was to make the final equalization of the taxes on the property of the township. Eric looked anxiously to see if there were any others present from the Thingvalla settlement, or indeed any Scandinavians, but he could not see even one. "They are all afraid," the shoemaker said bitterly. "They have come to a free country, and now they don't know how to be free." But the new Antrim settlement was out in force. Eric heard the jolly voices of the young Irishmen, and he knew well they were spoiling for a fight. Thingvalla was in one corner of the township, New Antrim was in the other, and between the settlements stretched unbroken forests of pine and implacable bitterness. It was one of those settlement differences so common in the backwoods, and the more unfortunate for being unfounded. New Antrim was sure that Thingvalla was trying to control the township, and Thingvalla was equally sure that New Antrim was escaping its share of taxation. And that was the condition on this bright May day when the three from Thingvalla came down with the warning in Eric's pocket. "There are too many," muttered old Peter Walling tremulously. They saw Calvin Donahue and his men sporting in the sunshine. Donahue was the man in the otter cap, immensely broad and brawny of shoulders, long of arms, and square of chin. He talked in a big, jolly voice. From where they stood, they could hear him laugh. O'Rourke, Callahan, and some of the younger men were trying their strength on a huge iron soap kettle that stood in front of the blacksmith shop. They were testing their muscles to see which could lift it from the ground with one hand. There were few who could do it, but Calvin Donahue put it as high as his shoulder as if it were only a feather. Others were pitching quoits with horseshoes, and one group was watching a pulling contest between O'Rourke and Davy, who were sitting feet to feet on the ground, tugging on a crowbar. The shoemaker, who had been resting by the roadside, now rose, and without a word set off down the hill toward the crowd, with his chin thrown up and his eyes looking neither to the right nor to the left. The moment the men of New Antrim saw them, a gleeful shout went up. Here was new sport for them. A powerful man in a lumberman's red jacket seized a heavy oak swingle tree from the blacksmith's door and sprang out into the road and shouted, "Come on, boys, we've got 'em." Eric and his father did not stop, but old Peter Walling wavered, then turned and ran back up the road as fast as his legs could carry him. It was 2 against 30, but the two stood their ground. While they were exchanging challenges, a man opportunely stepped from the doorway of the town hall and began to rap on the logs with a stake, announcing that the board had been called to order. At once there was a rush for the benches, and Eric and his father reached the door without opposition. The shoemaker made as if to enter, but Jim O'Rourke barred the door with his arm. "No Swedes admitted," he said gruffly. The shoemaker, paying no attention to the order, again endeavored to enter. He was thrown back violently, and if it had not been for Eric, he would have fallen. The shoemaker tried to speak, but his English was hopelessly confused and broken. Eric was white to the lips, but he controlled himself. "We are the citizens of this township," he said, "and we have a right in this meeting." "Go on," was the answer. "We won't have any foreigners here." "We are as much Americans as you are," responded Eric hotly. "Be cool," cautioned the shoemaker in his native tongue. "I tell you, Jim O'Rourke," continued Eric more steadily, "there's no need of our quarreling this way, and if you'd let us explain, we'd show you why we should all be friends." "Friends? Let me give you a friendly hint. You get out of here double quick. By nature, the Scandinavian is peaceable. He hates fighting as much as he loves his home, and yet, for being slow to wrath, he is the more terrible when roused." Eric took one step forward and drove up O'Rourke's arm with a stinging blow that sent him spinning into the room. Then he and his father entered. O'Rourke, recovering himself, rushed upon Eric and dealt him a terrific blow in the breast. The two men were just closing in a desperate encounter when Caxton, the chairman, rose, ordering silence and preparing to enforce his decree with a stout oak stake. "What's the trouble here?" he demanded, when quiet had been restored. "We are citizens of this township," said Eric, panting, "and we have a right to attend this meeting. This man tried to shut us out." Caxton paused a moment. "Put out the Norsks," roared a voice. "No," said Caxton, "they have a right to be here and to be heard on the subject of their taxes." "Thank you," said Eric eagerly. "I want to explain." "You will be given a chance in due time," was the answer, given so coldly that it indicated the chairman's position against them beyond a doubt. There were many whispered threats, but Eric and his father firmly stood their ground. The business of the Board of Review is to hear the complaints of those who think they have been unfairly taxed. Apparently there were to be few complaints at this meeting. An old man who spoke with the unmistakable inflection of the Irishman commended the assessment and praised the assessor. He thought everyone in the township had been satisfied. He was pleased to know that this was so. As he sat down, a small, loosely jointed man with fiery red hair rose from his chair. He wore a diamond stud shirt, which, if genuine, would have purchased every stitch of personal apparel in the room. He drawled pleasantly in his talk. Everyone knew him. His name was William P. Ketchum, or more familiarly, Billy Ketchum. Eric's eyes fastened hard upon him and watched him as a catamount might watch a squirrel, and with much the same motive. Billy Ketchum was the representative of the great logging concern of Miller, Nees, and Dye, which owned all the pine lands in the township, and indeed in nearly all the county. He complimented the assessor in his softest manner. He complimented the board down from Caxton to Severn through Holt, and then he complimented them up again from Severn to Caxton. He mentioned New Atrium and brought in a deft reference to the shamrock and the old sod, And then he suddenly caught the eye of Eric Hallstrom burning at him above the heads of the crowd. For a single instant he seemed trying to pull himself together, and then he went on with his pleasant drawl. As representing the largest taxpayers in Middlebrook, he said, I am deeply interested in its welfare. We pay our taxes gladly, knowing that they have been honestly levied and that they will be honestly collected. At this, Eric Hallstrom came shouldering nearer, with the shoemaker close behind him. It's not so, Eric gasped excitedly. I tell you it's not so. He's the man who's caused all the trouble. I was not aware, put in Billy Ketchup in his smoothest voice, that you allowed your meetings to be broken up by a brawling. His last words were drowned in shouts, and it was some moments before Mr. Caxton, pounding on the table, could restore peace. Calvin Donahue whispered in the chairman's ear, and Mr. Caxton said aloud to Eric, We'll hear what you have to say right away. The shoemaker pushed Eric forward eagerly. The boy stood up before the crowd, blushing and stammering. His big hands fumbled in his pockets and his tongue refused to stir. He had not been particularly afraid to face the assembled forces of New Atrium in the road, but he was afraid to make a speech. I wanted to explain about the taxes, he stammered. So I suppose, was Mr. Caxton's cool reply. Eric pulled a piece of chalk out of his pocket and looked around. I've got to have some of your write on, he said, at which the New Atriumites shouted with laughter. If it had not been for the wise old shoemaker at that moment, Eric would have been lost, laughed to defeat. Nothing will floor a speaker more quickly than the wit of an Irish audience. But the shoemaker spoke in Norwegian. Eric turned quickly, and he was only a step from the door. There, outside in the sand, stood the old iron kettle. He stooped, picked it up, and set it on a bench, which the shoemaker had swung into place. It was all done so swiftly that New Atrium forgot its fun in its astonishment. And when Eric drew a big white square on the kettle with his chalk, a voice rose hoarsely from the back of the room. Well, I'll be jiggered. At that, all the Irishmen laughed and then sat still again, out of respect, being jiggered. Eric divided the white square into many smaller squares. In one corner he drew a number of crosses, and in the opposite corner he did the same. One of these groups of crosses he labeled T. That is the Thingvalla settlement, he said, and this is New Atrium. Then he swept his hand between the two and glanced at Billy Ketchum. And all this in here is the pine owned by Miller, Knees, and Dye. The shoemaker whispered in his ear, and he turned to the chairman and said in a sterner voice, I want to show who is to blame for all this trouble between the settlements. We are not dealing with quarrels, was the response. We are here to equalize taxes. That's it. That's what I want to do. I want to show that taxes aren't equal. Then he fumbled in his pocket and drew out a much folded paper. With this to support him, he forgot all about himself and talked rapidly and earnestly. He told how he had figured up all the land owned by the Scandinavians of Thingvalla, and all that owned by New Atrium, and all that owned by the lumber company. Thingvalla has 2,240 acres in farms. New Atrium has 2,920 acres, he explained, while the lumber company has more than 12,000 acres of pine. Thingvalla is assessed an average of $4.60 an acre. New Atrium is assessed at $4.15 an acre, a little less but not enough to count. But here is the lumber company assessed for only $1.90 an acre. Here, Billy Ketchum sprang excitedly to his feet. But this is wild land, not a foot of it's cultivated. I tell you, such a comparison is unfair. Yes, but your pine is worth more to the acre than our farms, with all our crops and buildings on them. I tell you, I know, broke in Eric excitedly. I tell you, I know. Look here." He drew from his pocket a pack of little strips of paper, each with a section map at the top, and upon which different forties of land were checked in red and blue pencil. He turned again to the table and marked out a square about midway between the settlements. "Here's Section 10, Township 40, Range 12. Last fall I was hired to go over this land with the company's explorer and estimate the pine. We traveled together for 2 months and counted all the trees and estimated the number of feet of lumber they would make. That pine as it stands is worth from $4 to $6 a thousand feet, and some of the single 40s have more than 200,000 feet of timber on them. That makes a cash value of from $800 to $1,200, or $20 to $30 an acre. And that's more than the best improved farm in this county is worth." "I tell you," roared little Billy Ketchum, wild with excitement. "And you know it," added Eric. "Here are these slips, which will prove just what I say. They are the company's own valuation of its property. You can see for yourselves that our farms are assessed for more than twice as much as the pine land, although it is worth 5 or 6 times as much. And that will show you who is dodging taxes. Billy Ketchum says that he represents the biggest taxpayers in the township, and that he is well contented with the assessment. Of course he is contented, but he is wrong about representing the largest taxpayers. As the assessments are now, we represent the biggest taxpayers, and we are not contented, for we pay 10 times the taxes that we should. All I ask is that the assessments be fair, and Thingvalla and New Atrium will not quarrel." Billy Ketchum, purple of face, tried in vain to make himself heard, but the Irishman of New Atrium drowned him out of the discussion. The explorer's slips were passed back and forth, and referred to the diagram on the iron kettle, and for a few moments pandemonium reigned. "What's more," shouted Eric in the flush of victory, "I can prove that Billy Ketchum is at the bottom of this quarrel." There was silence again. "If it hadn't been for him, we'd have been good friends today. He's kept us enemies so that we couldn't get together and assess the pine lands as they ought to be assessed." Ketchum sprang to his feet. "It's not so," he shouted. "We've been perfectly fair to everyone. Why should I mix up in neighborhood quarrels?" He poured out an impassioned speech, the drawl all gone, and the words crowding so fast that he could hardly utter them plainly. He called the Irishman Billy and Calvin and Pete familiarly, and spoke of their warm friendship, but somehow they did not rouse to the enthusiasm as he had expected. They were thinking. Presently Eric made himself heard again. "Who left that warning in the Thingvalla Road last night?" he asked, facing Ketchum. "Who? How should I know?" At this, New Atrium leaned forward to a man, with curiosity. Eric drew out the warning and told where he had found it. Then he passed it gravely to Mr. Caxton. "Billy Ketchum left that in the road," said Eric. "He did it to keep us away from the meeting. He tried to make us think that the New Atrium settlement was against us. He had found out that I knew the real value of those pine lands." Again Billy hopped up. "I dare him to prove it, Mr. Chairman. I didn't come here to be insulted. I tell you, I dare him to prove it." "Well, I will," said Eric coolly. At that the shoemaker stepped round behind the table and picked up a long, slender, paper-covered roll and handed it to Eric. Eric held it up and pointed to Ketchum's name written upon it, for it was a roll of maps. Ketchum rushed at Eric and tried to grasp his property, but Eric brushed him aside. Then he unrolled the manila covering of the maps a few inches and held it up. One corner was torn off. He took the warning notice from Mr. Caxton's desk and held it in the place of the torn corner. It fitted perfectly. "My father happened to see this when he came in," explained Eric. "What more proof do you want?" For a moment the room was still. Then the same deep voice which had spoken once before burst out. "I'll be jiggered." Calvin Donahue turned to Billy Ketchum and said, none too pleasantly, "You get out. We can manage our own affairs." Callahan suggested taking him out triumphantly in the iron kettle, but Billy disappeared with such haste they could not catch him. Then the whole assembly took up seriously the problem of assessments, and before the day was out, the township of Middlebrook was equalized, and the taxes of the settlers. New Atrium and Thingvalla alike were cut down to their just proportions, no more, no less, and the pine lands were assessed strictly in accordance with Eric's estimate slips. End of section 4. Recording by tommack.
Section 5 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Cure of Fear by Norman Duncan. Like many, another snug little harbor on the northeast coast of Newfoundland, Ruddy Cove is confronted by the sea and flanked by a vast wilderness. So all the folk take their living from the sea, as their forebears have done for generations. It takes courage and a will for work to sweeten the hard life of those parts, which otherwise would be filled with dread and an intolerable weariness. And Donald North, of Ruddy Cove, was brave enough till he was 8 years old. But after that season, he was so timid that he shrank from the edge of the cliffs when the breakers were beating the rocks below, and he trembled when the punt heeled to a gust. Now he was a fisherman's son, and in the course of things must himself be a paddle-punt fisherman. Thus the mishap which gave him that great fear of the sea cast a dark shadow over him. "Billy," he said to a young topsail on the unfortunate day, "leave us go sail my new fore and after. I've rigged her out with a grand new mizzensail." "Sure, boy-o," said Billy. "Where to?" "Uncle George's wharfhead. 'Tis a place as good as any." Off Uncle George's wharfhead the water was deep, deeper than Donald could fathom at low tide, and it was cold, and covered a rocky bottom, upon which a multitude of starfish and prickly sea eggs lay in clusters. It was green, smooth, and clear, too, sight carried straight down to where the purple-shelled mussels gripped the rocks. The tide had fallen somewhat, and was still on the ebb. Donald found it a long reach from the wharf to the water. By and by, as the water ran out of the harbor, the most he could do was to touch the mast-tip of the miniature ship with his fingers. Then a little gust of wind crept around the corner of the wharf, rippling the water as it came near. It caught the sails of the new fore and after, and the little craft fell over on another tack and shot away. "Here you go!" Donald cried. "Come back, will you?" He reached for the mast. His fingers touched it, but the boat escaped before they closed. He laughed, hitched nearer to the edge of the wharf, and reached again. The wind had failed. The little boat was tossing in the ripples, below and just beyond his grasp. "I can't catch her," he called to Billy Topsail, who was back near the net horse looking for squids. Billy looked up and laughed to see Donald's awkward position, to see him hanging over the water, red-faced and straining. Donald laughed too. At once he lost his balance and fell forward. This was in the days before he could swim, so he floundered about in the water, beating it wildly, to bring himself to the surface. When he came up, Billy Topsail was leaning over to catch him. Donald lifted his arm. His fingers touched Billy's, that was all. Just touched them. Then he sank, and when he came up again, and again lifted his arm, there was half a foot of space between his hand and Billy's. Some measure of self-possession returned. He took a long breath and let himself sink. Down he went, weighted by his heavy boots. Those moments were full of the terror of which, later, he could not rid of himself. There seemed to be no end to the depth of the water in that place. But when his feet touched bottom, he was still deliberate in all that he did. For a moment he let them rest on the rock. Then he gave himself a strong upward push. It needed but little to bring him within reach of Billy Topsail's hand. He shot out of the water and caught that hand. Soon afterward he was safe on the wharf. "Sure, Mum, I thought I was drownded that time," he said to his mother that night. "When I were going down the last time, I thought I'd never see you again." "But you weren't drowned, boy," said his mother softly. "But I might have been," said he. There was the rub. He was haunted by what might have happened. Soon he became a timid, shrinking lad, utterly lacking confidence in the strength of his arms and his skill with an oar and a sail. And after that came to pass, his life was hard. He was afraid to go out to the fishing grounds, where he must go every day, with his father, to keep the head of the punt up to the wind. And he had a great fear of the wind and the fog and the breakers. But he was not a coward. On the contrary, although he was circumspect in all his dealings with the sea, he never failed in his duty. In Ready Cove all the men put out their salmon nets when the ice breaks up and drifts away southward, for the spring run of salmon then begins. These nets are laid in the sea, at right angles to the rocks and extending out from there. They are set along shore. It may be a mile or two from the narrow passage to the harbor. The outer end buoyed and anchored, and the other is lashed to an iron stake which is driven deep into some crevice of the rock. When belated icebergs hang offshore, a watch must be kept on the nets, lest they be torn away or ground to pulp by the ice. "The wind's hauling round a bit, boy," said Donald's father, one day in spring, when the lad was 12 years old. "I think 'twill freshen and blow inshore afore night." "There's a scattered pan of ice out there, father," said Donald, "and 3 small bergs." "Es, boy, as I knows," said North. "'Tis that I'm afeard of. If the wind changes a bit more, 'twill jam the ice agin the rocks. Does you think the net is safe?" It was quite evident that the net was in danger, but since Donald had shown first signs of fearing the sea, Job North had not compelled him to go out upon perilous undertakings. He had fallen into the habit of leaving the boy to choose his own course, believing that in time he would master himself. "I think, sir," said Donald steadily, "the net should come in." "'Twould be wise," said North. "Come, boy, we'll go fetch it." So they put forth in the punt. There was a fresh, fair wind, and with this filling the little brown sail, they were soon driven out from the quiet water of the harbor to the heaving sea itself. Great swells rolled in from the open and broke furiously against the coast rocks. The punt ran alongshore for 2 miles, keeping well away from the breakers. When at last she came to that point where Job North's net was set, Donald furled the sail and his father took up the oars. "'Twill be a bit hard to land," he said. Therein lied the danger. There is no beach along that coast. The rocks rise abruptly from the sea, here sheer and towering, there low and broken. When there is a sea running, the swells roll in and break against these rocks, and when the breakers catch a punt, they are certain to smash it to splinters. The iron stake to which Job North's net was lashed was fixed in a low ledge, upon which some hardy shrubs had taken root. The waves were casting themselves against the rocks below, breaking with a great roar and flinging spray over the ledge. "'Twill be a bit hard," North said again. But the salmon fishers have a way of landing under such conditions. When their nets are in danger, they do not hesitate. The man at the oars lets the boat drift with the breakers stern foremost toward the rocks. His mate leaps from the stern seat to the ledge. Then the other pulls the boat out of danger before the wave curls and breaks. It is the only way. But sometimes the man in the stem miscalculates, leaps too soon, stumbles, leaps short. He falls back and is almost inevitably drowned. Sometimes, too, the current of the wave is too strong for the man at the oars. His punt is swept in. Pull as hard as he may, and he is overwhelmed with her. Donald knew all this. He had lived in dread of the time when he must first make that leap. "The ice is comin' in, boy," said North. "'Twill scrape these here rocks, certain sure. Does you think you're strong enough to take the oars and let me go ashore?" "No, sir," said Donald. "You never leaped afore, did you?" "No, sir." "Will you try it now, boy?" said North quietly. "Yes, sir," Donald said faintly. "Get ready, then," said North. With a stroke or two of the oars, Job swung the stem of the boat to the rocks. He kept her hanging in this position until the water fell back and gathered in a new wave. Then he lifted his oars. Donald was crouched on the stern seat, waiting for the moment to rise and spring. The boat moved in, running on the crest of the wave, which would a moment later break against the rock. Donald stood up and fixed his eye on the ledge. He was afraid. All the strength and courage he had seemed to desert him. The punt was now almost on a level with the ledge. The wave was about to curl and fall. It was the precise moment when he must leap. That instant, too, when the punt must be pulled out of the grip of the breaker, if at all. He felt of a sudden that he must do this thing. Therefore, why not do it courageously? He leaped, but his new courage had not come in time. He made the ledge, but he fell an inch short of a firm footing. So for a moment he tottered, between falling forward and falling back. Then he caught the branch of an overhanging shrub, and with this saved himself. When he turned, Job had the punt in safety, but he was breathing hard, as if the strain had been great. "'Twas not so hard, was it, boy?" said Job. "No, sir," said Donald. Donald cast the net line loose from its mooring, and saw that it was all clear. His father let the punt sweep in again. It is much easier to leap from a solid rock than from a boat, so Donald jumped in without difficulty. Then they rowed out to the buoy, and hauled the great dripping net over the side. It was well they went out, for before morning the ice had drifted over the place where the net had been. More than that, Donald North profited by his experience. He perceived that if perils must be encountered, they are best met with a clear head and an unflinching heart. That night, when he thought it over, he was comforted. In the gales and high seas of the summer following, and in the blinding snowstorms and bitter cold of the winter, Donald North grew in fine readiness to face peril at the call of duty. All that he had gained was put to the test in the next spring, when the floating ice, which drifts out of the north in the spring break-up, was driven by the wind against the coast. Job North, with Alexander Blood and Bill Stevens, went out on the ice to hunt seal, and the hunt led them 10 miles offshore. In the afternoon of that day, the wind gave some sign of changing to the west, and at dusk it was blowing half a gale offshore. When the wind blows offshore, it sweeps all this wandering ice out to sea, and disperses the whole pack. "Go see if your father's coming, boy," said Donald's mother. "I'm getting terrible nervous about the ice." Donald took his gaff, a long pole of the light, tough dogwood, 2 inches thick and shod with iron, and set out. It was growing dark, and the wind, rising still, was blowing in strong, cold gusts. It began to snow while he was yet on the ice of the harbor, half a mile away from the pans and clumpers, which the wind of the day before had crowded against the coast. When he came to the standing ice, the stationary rim of ice which is frozen to the coast, the wind was thickly charged with snow. What with dusk and snow, he found it hard to keep to the right way. But he was not afraid for himself. His only fear was that wind would sweep the ice pack out to sea before his father reached the standing edge. In that event, as he knew, Job North would be doomed. Donald went out on the standing edge. Beyond lay a widening gap of water. The pack had already begun to move out. There was no sign of Job North's party. The lad ran up and down, hallooing as he ran, but for a time there was no answer to his call. Then it seemed to him he heard a despairing hail sounding far to the right, whence he had come. Night had almost fallen, and the snow added to its depth, but as he ran back, Donald could still see across the gap of water to that great pan of ice, which, of all the pack, was nearest to the standing edge. He perceived that the gap had considerably widened since he had first observed it. "Is that you, father?" he called. "Is, Donald," came an answering hail from directly opposite. "Is there a small pan of ice on your side?" Donald searched up and down the edge for a detached cake large enough for his purpose. Near at hand he came upon a thin small pan, not more than 6 feet square. "Haste, boy!" cried his father. "They's one here," he called back, "but 'tis too small. Is there none there?" "No, boy. Fetch that over." Here was a desperate need. If the lad was to meet it, he must act instantly and fearlessly. He stepped out on the pan and pushed off with his gaff. Using his gaff as a paddle, as these gaffs are constantly used in ferrying by the Newfoundland fishermen, and helped by the wind, he soon ferried himself to where Job North stood waiting with his companions. "'Tis too small," said Stevens. "'Twill not hold two." North looked dubiously at the pan. Alexander Blood shook his head in despair. "Get back while you can, boy," said North. "Quick! We're drifting fast. The pan's too small." "I think 'tis big enough for one man and me," said Donald. "Get aboard and try it, Alexander," said Job. Alexander Blood stepped on. The pan tipped fearfully, and the water ran over it. But when the weight of the man and the boy was properly adjusted, it seemed capable of bearing them both across. They pushed off. When Alexander moved to put his gaff in the water, the pan tipped again. Donald came near losing his footing. He moved near the edge, and the pan came to a level. They paddled with all their strength, for the wind was blowing against them, and there was need of haste if 3 passages were to be made. Meanwhile the gap had grown so wide that the wind had turned the ripples into waves, which washed over the pan as high as Donald's ankles. But they came safe across. Blood stepped quickly ashore, and Donald pushed off. With the wind in his favor, he was soon once more at the other side. "Now, Bill," said North, "your turn next." "I can't do it, Job," said Stevens. "Get aboard yourself. That lad can't come back again. We're drifting out too fast. He's your lad, and you've the right to—" "Yes, I can come back," said Donald. "Come on, Bill, quick." Stevens was a lighter man than Alexander Blood, but the passage was wider and still widening, for the pack had gathered speed. When Stevens was safely landed, he looked back. A vast white shadow was all that he could see. Job North's figure had been merged with the night. "Donald, boy," he said, "you got to go back for your father, but I'm fair feared you'll never—" "Give me a push, Bill," said Donald. Stevens caught the end of the gaff and pushed the lad out. "Goodbye, Donald," he said. When the pan touched the other side, Job North stepped aboard without a word. He was a heavy man. This body on the ice cake, the problem of return was enormously increased, as Donald had foreseen. The pan was overweighed. Time and again it nearly shook itself free of its bad load and rose to the surface. North stood near the center, plying his gaff with difficulty, but Donald was on the extreme edge. Moreover, the distance was twice as great as it had been at the first. The waves were running high, and it was dark. They made way slowly, and the pan often wavered beneath them. But Donald was intent upon the thing he was doing, and he was not afraid. Then came the time. They were but 10 yards off the standing edge, when North struck his gaff too deep into the water. He lost his balance, struggled desperately to regain it, failed, and fell off. Before Donald was awake to the danger, the edge of the pan sank under him, and he too toppled off. Donald had learned to swim now. When he came to the surface, his father was breast high in the water, looking for him. "Are you all right, Donald?" said his father. "Yes, sir." "Can you reach the ice alone?" "Yes, sir," said Donald quietly. Alexander Blood and Bill Stevens helped them up on the standing edge, and they were home by the kitchen fire in half an hour. "'Twas bravely done, boy," said Job. So Donald North learned that perils feared are much more terrible than perils faced. He has a courage of the finest kind. In these days has young Donald. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Christmas Adventure by J.E. Chamberlin. Having lived all his 14 years in New York City, making occasional visits to his grandfather's house in Connecticut, Horace Mason had often sighed for an adventure and lamented because life in the eastern part of the country is so tame and uninteresting. It had certainly never occurred to him that the chance for a pretty thrilling adventure existed in the quiet country neighborhood in which his grandfather lived. About a week before Christmas, Horace's mother took him to his grandfather's farm for the holidays. He had seldom been there in winter. The weather became remarkably cold and rough, but Horace found pleasure in walking about woods and pastures in rubber boots and ulster, and noting how odd the familiar scenes looked when covered with snow and ice, instead of dressed in green. A tree was to be set up on Christmas Eve in the old homestead, but Uncle John, on the afternoon of the 23rd, brought in for the celebration a rather scraggly little red cedar, brown rather than green, which Horace deemed totally unfit for the dignity of a Christmas celebration. "Why didn't you get a fir balsam with a nice even top to it?" Horace asked his uncle. "Don't grow around here." "But there are some over in the big swamp," said Horace. "Never noticed 'em," said Uncle John. Horace said nothing to this, because he was aware that he had often noticed things about the region in the way of trees, plants, and birds, which were apparently quite unobserved by the residents. "You won't be offended if I go after one tomorrow, will you, Uncle John?" "Bless your heart, no." The next morning a blizzard raged. Horace, looking out, saw nothing but the whirling fine snow. The wind rattled all the shutters on the old house. It shook the building to its very foundations. Horace thought it would be great fun to go out into this storm, with ulster, high rubber boots, and cap over his ears, looking for a Christmas tree in the big swamp. It did not occur to him that he needed to get his mother's permission for this expedition, and it certainly did not occur to her that the boy would start out in such a storm. Shortly after breakfast, he took an axe from the woodshed and was gone. On the way, he thought for a time that he must turn back. The storm buffeted him so terribly, and the cold, in spite of his warm coverings, was so intense. But he fought his way along, and at last came to the borders of the swamp, a flat tract of perhaps 100 acres, lying in a hollow between hills. In the spring, this level expanse was mostly covered with water, up through which grew many low red maples, some scattered firs and cedars, and a jungle of alders. Horace had often wished that he might explore the gloomy depths of this swamp, but in midsummer mosquitoes and pools forbade. Now, with the ground and pools frozen, he had no doubt he could pass through the swamp from end to end. He left the wood road and plowed through the deep snow along the margin of the swamp, looking out for firs. But he could see nothing more than a rod or two away. The storm did not diminish, and all about him the snow seemed extraordinarily deep. He sank into it up to his knees, and sometimes it was deeper still. He walked thus a long way on the edge of the swamp woodland, not caring to plunge into the swamp until he should have spied out a balsam. At last he saw through the cloud of snow the tapering head of an unmistakable fir balsam. He struck into the swamp after it, parting the alder branches with his axe held with both hands before him, and sinking 2 or 3 inches deeper into the snow. The fir proved to be too irregular for a Christmas tree. Then, through the snow, he saw another farther in the swamp. He penetrated to that, and found one side of it lacking. Beyond were other firs, and he fought his way deeper and deeper into the swamp. He discovered now a circumstance that aided him somewhat in working his way through the jungle. The matted alders seemed to lean away in masses from the hummocks of earth upon which they grew, in such a way as to make crooked, arched-over passageways, which, Horace thought, were curiously like the paths moles make under matted grass. He had often amused himself in summer digging out these mole paths and wondering why the crooked ways were constructed. These avenues through the alder thickets, away down in the bottom of a swamp quite impenetrable without them, often came to an abrupt end. Then Horace, floundering on hands and knees in the deep snow, sometimes thrusting his foot down to a watery depth, had to break his way with his axe through to another opening. He found the seclusion somewhat interesting. Down there was no wind, and his clothes and his laborious exercise made him warm, even uncomfortably so. He lay a few minutes on his back in a place where he could look up through an opening in the branches, and marveled at the sight of the stormy maelstrom overhead. The whirling snow looked black. For a moment the current of it seemed flowing like a river all one way, then it appeared to turn, to cross itself, and to twist about in a circle, from which it soon disentangled itself to resume its swift and steady march in one direction. All at once it occurred to Horace to ask himself, which direction was that? He thought first that he could not get lost in the swamp so long as he could see which way the snow was driving. But a chill ran over him when he reflected that he had not noticed, in his eagerness all the morning to be out in the storm, which way the wind was blowing. He tried now to think which way it had come as he walked to the swamp, but all he could recall was that the storm seemed to be coming from all directions at once. He started up with a sudden alarm, and then, noticing the deep track he had made as he floundered to the place where he lay now, he began to laugh. To get out of the swamp, he had only to follow his tracks back. He had come in here to find a nice young fir for a Christmas tree, and he was bound to get one. As he sat up, preparatory to rising, he saw that the snow, sifting down straight and steady from the eddying masses above the tops of the alders, had covered his coat and trousers with a deposit half an inch thick. And the moment of inaction had made him feel cold and stiff. He must be stirring. He plowed along further into the swamp. Coming out on the surface of one of the pools, he was rejoiced to see some balsam tops that seemed not more than a rod or two from the other edge of the pool. He struck through to them, but found here not even a mole path. He had to cut and slash with his axe to get to the trunks of the firs. Although the butts were 5 or 6 inches thick, the tops seemed tapering and even, and he set about cutting down one of the trees. Very soon he had the trunk cut in two, and it settled down into the snow. But fall it certainly could not, so dense was the growth all about it. He had to drag the butt through the bushes, still fighting his way with the axe, until the tree lay nearly flat on the ground. And then he found that the shape did not suit him at all. He left this fir on the ground and went plowing after another. Before long, traversing one of the tunnels under the alders, he came upon the very fir he wanted, a beautiful, even little tree, thick and green. He cut it down eagerly, but in another moment he found that it was as impractical to drag that bushy-headed young tree through the alder jungle as it would have been to move a house through the same wilderness. Horace had literally to carve a way for it. He slashed and chopped and worked the tree along a rod or two, and this took him at least half an hour. Horace sat down, quite out of breath, on the butt of the little tree to think it over. How could he get the tree out? He pondered a good while and began to feel very cold, and then looked up to see if the storm was still raging violently. It certainly was. The space above the treetops was black with clouds of snow. Then, chancing to look away in the direction from which he had come, he noticed that his tracks were already filled with snow. Horace jumped up, quite willing to leave his Christmas tree behind, and, dragging his axe, rushed through the tunnel toward the pool that he had crossed less than an hour before. The track disappeared completely before he reached this small open space. Although the alder branches were so thick, they held up very little of the snow. Leafless and wiry, they afforded little surface for the hard snow to cling to. Nevertheless, Horace found his way to the pool, and there the storm struck him full in the face. It was blinding. He could no longer see the fir tops that had beckoned him on an hour ago. Every track that he had made coming in was completely obliterated. Perhaps if he beat round the outskirts of the pool he could find the tracks where he came in, among the bushes on the other side. So he began to walk round and round the little open space, searching in vain for the tracks, and finding nothing but those by which he had just come out of the alders where he had cut the tree, and even these tracks were rapidly being covered. He began to feel decidedly queer, for he had not the slightest idea now which was the way out of the swamp. But he must be able to reach some place where he could see the woods, and once out of the swamp and into these, he could easily find his way back to the house. So, for more than an hour, it seemed longer to him, but he had left his watch at home, and he had no way of telling the time. He dragged himself through the tunnels under the alders, or slashed to right and left with his axe. He struggled and grew desperate, and never once did he catch sight of anything that looked like the woods or the margin of the swamp. The snow grew deeper and deeper, and made the arching tops of his mole paths lower and lower, while the labor of floundering and dragging himself through them became more terrible. Once he felt a thrill of relief upon coming on a track which he knew must be his own. He supposed that it was the track by which he had come into the jungle in the morning, strangely left uncovered by some better protection than the thicket had provided elsewhere. So he started back on it quite joyfully, and he followed it until he came to the trunk of a little maple tree which he knew he had cut down not 15 minutes before to clear a path. Then he knew he was winding about and had crossed his own tracks. If he followed them farther, they would simply bring him back to where he stood now. Meanwhile, he had grown very faint. He was almost too badly scared to be aware that he was hungry. But he felt that it must be afternoon, and on such a day, and at this time of the year, the darkness would fall by 3:30. He felt himself hopelessly lost, and abandoned, too. For why did not the people at the house miss him, and know that having gone after a Christmas tree, he must be lost in the big swamp? Why did they not send after him? They must come. But if he sat down and waited for them, he would get chilled. Already, in spite of his efforts, he felt a numbness creeping over him. The sense of it filled him with horror. He hurled himself against the bushes. He threw himself on his hands and knees and worked his way through the narrow passages. His mind went over and over various futile schemes for tracing his way. All at once he stopped and pondered. If he was really going round in a ring, when he thought he was going straight, could it be possible that he would go straight if he tried to go round in a ring? And if he found his way back to his track and made a ring, why not start out anew and deliberately add another ring to that? Enough circles made thus, placed side by side, would reach at last the edge of the swamp. He went back on his tracks, and was pleased to find that the snow had not yet covered them so deeply, but that he could find the place where he had branched off from the ring he had made. Walking back on this a few steps, Horace went off to the left, purposely intending to make another circle and come back to this one. But, after threading and pushing his way a long time, he convinced himself that he was not returning to it. No more tracks did he find. Did this mean that he was now following a straighter line, or merely that he was making a larger circle and going entirely round the inner one? A terrible fear of the snow and the earth came over him, and he could not bear to get down on his hands and knees to follow the tunnels under the bushes. But he was too weak to fight his way upright through the thicket. His brain reeled as he strained his eyes for the 500th time for some sign of the trees of the woods. It reeled still more when it seemed to him that he saw something large and black and shapeless through the gloom, some strange and threatening object descending upon him. The boy was so weak and tired and dazed by the long beating about and the everlasting swirl of the storm above his head that he could not bring his reason to bear upon the consideration of the question what this thing might be. It seemed to dash forward at him, and the formless black mass then divided as if it were the mouth of a crocodile, and then it drew back. It shook angrily from side to side. Now it dashed at him again, and opened its terrible mouth. Horace felt himself swooning in horror, and he knew that if he fainted here it would be the last of him. Oh, why had not his mother sent for him? Then a thought of shame came over him, that he should be fainting with terror over something that could not be real. Out of this shame grew a resolution, and suddenly the resolution mended his reason, and enabled him to see that this terrible, shapeless object was a great pine tree, whose dark branches were waving and bending and opening in the storm, seen dimly through the thick snow. Then he was at the edge of the woods. He tore through the bushes and came out on the clear space about the tree and rushed up to it. He dropped the axe and put his arms round the tree. Now he had to pull himself together to save himself from swooning with joy. But In another minute he felt much better. He had no idea on which side of the swamp he was, but that did not matter. He could find his way well enough now. After a little search, he found that he was exactly on the opposite side of the swamp from that on which he had gone in. And as he was skirting the edge of it, feeling fearfully hungry as well as weak, he saw, growing quite within his reach, a fine young fir tree. Then he remembered that he had dropped the axe at the foot of the pine tree, and he had to go back and get it before he could cut down the little tree. But he did cut it down, and staggered home with it, weak but triumphant. He found that it was 3 o'clock, and his mother was very much agitated, and Uncle John had gone away by the road to the big swamp about half an hour before. The boy had been so much accustomed to going off by himself that his mother had not worried until he failed to return for the midday meal, nor had she any idea what sort of a place the big swamp was. When Uncle John got it through his somewhat slow head that Horace had in all probability actually gone there, he too had become alarmed, and, after slow preparations, had started. Horace had missed him by coming home across the pastures. But Uncle John was brought home in an hour by the hired man, and as Horace felt much better after a good meal and a rest, the tree that he had brought was dressed, and the Christmas festival merrily celebrated by its aid. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. Chased by the Trail by Jack London. Walt first blinked his eyes in the light of day in a trading post on the Yukon River. Masters, his father, was one of those world missionaries who are known as pioneers, and who spend the years of their life in pushing outward the walls of civilization and in planting the wilderness. He had selected Alaska as his field of labor, and his wife had gone with him to that land of frost and cold. Now, to be born to the moccasin and packstrap is indeed a hard way of entering the world, but far harder it is to lose one's mother while yet a child. This was Walt's misfortune when he was 14 years old. He had at different times done deeds which few boys get the chance to do, and he had learned to take some pride in himself and to be unafraid. With most people, pride goeth before a fall, but not so with Walt. His was a healthy belief in his own strength and fitness, and knowing his limitations, he was neither overweening nor presumptuous. He had learned to meet reverses with the stoicism of the Indian. Shame to him lay not in the failure to accomplish, but in the failure to strive. So when he attempted to cross the Yukon between two ice runs and was chased by the trail, he was not cast down by his defeat. The way of it was this. After passing the winter at his father's claim on Mazy May, he came down to an island on the Yukon and went into camp. This was late in the spring, just before the breaking of the ice on the river. It was quite warm, and the days were growing marvelously long. Only the night before, when he was talking with Chilkoot Jim, the daylight had not faded and sent him off to bed till after 10 o'clock. Even Chilkoot Jim, an Indian boy who was about Walt's own age, was surprised at the rapidity with which summer was coming on. The snow had melted from all the southern hillsides and the level surfaces of the flats and islands. Everywhere could be heard the trickling of water and the sound of hidden rivulets. But somehow, under its 3-foot ice sheet, the Yukon delayed to heave its great length of 3,000 miles and shake off the frosty fetters which bound it. But it was evident that the time was fast approaching when it would again run free. Great fissures were splitting the ice in all directions, while the water was beginning to flood through them and over the top. On this morning, a frightful rumbling brought the two boys hurriedly from their blankets. Standing on the bank, they soon discovered the cause. The Stewart River had broken loose and reared a great ice barrier where it entered the Yukon, barely a mile above their island. While a great deal of the Stewart ice had been thus piled up, the remainder was now flowing under the Yukon ice, pounding and thumping at the solid surface above it as it passed onward toward the sea. "Today break 'em," Chilkoot Jim said, nodding his head. "Sure." "And then maybe 2 days for the ice to pass by," Walt added. "And you and I'll be starting for Dawson. It's only 70 miles, and if the current runs 5 miles an hour and we paddle 3, we ought to make it inside of 10 hours. What do you think?" "Sure." Chilkoot Jim did not know much English, and this favorite word of his was made to do duty on all occasions. After breakfast, the boys got out the Peterborough canoe from its winter cache. It was an admirable sample of the boat builder's skill, an imported article brought from the natural home of the canoe, Canada. It had been packed over the Chilkoot Pass 2 years before on a man's back, and had then carried the first mail in 6 months into the Klondike. Walt, who happened to be in Dawson at the time, had bought it for $300 worth of dust, which he had mined on the Maisie May. It had been a revelation both to him and to Chilkoot Jim, for up to its advent they had been used to no other craft than the flimsy birch-bark canoes of the Indians and the rude poling boats of the whites. Jim, in fact, spent many a happy half-hour in silent admiration of its perfect lines. Good, sure." Jim lifted his gaze from the dainty craft, expressing his delight in the same terms for the 1,000th time. But glancing over Walt's shoulder, he saw something on the river which startled him. "Look! See!" he cried. A man had been racing a dog team across the slushy surface for the shore, and had been cut off by the rising flood. As Walt whirled round to see, the ice behind the man burst into violent commotion, splitting and smashing into fragments which bobbed up and down and turned turtle like so many corks. A gush of water followed, burying the sled and washing the dogs from their feet. Tangled in their harness and securely fastened to the heavy sled, they must drown in a few minutes unless rescued by the man. Bravely his manhood answered. Floundering about with the drowning animals, nearly hip-deep in the icy flood, he cut and slashed with his sheath knife at the traces. One by one the dogs struck out for shore, the first reaching safety ere the last was released. Then the master, abandoning the sled, followed them. It was a struggle in which little help could be given, and Walt and Chilkoot Jim could only, at the last, grasp his hands and drag him, half-fainting, up the bank. First he sat down till he had recovered his breath. Next he knocked the water from his ears like a boy who had just been swimming, and after that he whistled his dogs together to see whether they had all escaped. These things done, he turned his attention to the lads. "I'm Musso," he said, "Pete Musso, and I'm looking for Charlie Drake. His partner is dying down at Dawson, and they want him to come at once, as soon as the river breaks. He's got a cabin on this island, hasn't he?" "Yes," Walt answered, "but he's over on the other side of the river with a couple of other men, getting out a raft of logs for a grubstake." The stranger's disappointment was great. Exhausted by his weary journey, just escaped from sudden death, overcome by all he had undergone in carrying the message that was now useless, he looked dazed. The tears welled into his eyes, and his voice was choked with sobs as he repeated aimlessly, "But his partner's dying. It's his partner, you know, and he wants to see him before he dies." Walt and Jim knew that nothing could be done, and as aimlessly looked out on the hopeless river. No man could venture on it and live. On the other bank, and several miles upstream, a thin column of smoke wavered to the sky. Charlie Drake was cooking his dinner there. 70 miles below, his partner lay dying, yet no word of it could be sent. But even as they looked, a change came over the river. There was a muffled rending and tearing, and as if by magic the surface water disappeared, while the great ice sheet, reaching from shore to shore, and broken into all manner and sizes of cakes, floated silently up toward them. The ice which had been pounding along underneath had evidently grounded at some point lower down, and it was now backing up the water like a mill dam. This had broken the ice sheet from the land and lifted it on top of the rising water. Break 'em very quick," Shilku Jim said. "Then here goes," Muso cried, at the same time beginning to strip his wet clothes. The Indian boy laughed. "Maybe you get 'em in middle, maybe not. All the same, the trail 'em go downstream, and you go too, sure." He glanced at Walt that he might back him up in preventing this insane attempt. "You're not going to try and make it across?" Walt queried. Muso nodded his head, sat down, and proceeded to unlace his moccasins. "But you mustn't," Walt protested. "It's certain death. The river'll break before you get halfway, and then what good'll your message be?" But the stranger doggedly went on undressing, muttering in an undertone, "I want Charlie Drake. Don't you understand? It's his partner dying." Sick man. By. The Indian boy put a finger to his forehead and whirled his hand in quick circles, thus indicating the approach of brain fever. Work too hard and think too much. All the time think about sick man at Dawson. Very quick head go round. So. And he feigned the bodily dizziness which is caused by a disordered brain. By this time, undressed as if for a swim, Muso rose to his feet and started for the bank. Walt stepped in front, barring the way. He shot a glance at his comrade. Jim nodded that he understood and would stand by. "Get out of my way, boy," Muso commanded roughly, trying to thrust him aside. But Walt closed in, and with the aid of Jim succeeded in tripping him upon his back. He struggled weakly for a few moments, but was too wearied by his long journey to cope successfully with the two boys whose muscles were healthy and trail-hardened. "Pack 'em into camp, roll 'em in plenty blanket, and I fix 'em good," Jim advised. This was quickly accomplished, and the sufferer made as comfortable as possible. After he had been attended to, and Jim had utilized the medical lore picked up in the camps of his own people, they fed the strangers' dogs and cooked dinner. They said very little to each other, but each boy was thinking hard, and when they went out into the sunshine a few minutes later, their minds were intent on the same project. The river had now risen 20 feet, the ice rubbing softly against the top of the bank. All noise had ceased. Countless millions of tons of ice and water were silently waiting the supreme moment when all bonds would be broken and the mad rush to the sea would begin. Suddenly, without the slightest apparent effort, everything began to move downstream. The jam had broken. Slowly at first, but faster and faster, the frozen sea dashed past. The noise returned again, and the air trembled to a mighty churning and grinding. Huge blocks of ice were shot into the air by the pressure. Others butted wildly into the bank. Still others, swinging and pivoting, reached inshore and swept rows of pines away as easily as if they were so many matches. In awe-stricken silence the boys watched the magnificent spectacle, and it was not until the ice had slackened its speed and fallen to its old level that Walt cried, "Look, Jim, look at the trail going by." And in truth it was the trail going by, the trail upon which they had camped and traveled during all the preceding winter. Next winter they would journey with dogs and sleds over the same ground, but not on the same trail. That trail, the old trail, was passing away before their eyes. Looking upstream, they saw open water. No more ice was coming down, although vast quantities of it still remained on the upper reaches, jammed somewhere amid the maze of islands which covered the Yukon's breast. As a matter of fact, there were several jams yet to break, one after another, and to send down as many ice runs. The next might come along in a few minutes. It might delay for hours. Perhaps there would be time to paddle across. Walt looked questioningly at his comrade. "Sure," Jim remarked, and without another word they carried the canoe down the bank. Each knew the danger of what they were about to attempt, but they wasted no speech over it. Wild life had taught them both that the need of things demanded effort and action, and that the tongue found its fit vocation at the campfire when the day's work was done. With dexterity born of long practice, they launched the canoe, and were soon making it spring to each stroke of the paddles as they stemmed the muddy current. A steady procession of lagging ice cakes, each thoroughly capable of crushing the Peterborough like an eggshell, was drifting on the surface, and it required of the boys the utmost vigilance and skill to thread them safely. Anxiously they watched the great bend above, down which at any moment might rush another ice run, and as anxiously they watched the ice stranded against the bank and towering a score of feet above them. Cake was poised upon cake and piled in precarious confusion, while the boys had to hug the shore closely to avoid the swifter current of midstream. Now and again great heaps of this ice tottered and fell into the river, rolling and rumbling like distant thunder and lashing the water into fair-sized tidal waves. Several times they were nearly swamped, but saved themselves by quick work with the paddles, and all the time Charlie Drake's pillared camp smoke grew nearer and clearer, but it was still on the opposite shore, and they knew they must get higher up before they attempted to shoot across. Entering the Stewart River, they paddled up a few 100 yards, shot across, and then continued up the right bank of the Yukon. Before long they came to the Bald-Face Bluffs, huge walls of rock which rose perpendicularly from the river. Here the current was swiftest inshore, forming the first serious obstacle encountered by the boys. Below the bluffs they rested from their exertions in a favorable eddy, and then, paddling their strongest, strove to dash past. At first they gained, but in the swiftest place the current overpowered them. For a full 60 seconds they remained stationary, neither advancing nor receding, the grim cliff base within reach of their arms, their paddles dipping and lifting like clockwork, and the rough water dashing by in muddy haste. For a full 60 seconds, and then the canoe sheered in to the shore. To prevent instant destruction, they pressed their paddles against the rocks, sheered back into the stream, and were swept away. Regaining the eddy, they stopped for breath. A second time they attempted the passage, but just as they were almost past, a threatening ice cake whirled down upon them on the angry tide, and they were forced to flee before it. Stiff, I think, yes," Chilkoot Jim said, mopping the sweat from his face as they again rested in the eddy. "Next time, make 'em sure." "We've got to. That's all there is about it," Walt answered, his teeth set and lips tight drawn, for Pete Musso had set a bad example, and he was almost ready to cry from exhaustion and failure. A third time they darted out of the head of the eddy, plunged into the swirling waters, and worked a snail-like course ahead. Often they stood still for the space of many strokes, but whatever they gained, they held, and they at last drew out into easier water far above. But every moment was precious. There was no telling when the Yukon would again become a scene of wild anarchy, in which neither man nor any of his works could hope to endure. So they held steadily to their course till they had passed above Charlie Drake's camp by 1/4 of a mile. The river was fully a mile wide at this point, and they had to reckon on being carried down by the swift current in crossing it. Walt turned his head from his place in the bow. Jim nodded. Without further parley, they headed the canoe out from the shore at an angle of 45 degrees against the current. They were on the last stretch now. The goal was in fair sight. Indeed, as they looked up from the toil to mark their progress, they could see Charlie Drake and his 2 comrades come down to the edge of the river to watch them. 500 yards, 400 yards, the Peterborough cut the water like a blade of steel. The paddles were dipping, dipping, dipping in rapid rhythm, and then a warning shout from the bank sent a chill to their hearts. Round the great bend just above rolled a mighty wall of glistening white. Behind it, urging it on to lightning speed, were 1,000,000 tons of long-pent water. The right flank of the ice run, unable to get cleanly round the bend, collided with the opposite shore, and even as they looked they saw the ice mountains rear toward the sky, rise, collapse, and rise again in glittering convulsions. The advancing roar filled the air so that Walt could not make himself heard, but he paused long enough to wave his paddle significantly in the direction of Dawson. Perhaps Charlie Drake, seeing, might understand. With 2 swift strokes they whirled the Peterborough downstream. They must keep ahead of the rushing flood. It was impossible to make either bank at that moment. Every ounce of their strength went into the paddles, and the frail canoe fairly rose and leaped ahead at every stroke. They said nothing. Each knew and had faith in the other, and they were too wise to waste their breath. The shoreline, trees, islands, and the Stewart River flew by at a bewildering rate, but they barely looked at it. Occasionally Chilkoot Jim stole a glance behind him at the pursuing trail, and marked the fact that they held their own. Once he shaped a sharper course toward the bank, but found the trail was overtaking them and gave it up. Gradually they worked in to land, their failing strength warning them that it was soon or never. And at last, when they did draw up to the bank, they were confronted by the inhospitable barrier of the stranded shore ice. Not a place could be found to land, and with safety virtually within arm's reach, they were forced to flee on down the stream. They passed a score of places, at each of which, had they had plenty of time, they could have clambered out, but behind pressed on the inexorable trail and would not let them pause. 1/2 mile of this work drew heavily upon their strength, and the trail came upon them nearer and nearer. Its sullen grind was in their ears, and its collisions against the bank made one continuous succession of terrifying crashes. Walt felt his heart thumping against his ribs and caught each breath in painful gasps, but worst of all was the constant demand upon his arms. If he could only rest for the space of one stroke, he felt that the torture would be relieved, but no, it was dip and lift, till it seemed as if at each stroke he would surely die. But he knew that Chilkoot Jim was suffering likewise, that their lives depended each upon the other, and that it would be a blot upon his manhood should he fail or even miss a stroke. They were very weary, but their faith was large, and if either felt afraid, it was not of the other, but of himself. Flashing round a sharp point, they came upon their last chance for escape. An island lay close inshore, upon the nose of which the ice lay piled in a long slope. They drove the Peterborough half out of water upon a shelving cake and leaped out. Then, dragging the canoe along, slipping and tripping and falling, but always getting nearer the top, they made their last mad scramble. As they cleared the crest and fell within the shelter of the pines, a tremendous crash announced the arrival of the trail. One huge cake, shoved to the top of the rim ice, balanced threateningly above them and then toppled forward. With one jerk they flung themselves in the canoe from beneath, and again fell breathless and panting for air. The thunder of the ice run came dimly to their ears, but they did not care. It held no interest for them whatsoever. All they wished was simply to lie there, just as they had fallen, and enjoy the inaction of repose. 2 hours later, when the river once more ran open, they carried the Peterborough down to the water. But just before they launched it, Charlie Drake and a comrade paddled up in another canoe. "Well, you boys hardly deserve to have good folks out looking for you the way you've behaved," was his greeting. "What under the sun made you leave your tent and get chased by the trail? Eh? That's what I'd like to know." It took but a minute to explain the real state of affairs, and but another to see Charlie Drake hurrying along on his way to his sick partner at Dawson. "Pretty close shave, that," Walt Masters said, as they prepared to get aboard and paddle back to camp. "Sure," Chilkoot Jim replied, rubbing his stiffened biceps in a meditative fashion. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Junior Classics Volume 9. Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Big Timber Beacon by John L. Mathews. There were 3 government beacon lights in Big Timber Bend, and the uppermost of them was Barney Layton's. It was nothing more than a lantern set in a frame against a white target on the top of a post, 50 feet from the edge of the deep bank of the Mississippi River. It was at the very head of the bend, at the foot of the crossing by which the channel came from the lower end of Silver Plate Bend over into Big Timber. It stood there so that the pilots on river steamers coming down could set the bows of their boats toward it, and run straight and true in the channel between the lower end of McAlpin's Bar and the head of Nottoway Towhead. When the river was low, this channel was both shoal and narrow, and the white target by day and the bright lantern by night had been gladly welcomed by pilots who had figured their way over the crossing in old days by sounding pole and luck. Every night at sunset, Barney climbed the levee in front of his mother's cabin, walked the half-mile down to the head of Big Timber, and out by a path he had made through the Big Timber itself to his light post, carrying the lantern, which he set in place and lighted. Every morning he came early to put it out and carry it home for cleaning and filling. For this the government paid his mother $75 a year, besides furnishing the oil and other supplies. And $75 a year is a considerable amount behind a levee in Lower Arkansas. The work was not always as easy as it sounds. Some years the Mississippi never rises out of its banks, and some years it does. When it did, it filled all the Big Timber in front of the levee with a rushing current, and Barney Layton had to use main strength as well as his wits getting out in his skiff to tend his light. Sometimes he would be carried by and washed a mile downstream before he could get out of the current and start home again. And with the river out of its banks, he was always rather glad when the post, too, was submerged, and the support for his light was either nailed on a tree in the front of the Big Timber or abandoned altogether for a week or 2. Big Timber had been stable for several years. The swift current of the river sweeping by its front had apparently taken not a foot of soil from it. The light post had been shifted hardly a rod in 2 seasons. The crossing seemed to hold its place. But at last came a big water out of the Ohio, which found the river already full and the lower tributaries high. For weeks it stood over the banks and against the levees, and when at last it went down, it left the earthen banks saturated with water, so that they could with difficulty sustain their own weight without collapsing. Then Silver Plate Bend began to cave. As the pressure of the water on its front was withdrawn, the bank began to topple over and settle in the river in great slices, eating back farther and farther, changing the shape of the bend, and altering the set of the current over the crossing. The deflected swift water ate up into McAlpin's Bar, and struck Big Timber Bend 100 yards above the light, and one night the Rupert Lee, coming up and steering by Barney's beacon, as it turned where the crossing used to be, ran hard on a new bar at the head of Nottoway Towhead. She got off before morning, and lay up at the light till the crossing could be sounded, and Barney had a chat about it with pilot Ned Hinckley. "Better get your light shifted," said the pilot banteringly. "If we'd been coming down and struck that bar with the current, the Rupert would have left her bones in it. What good's a false beacon, youngster?" A false beacon? Barney took that very much to heart. He told his mother about it, and she forthwith wrote to the lighthouse inspector. But the letter was forestalled the next day, when the tender Lily herself arrived with the inspector on board, sounded out a new channel, and moved Barney's light up to the bank to mark it. "Now, Barney," said the inspector, "you've got to be on watch. That bank in Silver Plate is going to make trouble below. Big Timber Bend will begin caving before many days. It can't stand this. The water is 70 feet deep right in front of this bank, and it must be cutting pretty steep now. The snag boat will be along pretty soon, and cut the timber off quite a way back, and then we'll set the light farther inland. But till then you must watch, and if the bank where the light is starts to go, get the target and nail it to the front of that big gum tree right behind it. If that goes, keep on working straight back till we get here. The crossing is moving up, so you'll be about right." Barney promised faithfully, and he kept his word. He was only a boy of 15, and it was a good deal of responsibility to have on his shoulders. But Barney was used to all kinds of responsibility, from taking care of his mother to hauling his cotton to the gin. He would keep this beacon true. The inspector's prophecy was promptly verified. Within a week, Big Timber Bend was caving, and caving badly. When Barney came to put the light out one morning, he heard the roar of it, a roar that made him run. For it was more than the noise of earthen banks going in, it was the sound of trees crashing into the river. He hurried through the woods and found his light still standing, but so close to the edge that it seemed saved by a miracle. The bank before it had given and slipped into the water, leaving not over a foot of earth before the post, and the ladder by which he usually mounted stuck out over empty air. Barney approached cautiously, knowing that the whole section on which he stood might at any moment sink into the deep water. As he neared the edge, there was a roar, and a big section 10 rods downstream went under. Barney felt chills run up and down his spine, but he stayed to get his light. Foot by foot he advanced, waiting to see if anything would happen after each step, and reached at last the 6-foot post, shinned cautiously up it, grasped the lantern, and retired to safer ground. Then he thought of the target. To get it was a task, for he might shake the post free and precipitate himself into the eddying water 30 feet below. But he must have the target. So cautiously he went back, and cautiously he tugged and wrenched until he had the white board loose. Then he went back to the house for nails and a hammer, and later in the day he came back to fix a new mounting, and brought the lantern with him. Meanwhile the river had not been idle. Barney had left the white target at the foot of the big gum tree on which it was to be nailed, but the river had evidently desired the piece of bank on which the gum tree stood, and had undermined it. It had cracked off 50 feet back of the tree, and an acre more had slumped down about 4 feet. There it had stopped, but Barney knew that the slightest jar might be enough to start the whole piece settling again beneath the river. Did he dare jump down on it, run out, get his target, and scramble back? Did he dare? Barney thought about false beacons, and scarcely hesitated. The bank on which he stood had cut away as sharply as if chiseled, and the soil that formed the edge was still wet and smooth. Over it slipped Barney to the lower part and hastened toward the gum. He had just reached it when he felt a peculiar trembling of the earth, and heard a series of loud splashes at the waterside. A quick glance told him what was happening. The whole loose segment on which he stood had started slipping again. It went slowly down, while Barney raced for the firm bank, but when he reached the edge of the slipping piece, he was already confronted by a precipice at least 15 feet in height, to scale which was impossible. Badly frightened, but not panic-stricken, he made 2 or 3 futile attempts, only to bring the earth crashing down with him, and realizing that this was to invite immediate sinking of the part he stood on, he looked for another plan. Up and downstream ran the precipice which balked him. All round the other sides of land gave sharply down into the river, and at its feet washed that swift current, which, within a short distance of the edge, was 70 feet deep. Barney went carefully back to the big gum tree, wondering how he would get off. As he stood by it, the earth slipped 5 or 6 feet lower, and Barney realized that another 6 feet would put him under water. Then he had an idea. There was one route to possible safety, up the big gum tree. Sometimes when the bank goes in, such trees roll over and drift away, their roots free of earth. Sometimes they turn their roots up, embed their branches in the bottom, and form dangerous snags. But sometimes they stand upright for days, even weeks, their tops out of water, their main trunk and roots hidden deep beneath the flood. This was going down so straight that Barney hoped it might take that course. It was a big tree, and the nearest fork was at least 20 feet up. But Barney had brought his hammer and a pocketful of 4-inch nails for the target. He picked the target up, and with 2 of them nailed it firmly to the tree 5 feet above the ground. He took a cord from his pocket and hung his lantern over his shoulder, drove a spike 2 feet from the ground for a step, mounted on it and threw a knee over the target, and drove another 2 feet above that. Sitting on the target, he drove another still higher, and then standing, drove another above that. They were not directly in line, but formed a sort of ladder for him, although a ladder difficult to cling to. He was still standing on the target when the earth slipped again, and this time tilted, so that the shore edge was below water line, but the outer edge was a foot or 2 above the eddies, and the tree tilted shoreward slightly. That made climbing easier. He was on the upper side, and could lean somewhat against the tree. Nail after nail he drove, and climbed steadily upward, until, as he reached the crotch and found branches on which he could mount more easily, the land in which the tree was rooted caved easily down into the turbulent water. Had a mad dog suddenly learned how to climb a tree and scrambled up after him, Barney could not have climbed faster than he now went up the rest of the big gum. He fairly jumped from branch to branch, warned of the need of haste by the gurgle of water below. The bank went down steadily as he went up, but at last it came to rest again, leaving Barney 10 feet above the water, and on the highest branch on which he dared to risk his weight. Looking about him, he discovered himself in a dreadful plight. All round rushed the swift water of the channel current, bending and swaying his tree-top till he feared it would be torn away. 50 feet of angry water lay between him and the shore itself was a frowning cliff, almost perpendicular and 30 feet high. It was 3 miles down to the foot of Big Timber Bend, and Barney could see no prospect of being able to swim out. He cogitated until dusk came, and could not imagine how any one would come to rescue him. He had kept his hammer thrust into his outside pocket when he sprang into the branches, and with his last nail he made a hook for his lantern on the swaying tree. Then he lighted and hung the beacon. "Must keep that true," he said aloud as he did so. Then, settling himself in the most nearly comfortable position he could find, he prepared to wait until some solution of his difficulty was thrust upon him, either by the final collapse of the tree or by the arrival of rescue. As it was a warm summer night, even the cool of the river could not make his position impossible, and there was nothing for him to do but wait. When the big steamboat Rupert Lee, bound down, swung into the head of Silver Plate Bend long after midnight, pilot Ned Hinckley prepared for trouble. "Landing's gone," he said to his helper on the other side of the big wheel. "I saw Jim Higgins, who came up in the Walsh Hansel, and he says it cut back a quarter of a mile. The whole bend has gone. The 2 houses at the landing, the people hardly got out. That's what they get for living outside the levee. I wish I knew what we'll find in the crossing below. Like as not, Big Timber Beacon has gone into the river before now." The big side-wheeler coughed her way down through the Silver Plate Bend cautiously enough, feeling it by the loom of the shore, since the lights at the head and middle of it were gone. Only a solitary beacon at the foot remained, and as they swept the curve the pilot reached for a lever and threw on the searchlight, and with it lighted up the bend. All along its front, tree trunks cluttered a ragged bank, and the water rustled through their tops as they lay fallen half over. He cut the light off, and brought the steamboat a little farther out. "Hate to take chances on McAlpin's bar," he said, "but there are some nasty snags there, and the bar is the lesser evil." So they came down to the foot of the bend and to the solitary beacon. Then the pilot cast a glance across the river. "Well, by hokey!" he exclaimed. "Big Timber light is still standing. I'm glad of that. The Lily reset it. And if ever I was glad to see a light, I am glad to see that one now." He brought the big wheel spinning over toward him, and the Rupert Lee swung its nose out from the bank, and slowly turned its huge bulk till it was headed toward the Big Timber beacon. The current swept it downward as it turned, so that as it finally straightened out, the two lights bore almost directly ahead and astern, the proper line for a run through the thread of channel below McAlpin's bar. Hinckley thoughtfully eyed the Big Timber beacon. "Tommy," he said, "does that light seem to be as high up as usual?" "Pretty low," commented Tommy, peering out into the darkness. "Looks to me like it ain't steady either." The light was indeed swaying with the motion of the tree, but a moment later it swayed much more violently. Barney had taken it from its nail, and was swinging it to and fro in a long arc, in the usual manner of hailing a passing steamboat. "It ain't the beacon at all, or else someone is using it for a signal light," exclaimed the pilot. He threw the lever, and the searchlight blazed out. A turn of a little wheel overhead directed the beams, and out of the darkness leaped the picture of a caved bank, a tree-top waving in the water, and the figure of someone in the tree-top swaying the light. "It's the beacon, all right," said the pilot, "or it's where the beacon was." He reached for a rope and sounded loudly 3 long blasts of the whistle, 2 short and another long. On the lower deck all was activity at once. "What's the landing, Mr. Hinckley?" came a deep voice from the darkness below. The pilot leaned out of the window and answered, "Head of Big Timber Bend, Captain. Something wrong with the beacon. Someone in the water." He signaled the engine room, and the wheels stopped, and again the Rupert Lee swung around. Hinckley took a quick survey of the bank up and down the bend, then turned his light on the beacon tree. The figure of Barney stood out in bold detail. "Hello," said the pilot. "It's the kid that tends the light. Lower the stage on deck there and brace the inner end of it. Send someone out to pick the boy out of that tree. We will have to do it quick. Don't miss him now." The Rupert Lee was broadside to the current and drifting swiftly downstream. The wheels were barely turning. The port landing stage was run out forward and lowered. A dozen negro hands were stationed on the inboard end of it, and a stout rowster and the mate ran to the outer end, where they hung out over the water. Barney saw them coming and made ready to be caught. He hung the lantern on its nail, freed himself from the branches, and as Hinckley, with the skill of a lifelong experience, set the wheels of the steamer back to clear the nest of fallen trees, Barney reached out, and the two on the landing stage caught him and dragged him on board. The steamer backed away and turned downstream, and Barney, after hearty congratulations from the lower deck, was escorted to the pilot house. "Hello, bub," said the pilot as he came in. "No false light about you, is there? You guided us over that crossing straight as a die, and I'll report the way you did it to the department." He did report him, too, and things came of that. But the ending of this story came when Barney had been put aboard the Kate Clancy in the bend below to be carried back home, and as the Kate Clancy came up through Big Timber Bend to drop him at the foot of McAlpin's bar, he and her captain surveyed the scene of his adventure, and found no sign of the beacon, for the big gum tree and the lantern had gone into the river. End of Section 8.
Section number 9 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. How Hilda Got a School by Lelia Munsell. Well, Hilda, do you want to try again? Mr. Kenyon had hung up his overcoat and cap and was standing with his back to the fire, which Hilda had quickened when she heard him coming. She knew he would be chilled, for it was a cold February night. Johnston told me that there would be a change for the spring term down here in Hazel Row, he went on. The board is going to meet next Monday, he said, so if you want to try again, we'd better get in your application within a day or two. Mrs. Kenyon heard her husband's question and came in from the kitchen to hear what further he might have to say, while the two younger children dropped their play to listen. They were all interested in Hilda's attempt to get a school. "You could board at home if you got that," said Mrs. Kenyon. "It's only 2 miles." Mr. Kenyon laughed. "Better catch your hare before you cook it. Perhaps Hilda doesn't even want to try again." "Papa," cried Hilda indignantly, "you know I want to try again. But now listen, you and Mama both, and please don't think I don't appreciate what you have done to help me, but I want to go all alone this time. If I am ever going to make a teacher, I must learn to depend upon myself. I can't always have you to do things for me. And besides, I don't blame a school board for not hiring a teacher who hasn't grit enough to apply alone. You know I can't say anything for myself when you are along, Papa. I can talk before a stranger lots better than I can before you." "I don't see why you should feel that way," interposed Mrs. Kenyon. "You surely are not afraid of your father." "I'm not afraid of him in one sense, but in another sense I am. I can't talk to the directors before him as I could if I were alone. I let Papa apply for me last fall, and I let him go along twice this spring, and I haven't a school yet." Mrs. Kenyon started to speak, but her husband shook his head at her. "I guess we'll have to let you have your way this time," he said. "We'll see if you succeed any better than I did." Hilda gave him a grateful look. "But how are you going?" "Couldn't I walk? It isn't far." "No, indeed. Johnston, of course, is less than 2 miles away, but Mr. Andrews lives 4 or 5 miles northeast, and Smith is as far in the other direction. You'll have 12 or 14 miles to travel by the time you get back home. There is too much snow for you to walk anyway, even if it wasn't too far, and I can't trust you to drive the team alone as cold as it is." "I can write old Selim. He's safe enough." "Yes, he's safe enough, but you will find it pretty cold, riding so far on horseback." "You'd better let your father take you in the buggy," said Mrs. Kenyon. "You'll freeze to death on Selim. Now, Mama, please," begged Hilda, and her mother said no more. Hilda had many ambitions, but the nearest and most absorbing one was to get a school. Beyond that lay a college course, and beyond that she hardly dared to think of all the good things the future might hold for her and hers if only she might go to college. But she knew that the money for a college course must come from her own efforts. She had been a very proud girl when her first certificate came. It was only for a year, of course. According to the laws of the state, one must have taught 3 months to receive a certificate for a longer time than that. But her grades were high enough to entitle her to a second class. The county superintendent had enclosed a kind little note with the certificate and had spoken personally to her father, commending her work very highly. Hilda felt that she had a right to be proud. But the certificate in itself was not worth much. Its chief value lay in the fact that it entitled her to teach if she could get a school. And how she did want a school! She dreamed of it by night and talked of it by day. Her father's announcement that there was a vacancy so near home raised her hopes again. If she could get the place, she could save all her salary, for the schoolhouse was so near that she could board at home, as her mother had said. She must get it, that was all. And she felt that she must go alone. Mr. Kenyon made no objection this time, and Mrs. Kenyon consented on the condition that Hilda would allow herself to be well bundled up for the long, cold ride. Hilda readily consented to this, but she almost rued her bargain in the morning when her mother insisted on putting a large coat of her own over Hilda's and in trying a scarf over the warm hood, and when the girl had climbed on the horse she had wrapped a warm shawl about her. "How in the world am I to get on and off again with all this stuff, Mamma?" she asked. "I feel as wrapped up as a mummy. I know I'll frighten all the horses I meet." It was well, perhaps, that she could not see herself, for she certainly cut rather a ridiculous figure. Added to all the rest, she was riding her father's saddle. The right stirrup had been thrown over, and in this her foot rested, while the left stirrup dangled below. She had never been fortunate enough to possess a side saddle, and had often ridden in this way about the farm. But she could not help feeling a little sensitive about her appearance on this occasion, which meant so much to her, and she wished her mother would not be so fussy. As she drew near Mr. Johnston's house, she considered. It would take her some time to disentangle herself from many wrappings, and to anyone watching from the house she would present rather a ridiculous appearance in her necessarily clumsy efforts to dismount. So she halted old Selim some distance from the front gate, and here, hidden by the trees, she divested herself of her extra garments. Her heart was pounding away vigorously as she knocked and inquired if Mr. Johnston was in. She had known him ever since she could remember, but he seemed suddenly to have become almost a stranger. Outwardly, however, it was a very dignified young lady who presented her case before him. It seemed to her that he looked at her for fully 5 minutes without speaking. "So, you want to teach?" he asked at last. "Pretty young, aren't you? How old are you? 17? "Yes, sir," answered Hilda. "I suppose that isn't very old, but I have a good certificate, and I'm pretty sure that I can teach a good school. At least, I'd try my best if you would give me a chance." "That's what they all say," remarked Mr. Johnston. "I know, but that is all I can say till somebody gives me a chance to show what I can do." "You have had no experience, of course." "No, but if I'm ever to make a teacher, I'll have to teach my first school sometime and somewhere." "I guess that's so. Got some pretty good grades here." He had been examining the certificate she had handed him. "Yes, sir," answered Hilda modestly. Again he was silent. Then he handed her back her certificate. "Well, I'll tell you, Hilda, so far as I am concerned, I am willing to give you a chance. I've known you ever since you were a baby, and I know you are a wide-awake, energetic little girl. But I'm only one of 3, and I am afraid you won't stand the best of chances with the other 2. You don't know either of them personally, do you?" "I thought not. Andrew wants the place for a cousin of his, and Smith will think you are too young. But go and see both of them. Don't tell them what I've said. Simply say that you spoke to me about it. Smith is president of the board." Hilda thanked him and went her way, much encouraged in spite of what he had said about her possible reception by the other 2 members. She experienced some difficulty in mounting and dismounting each time, encumbered as she was, but that did not trouble her much now, although she was careful at both places to stop far enough away from the house, as she had done at Mr. Johnston's, to enable her to accomplish this feat without being seen. And she was truly thankful that no one asked her how she came. She much preferred that the men whose interest she was trying to enlist should not see her perched up on old Selim, like a big round bump on a log, as her father had expressed it. Fortunately, she found both Mr. Andrews and Mr. Smith at home, but she did not receive the encouragement from them that she had done from Mr. Johnston. Indeed, Mr. Andrews told her that the school was as good as engaged, and that it was useless for her to see Mr. Smith. Hilda, remembering what Mr. Johnston had told her about the cousin, made no reply, but resolved to call upon Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith listened to her courteously and quietly. "Pretty young, aren't you?" he asked. Hilda laughed. "I expected you to say that, but it isn't always age and experience that make success. I have always wanted to teach, and I've always thought I could teach, and I believe I can, if I am young." "I don't know, but that's the right way to talk. We've got to believe in ourselves before we ever amount to much. How much would you want a month?" She was not prepared for this question. In her heart she knew that she would take the school at whatever they might offer, but she reflected that it would not be policy to say so, so she answered, "Whatever you have been paying for your spring term." "Well, we'll talk over your application Monday. If we want you, we will let you know. You needn't come to see us about it again." Hilda was obliged to be content with this. She thanked him and then, behind the grove where she had tied her horse, she bundled herself up for the ride home, where an eager audience listened to her story while she thawed out her fingers and toes. The next 6 days seemed interminably long to her, but Monday came at last. All day she listened expectantly for a step on the front porch, but no one came that day or the next. Wednesday morning she was helping her father about the barn when she heard someone behind her, and turned to face Mr. Johnston. "Hello," he cried. "So you concluded to try farming if you couldn't get a school?" Hilda smiled in reply. She could not trust herself to speak, so she had failed again. Mr. Johnston chatted with her father for a time while she went bravely on with her work. It would never do to let him know how disappointed she was. "Well, Hilda," he said finally, "I'll expect you to do me credit this spring." Hilda looked up, surprised. "We concluded we would try you," he continued. "Andrew stuck out for his cousin, but Smith went with me. Smith was quite taken with you. Andrew's cousin had let him attend to her application and had never come to see one of us about it. Smith didn't like that way of doing things, and I confess I don't myself. You'll get $35 for 3 months. If that is satisfactory, I guess we might as well go to the house and sign the contract now." Hilda felt that she was treading on air as she followed him to the house, and when she saw her name signed to the little slip of paper, the contract between herself and District Number 33, she secretly pinched herself to see if she were awake. She wanted to shout, but of course that would not do. But the moment Mr. Johnston was gone, she seized her mother about the waist and whirled her round the room. "Just think, Mama, just think," she cried. "I've actually got a school, $105 and no board to pay. Okay, maybe now I won't have to wait any longer to go to college than I had expected to do in the first place. And Mama," she drew her mother close and whispered in her ear, "when I get to be a professor in some big university, you won't have to work any more, and I can give you the things that I've wanted and wanted so long to give you." End of section number 9.
Section 10 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Imp and the Drum by Josephine D. Bacon. It never would have happened but for Miss Eleanor's mission class. Once a week through the winter, she went in the cars to a town not far from the city, where there were a great many mills but few schools, and talked to a crowd of the mill hands' little children. She did not give them lessons exactly, but she told them stories and sang songs with them and interested them in keeping themselves and their homes clean and pretty. They were very fond of her and were continually bringing in other children, so that after the first year she gave up the small room she had rented and took them up 2 flights to an old dancing hall a little out of the center of town. The imp had been from the beginning deeply interested in this scheme, and when he learned that many of the boys were just exactly 8½ his own age, and that they played all sorts of games and told stories and sang songs and had good times generally, his interest and excitement grew, and every Thursday found him begging his mother or big auntie, with whom they spent the winter, to telephone to his dear Miss Eleanor that this time he was to accompany her and see all those fascinating children. Big Hans, who, though 14, was young for his years and stupid. Little Olga, who was only 11, but who mothered all the others, and had brought more children into the class than anyone else. Pierre, who sang like a bird, and wore a dark blue jersey and a knitted cap pulled over his ears. Red-headed Mike, who was all freckles and fun, and pretty, shy Elizabeth, with deep violet eyes and a big dimple, who was too frightened to speak at first, and who ran behind the door even now if a stranger came. But it was not till the imp gave up being 8.5 and arrived at what his Uncle Stanley called 9:15 that Miss Eleanor decided that he might go if his mother would let him. "I used to think," she said, "that it wouldn't be wise to take him. I thought they'd feel awkward, for, of course, he's better dressed, and I don't want them to feel like they're being shown off or made an exhibition of, even to a child. But I know them so well now, and I've told them about him and how he loves to play games and wants to come, and I think it may really be a good thing for both sides." So, on one delicious Thursday in early February, the imp boarded the train proudly, and they steamed out of the big station. He had gone over the entire afternoon in anticipation with Harvey, his little lame friend, who could not go to school but did his lessons with a tutor, and with whom the imp studied every morning during the 3 or 4 months they spent in the city. And Harvey was as interested as he, and sent his best love to them all. From the moment of the imp's entrance, when his cheerful "Hullo" made him any number of friends, and his delight at being there made them all delighted to have him, he was a great success. And when Big Hands, with a furtive glance at the imp's clean hands, went quietly off to the ever-ready basin and washed his own, Miss Eleanor regretted that she had not brought him sooner. When they had finished the story about Washington at Valley Forge, for Miss Eleanor was quietly teaching them history, she got them into a long line that reached quite round the room, and went out for a moment, returning with a drum in her hand. Not a play drum, but a real one, with polished black sticks and a fascinating strap to cross over the shoulder. "Now," said she, "we're going to learn the fire drill, and we'll take turns at the drum." The children were delighted, and stood still as mice while she explained the order of affairs. In the big city public schools, she had been told, they practiced going out in line at a mock alarm of fire, and the boy or girl who broke out of line or dashed for the door before the drum tap was disgraced for days in the eyes of the school. Everything must be quiet and in order. Every child must have his place and take it. No one must cry out, or run ahead, or push, or try to hurry matters. And, what was most important, all must keep step, which is why the drum came to be there. She arranged them carefully, little ones first, then girls, last of all the boys, with Big Hands at the rear, and Olga managing a crowd of the little ones. "Now," she said, "we won't leave the room this first time. We'll just march round and round till we can all keep step. And later we'll practice going through the halls and downstairs. I'll drum the first time, and then the best boy shall be drummer." The friend who had suggested the fire drill when Miss Eleanor had begged her for some new games to play had never seen one, and did not know the exact details. But she knew the general idea of it, and she knew, too, that it was not at all easy for people to keep in step, even to a drum. This had surprised Miss Eleanor greatly. She supposed that anybody could keep step, and she was much inclined to doubt her friend's statement that a large number of grown people, even, found it difficult. But there was still a greater surprise in store for her. When she slung the strap over her pretty red waist and hit the drum a resounding blow, a very different sound from what she had expected was the result. A muffled, flat noise, with nothing inspiring about it whatever. She bit her lip and tried again, the children watching her attentively from the sides of the big room. Bang! 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 A few feet began to keep time, but the sound was not very different from that produced by a stick hit against the wall. And Big Hands, whose father played in a band and who had attended many rehearsals, it was from him the drum had been procured, shook his head solemnly. "Not so, not so," he said in his thick, gruff voice. "You no hit good, you no hit hard." "Oh, Hands, can you play it?" cried Miss Eleanor eagerly. "Here, take it," and she flung the strap over his shoulder. Hands shambled out to the center of the room and struck a mighty blow. The familiar deep sound of a drum filled the place, and Miss Eleanor sighed with relief. But, alas, her joy was short-lived, for poor Hands had no idea of time, and could only pound away like a hammer. In vain she held his hand and tried to guide his strokes. The noise was deafening, but no more to be marched to than thunder. Little Pierre tried next, but though he kept perfect time, and looked very cunning in his little blue blouse, his taps were too light to cover the sound of the trampling feet. Miss Eleanor's cheeks were red with vexation. Her arm ached, and the children were getting restless. She did not know what to do. "Oh, dear, who could have thought it was so hard?" she exclaimed pathetically. And then she noticed the imp, who was fairly holding his lips in his effort to keep silence. For he had solemnly promised his mother not to put himself forward, nor suggest anything, nor offer to do a single thing till he was asked, on pain of never coming again. "What is it, Perry?" she asked. I can play a drum, Miss Eleanor," he burst out. She looked doubtful. The imp was given to thinking that he could do most things. "This isn't a play drum, you know, dear. It's a real one," she said. "But I can play a real one. Truly, I can. Mr. Archer taught me. He was a truly drummer boy in the war. He showed me how. He said I could hit it up like a good 'un," the imp exploded again. Miss Eleanor dimly remembered that among the imp's amazing list of acquaintances, a one-legged Grand Army man who kept a newspaper stall had been mentioned, and decided it could do no harm to let him try. "Well, put it on," she said, and the imp proudly assumed the drum, grasping the sticks loosely between his fingers, wagged his head knowingly from side to side, and began. Brum, 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 brum. The straggling line straightened, the children began to grin, and little Pierre, at the head of the line, stamped his foot and started off. Miss Eleanor's forehead smoothed, and she smiled encouragingly at the imp. That's it, she cried delightedly. "How easy it looks!" But the imp stopped suddenly, and the moving line stopped with him. "Wait, I forgot," he said peremptorily. "You mustn't start till I do this," and, with a few preliminary taps, he gave the long roll that sends a pleasant little thrill to the listener's heart. Brum, 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 dum. The children jumped with delight, and the line started off, the imp drumming for dear life around the inside of the big square, and Miss Eleanor keeping the hasty ones back and hurrying the stragglers, trying to make big hands feel the rhythm, and suppressing Pierre's happy little skips. After a half-hour of this, they begged to try the halls and stairs, and the imp stood proudly on the landings, keeping always at about the middle of the line, stamping his right foot in time with his sticks, his eyes shining with joy, his little body straight as a dart. Miss Eleanor was delighted. The boys responded so well to her little talk on protecting the girls, and waiting till they were placed before taking their own stand in the line. The girls stood so straight, the little ones entered so well into the spirit of the thing, that she felt that afternoon to have been one of the best they had had, and confided as much to the imp on their journey home. As for the imp, he had a new interest in life, and talked of little else than the fire drill for days. There was no question as to his going the next Thursday, and he and his drum formed the chief attraction of the day, for the drill proved to be the most popular game of all. And after the proclamation had gone forth that none but clean-handed, neatly dressed, respectful boys need aspire to head the line, such boys were in a great and satisfying majority. For a month they had been practicing regularly, and by the end of that time every child knew his place and took it instantly at the opening tap. It was pretty to see little Olga shake back her yellow pigtails and marshal her tiny brood into line. Even the smallest of them kept step nicely now. Only big hands could not learn, and Pierre walked by his side in vain, trying to make him feel the rhythm of the imp's faithful drumsticks. There was one feature of the drill that amused Miss Eleanor's friends greatly. Of course, there was no fire alarm in the old hall, and she would not let anyone cry out or even pretend for a moment that there was any real danger. She merely called sharply, "Now!" and they were to form, and it was one of the suppressed excitements of the afternoon to wait for that word. They never knew when it would come. For Miss Eleanor's one terror was fire. Twice, as a little girl, she had been carried out of a burning house, and the flames bright against the night, the hoarse shouts of the firemen, the shock of the frightened awakening, and the chill of the cold winter air had so shaken her nerves that she could hardly bear to remember it. Burglars held little terror for her. In accidents she was cool and collected. More than once, in a quiet way, she had saved people from drowning. But a little bit of flaming paper turned her cheeks white and made her hands tremble. So, though Big Hands begged to be allowed to call out, "Fire!" she would never let him. And though she explained the meaning of the drill to them, it is to be doubted if they attached much importance to the explanation, as she herself did not care to talk about it long. One fine windy Thursday, it was the second Thursday in March, and the last Thursday the imp would be able to spend with his new friends, for he was going back to the country, they started out a little depressed in spirits. The imp, because it was his last visit, Miss Eleanor because she was afraid her children were in danger of a hard week. The hands of 3 of the largest factories were on strike, and though they were quite in the wrong and were demanding more than any but the ringleaders themselves felt to be just, they were excited to the pitch of rage that no reasoning can calm. And as the superintendents had absolutely refused to yield any further, affairs were at a deadlock. 1 or 2 of Miss Eleanor's friends had grown alarmed and urged her not to go there till the matter was settled, but she would not hear of this. "Why, this is the very time I want to keep the children out of the streets," she said. "They all know me. Nobody would hurt me. They know I love the children, and I have nothing to do with their quarrel. I should be willing to trust myself to any of them. They have always been very polite and respectful to me, and they've been getting ready for this for 2 weeks, for that matter." Her father agreed to this, and assured the imp's mother that any demonstrations that might take place would be at the other end of town near the mills, and that it was very unlikely that anything further than a shutdown for a few days would result, at most. "They're in the wrong, and most of them know it, I hear," he said. "They can't hold out long. Nobody else will hire them." This may have been true, but it did not add to their good humor. As the imp and Miss Eleanor walked up through the village, the streets were filling rapidly with surly, idle men. Dark-eyed Italians, yellow-haired Swedes, shambling, gesticulating Irish, and dogged, angry English jostled each other on the narrow walks, and talked loudly. Miss Eleanor hurried the imp along, picking up a child here and there on the way, and sighing with relief as she neared the old hall. Some of the excitement had reached the children, and though they had come in large numbers, for they knew it was the imp's last visit for some time, and there had been hints of a delightful surprise for them on this occasion, they were restless and looked out of the windows often. There was a shout of applause when the imp, suddenly becoming overwhelmed with shyness, Miss Eleanor invited them all out to his home for one day in the summer. But the excitement died down, and more than one of the older children glanced slyly at the door. The men from that end of the town were filing by, and most of the women were following after. Miss Eleanor racked her brains for some amusement. It was cold in the room, for the boy who had charge of the clumsy old-fashioned stove was sick that day, and there was no fire. So, partly to keep them contented, and partly to get them warm, she proposed a game of blind man's bluff. There was a shout of assent, and presently they were in the midst of a tremendous game. The stamping feet of the boys and the shrill cries of the girls made a deafening noise. The dust rose in clouds. The empty old building echoed confusingly. The fun grew fast and furious. The rules were forgotten. The boys began to scuffle and fight, and the little girls danced about excitedly. Miss Eleanor called once or twice to quiet them, but they were beyond control. They paid no attention to her. With a little grimace, she stepped out of the crowd to breathe and took out her watch. 20 minutes, she said to little Olga, who was following her about like a puppy. I'll give them 10 more, and then they must stop. Little Olga began to cough and looked doubtfully at the old stove, which was given to smoking. It smells bad just the same, don't it? She called, and they had to raise their voices to be heard above the noise. No, child, it's the dust. Isn't it dreadful? Miss Eleanor called back, coughing herself. But it smells just like smoke, and how horrid it is, and how hot, she added after a moment. With the windows open, too. We'll all take cold when we go out. This must stop. Boys, hands, come here to me. She rang a little bell that was the signal for quiet and raised her hand. Now I'm going to open the door to get a thorough draft, and then we'll quiet down, she said, and pushed through the crowd to the door. As she opened it wide, a great cloud of brown, hot smoke poured into the room. A loud roaring with little snapping crackles behind it came from below, and Miss Eleanor suddenly put her hand to her heart, turned perfectly white, and half fell, half leaned against the door. For a moment the children were quite still, so still that through the open door they could hear the roar and the crackle. Then suddenly, before she could prevent him, little Pierre slipped through and started down the hall. With a cry she went after him, half the children following her, but in a moment they crowded back, screaming and choking. The stairs at the end of the long hall were half on fire. Miss Eleanor tried to call out, but though her lips moved, she could not speak above a whisper. She shut the door and leaned against it, and the look in her eyes frightened the children out of what little control they had. "Call," she said hoarsely. "Call fire out the window. Quick, call, all of you." But they stumbled about, crying and gasping, some of them struggling to get by her out of the door. She was trembling violently, but she pushed them away and held the doorknob as tightly as she could. Only Olga ran to the open window and sent a piercing little shriek out into the quiet street. "Fire! Fire! Come along! Fire!" For a moment there was no answer, and then a frightened woman ran out of her house and waved her hand. Come out, you!" she called. "Our stairs is burnt all up. We can't," screamed Olga. The woman ran quickly down the empty street, calling for help as she ran, and the children surged about the door, a crowd of frightened little animals, trying to drag Miss Eleanor away from it. "Wait," she begged them. "Wait, you can't go that way. They'll bring ladders. Oh, please, wait." Her knees shook beneath her. The room swam before her eyes. The smell of the smoke, stronger and stronger, sickened her. With a thrill of terror, she saw big hands drag a child away from the window, and deliberately pushing her down, prepare to climb out over her, almost stepping on her little body. Suddenly she caught sight of the imp. He was pushing his way through the crowd valiantly, but not toward her. "Come here, Perry," she said weakly, but he paid no attention. He had been dazed for a moment, and, like all the other children, her terror had terrified him quite as much as the fire. Now, as he caught her eye, and saw the helpless fear in her face as she watched hands, something sent him away from her to a farther corner, and as the smoke began to come up between the boards of the floor, and the same deadly stillness reigned outside, while the confusion grew greater in the hot, crowded room, a new sound cut through the roar and the crackle. Brum, 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 brum. The children turned. Big hands, with one leg out of the window, looked back. There was a little rush, half-checked, for the sides of the room, and Olga instinctively looked about for her small charges. But they wavered undecidedly, and as the sound of steps outside and the clattering of horses' feet reached them, a new rush for the door began, and Miss Eleanor's hand slipped from the knob and she half fell beside it. Brum, 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 dum. That familiar long roll had never been disobeyed. The habit of sudden, delighted response was strong, and with a quick recollection that he was to be head boy, big hands slipped from the window-sill and jumped to the head of a straggling line. Olga was behind him in a moment, and Pierre, proud of his position as rear guard and timekeeper for the little boys, pushed them, crying and coughing, into place. Miss Eleanor must have been half unconscious for a moment. When she struggled to her feet, no scrambling crowd, but an orderly, tramping line pushed by her, and above the growing tumult outside, above the sickening roar of the fire below, came the quick, regular beat of the faithful drum. Brum, 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 brum. The children marched as if hypnotized. The long line just filled the sides of the room, and they were squeezed in so tightly that they forced each other on unconsciously. The imp, in his excitement, beat faster than usual, and his bright red cheeks, his straight little figure as he walked his inside square, his quick, nervous strokes were an inspiration to the most scared laggard. Big Hands, elated at his position, his for the first time, never took his eyes off the black sticks, and worked his mouth excitedly, keeping time to the beats, the imp frowning at his slightest misstep. Miss Eleanor, the door hot against her back, forced her trembling lips into a smile, and cheered them on as they tramped round and round. Was nothing being done? Would no one come? Suddenly there was a thundering, a clanging, and a quick, sharp ringing gong came closer with every stroke. The sound of many running feet, too, and loud, hoarse orders. The line wavered, seemed to stop. She summoned all her strength and called out aloud for the first time, "Don't stop, children. Keep right on. Stand straight, Hands, and show them how well you can lead." Hands tossed his head, glared at a boy across the room who had broken through, and forged ahead. There was a succession of quick blows on the sides of the room, a rush, and in another moment 3 helmeted heads looked through 3 windows. At the same moment a sharp hissing sound interrupted the roaring below, and though the door was brown behind her now, and a tiny red point was glowing brighter in the wall nearby, Miss Eleanor's strength returned at the sight of the firemen, and she stood by the side of the imp and encouraged the children. "Don't stop, Hands. Remember, little ones first, Olga's children first." And with a grunt of assent, Hands marched on, the line following, closing up mechanically over the gaps the men made, who snatched out the children as they passed by the windows, and handed them rapidly down the long ladders. In vain the firemen tried to get the boys. They wriggled obstinately out of their grasp as they went round, till every girl was lifted out, Olga standing by the window till the last of her charges was safe. The door fell in with a bang, and in spite of the hose below, the smoke rolled up from between the cracks in the floor, thicker and thicker. As the plaster dropped from the walls in great blocks, Miss Eleanor dragged the line to the center of the room and motioned one of the men to take the imp as he passed by. For so perfect was the order that the men never once needed to step into the room, only leaning over the sills to lift out the children. The imp felt a strong grasp on his arm and pulled away. The man insisted. "Hurry now, hurry, let's go," he commanded gruffly. The despair in the imp's eyes as he drummed hard with his other hand grew to rage, and he brought down his free stick with a whack on the man's knuckles. With a sharp exclamation, the man let go, and the imp pressed on, his cheeks flaming, his eyes glowing. His head was high in the air. He was panting with excitement. The line was small now. Another round, and there would be but a handful. The floor near the door began to sag, and the men took 2 at a time of the bigger boys, and left them to scramble down by themselves. With every new child, a shout went up from below, as Hans slipped out by himself, and 2 men lifted Miss Eleanor out of one window, a third, meanwhile, carrying the imp, kicking in his excitement, and actually beating the drum as it dangled before him, while a 4th man took a last look and, crying, "Okay, all out," ran down his ladder alone. The big crowd literally shouted with thankfulness and excitement. As for the imp, he felt tired and shaky now that somebody had taken away his drum, and all the women were trying to kiss him, and he watched the blackened walls crash in without a word. His knees felt hollow and queer, and there was nobody to take him in their lap like the other children, for Miss Eleanor had quietly fainted in the firemen's arms, and they were sprinkling her with water from the little pools where the big hose had leaked. They took them to the station in a carriage, and the imp sat in Miss Eleanor's lap in a drawing-room car, and she cuddled him silently all the way home. Her father, dreading lest she should be hurt somehow after all in the crowded streets, passed them in an express going in the other direction, to find out that they were safe and that the strike was off. The recent danger had sobered the men, and their thankfulness at their children's safety had softened them, so that their ringleader's taunts had no effect on their determination to go back to work quietly the next day. It was at her father's request that they refrained from any more costly gift to Miss Eleanor than a big photographic group of the children, framed in plush, as an expression of their deep gratitude for her presence of mind in keeping the children in the room away from the deadly flames beneath. But to the imp, the Milltown Drum Corps and military band formally presented, to Master Perry S. Stafford, the drum and sticks that he used on the occasion when his bravery and coolness made them proud to subscribe themselves his true friends and hearty well-wishers. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Surbhi Anand. Section 11, The Second String by James B. Connolly. The Interscholastic Athletic Association was holding its annual track meeting. In the athletic building, 100 lads or more were dressing or rubbing in preparation for the different events. The clerk of the course, sticking his head within the door, shouted, "Last call for the 100 yards final, last call. Hurry now, fellows." The graduate coach of Webster High School cut short his instructions to a medium-sized, heedful, earnest-looking lad. "There now, I'll have to go and see how Prouty runs in the 100. But bear in mind, Haskins, what you are to do when your race comes. Keswick is out to run the field off its feet, and if they follow him, he'll do it. You are to get the inside track. On the first run, get the pole. Mind, if you have to do 40 yards in record time to do it. That will start a break in Keswick's plans. Then you make the pace with an eye all the way to Stevenson. Perhaps you'll carry Sullivan off his feet too at the same time. That's not likely though. Anyway, carry Stevenson along. Clear round to the home stretch and make it so hot for Keswick on the way that he'll be done up at that point. Land Stevenson in the straight in good shape and your work will be done. Drop out then if you want to, and I guess you'll want to drop. You are an hour yet. When Stevenson comes from the rubbing board, jolly him along a bit. He's apt to get nervous. Got it all?" "I think so." Haskins lay back on his mat for rest and meditation. Pretty soon Stevenson, a tall, rangy lad, came over from the other side of the room. He halted above Haskins and looked about as if seeking a place to lie. Haskins caught his glance. "They're all in use, I guess, Stevie. Take this place. You'll want all the rest you can get for your race. You're not done. You've got to run too. Oh, shucks. Me, second string? I'm only to make pace for you. Mr. Ludwig just told me. Well, all right, thanks. Think you can do it right? I don't know. It will be hard getting the pole from Keswick. He's in for the same game, making way for Sullivan. We'll have a great time of it, Keswick and I. I wonder which will flop first. But I'll make for that pole, though Keswick's a hound for a quick start, and try to hold on for the straight again. That will do, won't it? If I kill off Keswick so he won't be of any use, you can give all your attention to Sullivan. He's a good man, Sullivan, but you can give him yards and a licking any day in the week, Stevie. Think so, Dickie? Think? I know it. He hasn't your stride, your speed, or your head, and you are in great shape today. Mr. Ludwig says, beat him? You'll flag him. Oh, I wish I had your speed. I would make Sullivan and Keswick look like busted automobiles. I know just how I would do it too. But what's the use? I haven't the speed. I'm only second string and lucky to be that. But I'll go through 300 yards of that quarter today for every little ounce in me. And I don't care if they carry me off afterwards. The little lad was cuddled up on the floor, back to a locker, knees up to his chin, bathrobe tucked in round him. His regard was all for his school champion. In common with most of the boys of the school, he had the deepest admiration for Stevenson's running power. Never before had such a quarter-miler come out of Webster. No, nor out of the state. All he needed was a little more growth and experience and a little more, confidence in himself, and he would beat the world. So his schoolmates phrased it. Stevenson placidly accepted Haskins' devotion. He had been used to that sort of thing for some time now, and it did not fluster him. He did not even acknowledge the care with which his friend tucked in the wandering folds of his blanket, saying, "It's drafty here, Stevie, and you want to keep your legs covered or you will stiffen up. Mustn't stiffen up, you know." They waited for their time to come. Stevenson on the mat, Haskins snuggled up against the locker. The young athletes in the room kept going and coming. They would go out fresh and strong, some nervous, some confident, a few absolutely in fear, ready to draw back, only that shame forced them on. They came back tired, winded, used up, some of them jubilant, some depressed, a few crying. With each returning batch, some new details of the progress of things were shouted round the room. At last the coach Ludwig came back. "Your quarter's coming soon, fellows. Looks like Scotia and Webster again. Sullivan's just run the 2:20. That will take the edge off him for the quarter mile. Stevenson, how do you feel? And you, Dickie? It will be up to you soon. Feel fit for the fastest 300 you ever ran in your life? Of course you do." "I wish Dickie had the other speed," Ludwig whispered to MacArthur, high jumper and team captain. Mr. Ludwig? Dickie's heart and Stevenson's legs. Rather a lot for one package, wouldn't it be? The clerk of the course here made an entrance. "Quarter mile comes last of the track events. Sullivan of Scotia wants to get rested from the 2:20 and judges agreed. All out for the long jump and hammer." Stevenson made a pettish face. "I suppose Sullivan and the Scotians can have things cooked to their order and the rest of us take what we can get. I think you ought to protest, Mr. Ludwig." Ludwig shook his head. "I can't change the order of events, Stevenson. Besides, it's only fair to give a man a rest after he's been through a hard 2:20. Take it easy, like Dickie there. Go to sleep if you can. Dickie, can't you find a mat to lie on? You have an hour to wait yet, and I don't like to have you hugging the floor like that." "Oh, this is nice. Here's my suitcase for a pillow. I could go to sleep here." All things come to an end. The busy clerk of the course rushed in for the last time. "Quarter mile now, only one call, all out." Stevenson and Dicky promptly rose. Stevenson, anxious in manner, fussy. Dicky serious, calm. Together, they walked across the field. MacArthur and Ludwig in attendance. Every event had been finished except the pole vault, always a lengthy affair. The audience was in a fine state of expectancy. Just before reaching the track, Ludwig drew the boys' head together. "Now, Stevenson, this meet depends on you. We win it if you capture the 5 points for first place in the quarter. We lose it if you don't. Dicky here is to be sacrificed for you. Keep your eye on Dicky. He will swing out and tell you when." "And you, Dicky," Ludwig went on, "make a way for Stevenson and balk Keswick. See that you have the pole on the last turn. Now go along. Oh, Dicky, a moment." Ludwig dropped his arm around the boy's neck. "This is in confidence, Dicky. MacArthur and I are afraid that Stevenson isn't any too fond of his job today, that he doesn't quite fancy a tilt with Sullivan. What do you think?" "Stevenson afraid? Oh no, Mr. Ludwig. Stevie is nervous, that's natural. Why, I am nervous for all you crack up my coolness. I am nervous as I can be, but I try not to show it. And Stevie lets his out. Stevie will win. Look at him up on his toes now. Style. He's won 3/4 of the crowd already. Just the gait of him. Don't worry, Mr. Ludwig. Webster will win this quarter mile." "Well, all right, Dicky. I hope you're right. Hope he's only nervous. Look out for him anyway. But don't try to do it too fast. Don't kill yourself. If you can, you might just as well finish. You don't know. Somebody might drop and you pick up a point. Not much of a chance for you, but Sullivan, Stevie and the rest of them might drop. Used up. Ha! That's good. Imagine me, a quarter-mile champion? It's too strange to think of." "Strange things, Dicky. There, that's for you." In the line of starters, Dicky was second from the pole. Big Keswick was inside him, Stevenson outside, and Sullivan second outside Stevenson. Dicky at once made himself acquainted with Keswick's tactics. 1 or 2 false starts convinced him that Keswick's right elbow was intended from a prominent part in the contest. Dicky knew that Keswick expected to have it all his own way when it came to close quarters, but there was a way. Dicky had no notion of letting Keswick's cruel elbow rob him of the pole. There was always a way to deal with such tactics. "Starters ready? Ready! Timers ready? Ready, ready, all ready. Get on your marks. Set. Steady. Come up. Man at the pole. Be careful. Now, on your marks. Get set. Bang! Dicky promptly caught the hook of Keswick's plunging right elbow in the angle of his own left. Keswick was spun half round and Dicky shot in. "That for Kessie," muttered Dicky. The judges saw it, but it raised only a smile all round and an appreciative comment from one. "That big fellow tried it that time, didn't he? An old trick of his," Ludwig says, "but the little fellow was too clever." Dicky ran like mad for the turn. He got it, with Stevenson outside him, a little back, and Keswick directly behind. All the runners turned the curve in fine style. It promised to be a hot race. The audience was already applauding vigorously. Dicky motioned to Stevenson. "I'll cut loose the whole length of the back stretch. Don't try to keep up. Let Keswick chase me if he cares to. Watch Sullivan and wait for the turn." That was not put in so many words, but had it been written out, Stevenson could not have read the motions more plainly. It was a rare pace that Dicky set. The bunch tore round the lower curve as if they were to run only 220 yards. "This is going to be warm," said a group of old-timers under the willows. "Look at that!" yelled the crowd. Dicky had shot away from the others. Big Keswick was at his heels. Keswick's plans had been interfered with. He was there to take care of Haskins. But things had been changed. This was a scorcher. What did it mean? It was a beautiful sprint the whole length of the backstretch. Dicky was 10 yards, Keswick 8 yards in front. Stevenson and Sullivan were running stride for stride. The Webster man inside, a yard or two ahead of Sullivan. Swinging into the upper curve, Dicky signaled to Stevenson and then imperceptibly slowed up the pace. Keswick naturally trailed behind. Without understanding how it was brought about, he felt the relief and was well content to take it. Dicky knew Keswick was in no trim to interfere with what was so going to happen. Dicky felt Stevenson coming easily. Again he signaled, this time looking back to see that all was well. Stevenson moved up to Keswick's flank and nodded. The last turn was before them. Dicky, suddenly darting forward, opened up several yards. Keswick was too surprised and too tired to understand at once. Stevenson strode past him and dropped into Dicky's tracks. Dicky on the corner swung wide and Stevenson slid inside. The pole and the lead were his. Sullivan had his choice of following Stevenson or running outside Dicky. He chose to follow Stevenson. To let him by, Keswick was compelled to pull up and lose his chance for a place. Dicky, seeing how Sullivan had chosen, promptly dropped back a yard to Sullivan's flank. That put Sullivan in a close pocket. It was all most prettily done. The grandstand got up on its toes to cheer it. The experts under the willows hurled big words of praise out to Dicky. After that maneuver, Dicky felt that he had no more strength left. It was an immense relief to him to think that the strain of his work was past and that Stevie was in a good way now to win the race. But he must give a final word of cheer to Stevie before he was left behind. "Go in, Stevie, go in now! That's the boy! All right, you have got it cinched. Go on, what's the matter?" Dicky, looking up at his chum's face, saw an expression that made his heart sink. There was despair in Stevenson's eyes. Others saw and understood. From under the willows came encouraging cries to Sullivan. "Go in, Scotia, you've got him. He's all in. He's a quitter anyway, and the little fellow's used up. Come out of that box, Sully, and win." Dicky heard this. Stevenson heard it too, and it did him no good. Sullivan heard also and acted on it. He worked out of the pocket to Dicky's side. Dicky looked at Sullivan, saw only a grim resolve there, and in despair appealed to Stevenson. "Oh, Stevie, go in. Only half the stretch. You can do it. Go in." Stevenson made no answer, but to Dicky's dismay fell down as if exhausted on the grass. Dicky, without looking again, felt the courage of the Scotian beside him. There was no giving in there. The race was lost. But was it lost? He did what had never entered his head until that instant. The import of Ludwig's last words flashed on him. Had Stevenson really quit? He did not seem used up, and after everything had worked so nicely. What a shame for Webster. It was in the blindest kind of way that Dicky pegged on beside Sullivan, only for that work on the turn, and Sullivan would have been yards ahead. What a runner this Sullivan was! Dicky was marvelling that he held up with him. The audience was marvelling too. They were frantic, some for Sullivan, but most for Dicky, because he was so small and had borne his previous share so nobly. Their yells were deafening, but Dicky never heard them. He was taken up with a different thing, with the unbearable strains of the race. Every nerve in his body quivered under the rack of his effort. Every little molecule and atom was crying out with the torture of it. But would not Webster be disgraced if he did not win? He knew what they would all say. Could he make it? Still behind. What a hard fighter, this Sullivan. he would never underrate a Scotian again. 1 foot and 20 yards to go. Now then. No use. Oh, Dickie! Who called? All Webster was calling. Oh, Dickie! What a horrible thing! Hot, heavy iron in his loins, great lead weights on his feet and his chest. What an awful collapse in his chest! Would it hold out? And his knees? If they would but keep off the ground, he would win yet. A foot, still a foot. What an awful lot to make up. Half a foot. Was Sullivan going too? 10 yards even? Was it even? Was it worth this awful agony? Even one more, 2 more, another, and shh! It was the frenzied Ludwig who caught him as he fell, and it was Ludwig and MacArthur who bore him in a blanket across the field and laid him on 2 thicknesses of mat in the athletic building. It was these 2 and a doctor from among the officials who worked on him until he knew where he was. It was Ludwig on one side, sponging his face, and MacArthur on the other, drying him off when he looked up with the first sign of intelligence. There you are, you little bronco. Changed your mind and came back to life, did you? Know what we have had a good mind to do to you? A little of this now. There, how's that? That's witch hazel we are rubbing on. Sniff it up. That's right. Fine, eh? Feel better than when you crossed the tape rather. Get up? Not for a while yet. Not till the carriage comes. Who won? Why, you, of course. I didn't know. I was almost afraid to ask. Afraid it was Sullivan. Last I remember he was ahead. Couldn't see. Ahead? I should say he was ahead until a yard from the string. And then a miracle happened. Of course you couldn't see. Wonder you could breathe after that finish. And setting the pace all the way round? Why, your knees weren't 6 inches off the ground. You crossed on your hands and knees. Crossed. No, you never crossed. You fell over. And Sullivan fell alongside. Wait till Webster gets hold of you. Poor Sullivan, wasn't he game? And we bet Scotia? Bet them? Yes. And won the banner. Champions again. Won the banner? That's good. And Richard L. Haskins won the quarter. That will look fine in the morning paper. Won't the people at home read that though? But Mr. Ludwig, Stevie, how's Stevie? Stevenson's all right. No, lie down, he's not here. He's gone to the stations to catch an early train home. Poor Stevie, I know, you don't want to tell me, whispered Dickie. Now, Dickie, I'll handle the sponge. Ludwig bent lower. Shh! There. Let Mac pull the hood over and nobody will know. Go ahead. Don't mind me and Mac. We understand. Ludwig plied the sponge and MacArthur the towel, and so deftly did they work that in all that room no other knew that under the hood of the bathrobe they were wiping away Dickie's tears of pity for Stevenson. End of section 11. Recording by Surbhi Anand.
Section 12 of The Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Holding the Pipe by Albert W. Tolman. As the father of Billy and Jack Remfrey emerged from the sitting-room closet with the checkerboard, the 2 boys sidled up to him. Billy hugged an armful of rockets, while Jack was generously laden with firecrackers and Roman candles. "Aren't you going with us to Steel Bridge? You promised." Tom Renfrey hesitated. 4th of July night though it was, he could not forego his weekly battle with Lon Penfield, his fellow fireman and ancient checker foe. So he compromised. "Run along, boys. I'll come after just 1 game. Don't point those rockets towards the city." Whooping, the boys made off. Tom and Lon sat down to the board, undisturbed by the noise outside. This game was unusually important, for Lon's victory the Saturday before had tied them with 17 apiece. While they whittled down each other's forces, Henry Marcotte, watchman in Buston's lumber yard, was uneasily watching 3 boys with firecrackers just outside the fence. So engrossed was Henry with the foe in front that he did not observe a flaming rocket stick which, after soaring far and high, dropped quietly upon a hard pine board pile behind him. Startled by a sudden crackling, he looked back to see the whole pile ablaze. When the rocket fell, Remfry's 4 kings were beleaguering Penfield's remaining 3 in the latter's dodge corner. Marcotte pulled the yard alarm just as an incautious onslaught cost the besieger 2 pieces to his enemy's 1 and left the game a draw. Clang, clang. Over went the board, and up leaped both callmen. Out they darted, Remfry snapping his spring-lock, and ran at top speed for the house of Hose 5. The cart was rattling into the street when they jumped abroad. "Where's the fire?" hallooed Remfry to Louville Craig, his elbow neighbor on the swaying wagon. "Buston's lumber yard," Craig shouted. "They say a rocket from Steel Bridge started it." Remfry caught his breath as if doused with cold water. Steel Bridge. One of his boys' rockets. His heart went down like lead. Oh, why had he not gone with them and given up his game? But it was too late now. That very thing had been the nightmare of the fire department ever since he joined it. A blaze in the worst place and under the worst conditions. The city stood west of the river on 3 terraces. The first contained lumber yards, coal sheds, and mills. The second, 30 feet higher, held the railroad tracks and business section, while the third, 30 feet higher still, was covered with residences. Unless the flames were checked, the east wind would drive them against an oil tank right above the yard on the edge of the second terrace. That, once afire, the whole city might be wiped out. As Hose 5 clattered across the railroad gridiron between hurrying crowds, Remfry sighted the yard and felt sick. The pine was blazing fiercely, sending out a dense yellowish-black smoke. The second alarm began to clang, calling out the whole force. The cart stopped near the engine, which was already in position. The 2 callmen rapidly donned rubber coats and helmets, while their mates took the butt of the hose off the wagon and rushed it to the hydrant. "Run a line up Adams Street, you 2, back of the yard," shouted Captain Joe Porter. It was the post of responsibility in the very track of the flames, and he picked his best men for it. Penfield and Remfry again jumped on the hose cart. "Go ahead," yelled the hydrant man to the driver. Off rattled the wagon, dropping a lengthening trail of hose. The instant they stopped, the firemen screwed on the pipe and began to drag the line toward the yard. Close by stood the oil tank, big and black, with the smoke eddying thickly round it. 30 feet below lay the lumber piles. Dropping their hose over the edge of the stone wall, they slid down to the ground. "Play away, 5," shouted Remfry, pulling down more line. They were in a space between high board piles, and a strong wind was driving the fire and smoke toward them. The spot might easily become a dangerous trap. "Come on, Tom," bellowed Penfield, tugging at the pipe. "Let's get well in before the water comes." The piles were 20 feet apart. Round a corner, twice as far ahead, red tongues were spurting. Already the air was hot and thick. Crouching, they dragged the line along several yards. Remfry was wild with impatience. He was responsible for that fire. He must put it out. "Far enough," he gasped at last. "Isn't that water ever coming?" It was fully 500 feet to the engine. A few lengths from it, the 3-inch hose was Siamesed off into 2 smaller lines, one of which ran to the impatient callmen. Suddenly a tremor shook the closely woven cotton. "Here it is!" exclaimed Penfield. "Psht! Psht!" hissed the nozzle, spasmodically at first, but in a few seconds, foaming strongly under a 200-pound pressure, the water came. The 2 rested the pipe over their knees, grasping the handles firmly, interlocking fingers under the tip. A powerful white jet was soon bombarding the burning pine. The hose stiffened under their hands, responsive to every impulse from the engine. It was like a live thing struggling to escape. But they knew its tricks and held it hard. 3 years they had been together on the pipe, and never once had it got away from them. At the very apex of the fire, they literally held the safety of the city in their hands. Behind them loomed the gaunt black oil tank. Should the flames reach its 10,000 gallons, nothing could save the city. Remfry groaned at the thought. He envied Penfield. Penfield had only the fire to think of. That was bad enough, to be sure, but it was tenfold worse for him, Tom Renfrey, to feel that he might have prevented all this had he only gone to Steel Bridge with his boys. Low as they might stoop, they could not avoid the smoke. Their smarting eyes could barely see to direct the jet. Both were choking. Penfield leaned forward and thrust his hand into the stream to spray his face. His foot slipped. He lost his balance. His grip on the handle loosened. With a tremendous leap, the pipe wrenched out of the men's grasp and disappeared straight up in the thick smoke. A deluge burst above the firemen. The hose had changed from their best friend to their worst enemy. It whipped the board piles. It slapped full length on the ground to their right, vanishing. It dropped a moment later on their left. Fearful in plain sight, it was doubly, trebly terrible in that impenetrable pitchiness. One rap from the crazy nozzle would smash a man's skull. Remfry grabbed Penfield's shoulder. Their first impulse was to run, but where? Straight ahead was the only way out, and the fire barred that. Behind rose the 30-foot wall. Instinct told Remfry the only spot where, for a brief period, they might be comparatively safe. "Back to the corner," he whispered hoarsely, and the two ran for their lives. Once, the nozzle jabbed Penfield in the spine. Then, Remfry ducked in time to lose only his helmet from a flying loop of hose. Soon they were crouching in the angle between the wall and a board pile. But the flames would soon drive them from this refuge. Besides, the chief counted on them to fight back the fire from the oil tank. The force had its hands full. Every man and every line were busy. Somehow they must signal the engine to shut the water off until they could regain control of the pipe. "Hold on, 5!" shrieked Remfry, and Penfield seconded him with, "Shut that line down!" But no answering cry came back. It was not strange. 2 men under a high wall, throats full of smoke and cinders, could hardly make themselves heard above the roar of the flames and the hissing of water, capped by the whirring and puffing of 7 engines. Desperate as was their own situation, the firemen's first thought was of the ruin threatened by the fire. The destruction of the lumber yard was bad enough, but the whole city, every business block, every dwelling, their own homes, it was horrible. Renfrey remembered he had just paid for his house, and that he had no insurance. Meanwhile, the fire was growing hotter. Shriveling blasts swept against the wall. Hot, stinging pitch pine smoke filled their eyes and lungs. The nozzle was vainly cascading every spot except the one that needed it. It maddened Remfrey to see so much good water wasting. Every gallon was priceless. He could stand it no longer. "No use, Lon," he croaked, putting his mouth close to his comrade's ear. "We can't make 'em hear. We've got to catch that pipe." Both knew well the peril they risked. 3 months before had not a flying nozzle snapped Billy Bowen's leg. But they must take chances. Remfrey slunk along the right-hand board pile. Penfield followed the left. Should one get his hands on the hose, the other was to spring to his help. The dense smoke thinned, and they glimpsed the line, slatting like a maddened python. 3 or 4 clutches at the elusive loops resulted only in their being flung down and dragged in the dirt. Through those moments of exhausting struggle, of harrowing suspense, dread of the fire creeping ever nearer the oil, destruction menacing the entire city, Remfrey's brain was busy with the terrible thought that he and his boys were responsible for it all. The clouds lifted. Remfrey saw the coil whip towards Penfield. There came a thud. Lon was swept off his feet and dashed against the board pile. Dropping like a lump of clay, he lay motionless. Remfry thought his mate was killed. He faced the hose with sudden fury. Just then it caught for an instant under the end of a board. His chance! Hurling himself upon it, he wound both arms about the swelling tube just as it got away again. Twining arms and legs round the hose, he hitched slowly forward. The whole thing now was on him. Him! Lon could not help any more. Inch by inch he crept along the squirming tube, hugging it bearishly. It flirted him one side to the other, rolling him in the dirt. It humped itself like a bucking bronco. Once it tossed him against the boards, almost fracturing his ribs. In spite of it all, he did not let go, for he knew he could never get hold again. A weak cry made him look back. Under the smoke, he caught sight of Penfield, struggling to rise. He had only been stunned. A great weight fell from Remfry's mind, and he clung with fresh strength. "Take your time, Lon," he shouted. "I'll hold it down." Huge, black, formless, fiery-eyed, spitting forky flame, the conflagration overshadowed him like a gigantic Chinese dragon, the spirit of ruin personified. Against its searing breath he crawled, now prone, now tossed aloft, battered, smoke-stifled, but creeping steadily on. The end of the big tube was not far away. Remfry could tell that, for its oscillations were growing shorter and more violent. The part conquered lay quiet behind him, but somewhere in the smoke in front, the metal pipe was brandishing like the snapper of a whiplash. With lightning suddenness, down it smashed on the hose, not 3 inches before his fingers. Had it struck his hand, it would have splintered every bone. The polished brass glinted as it gyrated wildly away. The next few feet would be the most perilous, for at any second the nozzle might crack his skull. The hot black smoke puffed along the ground. Remfry butted blindly into it, lowering his face till his lips brushed the dirt. Inch after inch of hard, round tube slipped back under him and grew quiet. With eyes closed tight, he wriggled on. When he was within a yard of the pipe, he knew it would stop slatting. The moment came sooner than he had expected. With one final flirt, the nozzle gave up, conquered, and the jet began to furrow the chips and dirt. A second later, Remfry's fingers touched the brass handles. Soon, Penfield was beside him, his strength and consciousness fully restored, and they took up once more their battle with the flames. It was well towards morning before the fire was out, and the two started for home. Remfry felt better. The city was safe. Still, the thousands of dollars worth of lumber that had gone up in smoke hung, a black, heavy pall above his conscience. He dreaded to meet Jack and Billy. As he stumbled on, a sentence from a passer-by caught his ear. "Started by a rocket from Triangle Hill, across the river." He gripped the man's arm. "Are you sure?" he almost shouted. "Sure," briefly rejoined the stranger, looking in surprise at his begrimed, excited questioner. Remfry dropped his arm. So his boys were not responsible after all. Bruised, muddy, saturated with pitch-pine smoke, every muscle aching, he resumed his way homeward, his mind at peace. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Traveling Doll by Evelyn Sneed Barnett. Before the serpent came, in the guise of a French doll, it was a gay little Eden of a shanty boat. Its doors were plaid-paneled in red, green, and blue. Its tiny square window frames were painted blue on one side of the house, red on the other, and green at the back. Here, to be sure, the paint grew thin and failed to hold out for the walls, although, gathering with a mixture of its 3 tints, it sprawled in a final effort to tell that the name of the little home was The Wing. But a short distance from the mainland, the Wing rested, anchored to a green island. A skiff was tied to its front mast, and a single plank connected the shanty boat with the great world, typical of the slender thread that bound the floating family to their kind, for the Wings did not consort with other shanty boaters. Inside the little abode was as gay as its exterior and far more tidy. The stove and its tins were polished to the nines. The strips of rag carpet were bright and clean. The table was scoured white. The bed was neatly made, and under it the family wardrobe was out of sight in a long, black, brass-nailed box. A gaudy clock ticked noisily from a shelf. A tall lamp in a rainbow paper shade, the pride and glory of the home, sat by its side. The wall was covered with bright posters. Everywhere were gay colors and shining cleanliness. And they were a satisfied family before the serpent came, Father Wing being a sturdy, silent fisherman who could always be counted upon to make a living, catching it on water and spending it on land, and finding comfort in his gentle wife and 10-year-old daughter. Today he was off fishing, and Mrs. Wing sat inside the sill of the plaid doorway, sewing on a high-necked, long-sleeved gingham apron, her head turned in a listening attitude that was habitual. Outside on the little deck piazza, in a starched mate to the apron her mother was making, little Almira sat, hugging Botsy and feeling rather lonely, for although her father had left the skiff and taken Wally Jim away, Sweepins had surreptitiously followed. Almira was bare-legged and tow-headed, but she had a fair skin that defied exposure, and her face had never lost its baby curves. Her eyes were as blue as the river on a clear day, and her mouth had a tender droop, as if she were always feeling sorry for something or someone. She was tilting her little stool, humming a song to Botsy, when her mother said, "I hear voices. Who's on shore, Almira?" Almira looked. "There's 2 of 'em, Ma. They're beckoning me to come for 'em. One's Miss May, and the other's got lace on her petticoat and fuzzy things round her neck. I reckon Miss May's coming about school again. I'm going to show her that last copy of yours. I wish I could spare you to get an education like my mother gave me, but I can't. Still, it ain't every child with eyes can read raised point." Almira was untying the boat. "I wouldn't let you spare me. You'd catch a fire, or you'd fall in the river. We'd rather stay here, wouldn't we?" She was talking to Botsy now. "No, you can't go with me." Jumping nimbly into the skiff, she began to cross the narrow strip of water. "That baby row us?" she heard the lace lady ask. So she ran the boat in skillfully. Miss May stepped lightly in. The lace lady hesitated, then followed with a laugh. Almira could hardly work the oars for looking at her soft brown eyes and the little brown curl that fluttered on her cheek. A few strokes brought the skiff to the boat. "Good morning, Mrs. Wing," called Miss May. "Here's somebody you want to meet. Guess. Is it Mrs. Lennox who sends the raised point books in the traveling library?" "You're a witch!" cried the girl. The woman smiled brightly, her blue eyes, with the white, sightless pupils, turned towards the stranger. "I'm glad to see you at last. We heard you were coming. Almira, have you brought seats for the ladies?" The child, keeping her eyes on the beautiful stranger, brought forward 2 soap boxes upholstered in gay calico. If Botsy only had something like that for her neck! She caught up the bottle in its crude skirt and blue crocheted shawl with an emphatic hug. "Is that your doll?" asked Miss Lennox. "No, ma'am, it's Botsy. It's the bottle I fixed up for her. I don't know how she'd pass the time if it wasn't for Botsy. You see, being so helpless, I'd try to make her enjoy staying with me. You know how helpless I am without her, Miss May." "I know how helpful you are, and what a good housekeeper," said Miss May, looking about at the tidy interior. Then she told her errand. Almira was invited to the schoolhouse reception party the next Wednesday. Wally Jim had offered to fish near the wing if Mr. Wing should have to be filling orders in town. Elmira, her eyes still fixed on the beautiful lady's face, said, "I went once. Miss May had an Easter just after we first come here. May I bring Botsy?" But Miss May said no. A new library was due, and if it reached the village in time, Elmira would have books to bring her mother. Mrs. Wing smiled softly. "How good of you! The last one was about little Nell. Why is it our books are so much better than the books for people that can see? Jack thinks so, and so does Elmira. How I bless you, ma'am." Mrs. Lennox could say nothing. May had told her the story of the young mother attacked by the scarlet fever that left her sightless 10 years before. "I'll let her come on Wednesday," pursued Mrs. Wing, "but I'll never budge from this chair till she gets back. It's not as if I'd never seen how dangerous things are." With the school party, this tale has naught to do. The child reached home betimes, carrying a package of books and a pasteboard box that seemed almost as long as herself. She was trembling with excitement. "The library's come, Ma, and here's 2 books, and some cake and candy, and, oh, Ma, just guess what's in the box." The mother felt, smiled, and shook her head. "A little girl, a live little girl baby doll," and she lifted it from its shell. "And Miss May, she's sometimes so funny. She said at first she believed she'd rather I wouldn't have her, but the lady said she wanted me to." The mother held out her arms for the doll, almost as excited as the child. Elmira expounded. "Its dress is blue, with buttons and buttonholes, and her hair's real. Put your hand here. It's brown, and these teenty brown curls slant on her cheeks, and her eyes are brown, and she can shut them and go to sleep just like you and me." "Well, I never," said the mother, feeling. "And what is this paper pinned on her dress?" "It's a letter," answered Elmira sagely. "It begins in print and ends in writing, but I can't make it all out. It says, 'Patent, unbreakable, celluloid, made in France.' I'll ask Daddy the rest when he comes. And feel the petticoat, Ma. Lace." "And tucks," added the mother. "And see how fine the stuff is. Are these slippers?" "With heels, real heels," gurgled Elmira. "And stockings, and in the box there's a hat and feather and a white nightgown." Elmira's emotion got the better of her, and she flung herself into her mother's arms and rocked in ecstasy. Then came a familiar bark, and Sweepins preceded the husband and fell to sniffing the doll immediately. "It's mine, Sweepins," cried the child. "Look, Daddy." But the fisherman was too hungry to notice dolls. So the trio prepared the supper of frizzled bacon, corn, hoe cakes, and weak coffee. Afterward was bedtime, and the little feather bed was pulled from the big one to the floor, and made up with clean quilts for the child. But first she undressed the doll, carefully plaiting its hair in 2 nice plaits, putting the front in curl papers, and robing it in the nightdress fine enough for day. Mrs. Lennox had cautioned her to teach the child tidy ways like its grandmother's. Poor Botsy, hitherto her constant bedfellow, stood motionless outside the door. When morning came, and she was helping, her mother asked, "What are you going to name her?" "It ought to be something pretty. I thought of Queenie." "Queenie'll be fine," agreed Mrs. Wing. "But where's the paper? Maybe she's already named." Outside, Daddy was mending a net when Elmira brought him the paper. He read, "Patent, unbreakable, celluloid, made in France." That's in print, and here in writing is, "This traveling doll goes with traveling library number 10 to any child selected by persons responsible for the distribution of the books. It is the reward for good behavior or special merit in the place of a medal, and is to belong to the child until the library is ready to go on, when the dolly, in neat condition and clean, her hair combed, her clothing washed and ironed, must be put back in her box and packed for the next child on the circuit." Elmira snatched at the paper and ran into the boat. She laid Queenie on her mother's lap and crept out to the little deck. Botsy, again on guard, stood by the door. Elmira seized her fiercely, tore off the blue shawl, dragged at the soiled skirt. An old greasy bottle! How could it ever be taken back as her very own child when Queenie had to go? "Elmira," called the mother, scenting tragedy, "don't you want me to play grandmother with you and Queenie?" "What's the use? She's like your books. She ain't mine, and I never had a real child before. The paper says she must travel with the books." But the placid cheeriness of the blind woman smoothed matters. "But she's yours now, and sometimes the books stay for weeks and weeks." Here was some comfort. 1 week was a long time, a month so long that Elmira could hardly remember it. And Queenie was beautiful. Why not love her and be happy? And she was, for weeks and weeks that went by like a dream. She quite forgot what had to happen until one day Wally Jim stopped with a note from Miss May, in printing writing that Elmira could read. It said, "Will you let Queenie go on tomorrow? There's a dear little girl just your age up in the mountains who may have to walk on crutches all her life. She is expecting the doll every day now, so have it looking clean and pretty." "Elmira?" questioned the mother, but the child did not answer. Fortunately, no one was near but Wally Jim to see her screwed-up face as she gulped once or twice. She handed him the paper to read, making a sign of silence. Whatever her emotions, she always instinctively spared her sympathetic mother. "I wouldn't let her go," blurted Wally Jim, kicking one cowhide boot so hard against the tying post that he rocked the house. Elmira's head shook in mournful dissent. "When I took her, I knew I had to let her travel with the books," she said with wonderful logic. Wally Jim would not look at her. "You take my advice. Kick about it. 'Twon't do any harm." He got into his skiff, with head turned from Elmira's drawn face. "But if you're bound to send her, I'll be round tomorrow for her and the books." "What's that he said about the books?" called the mother. "Are some more coming?" "I suppose so. These have to go back." "And the doll? Oh, baby." "Of course," answered Elmira shortly. "We'll wash her clothes today, for it says return clean and neat." It was all right while the work went on. Queenie was washed, combed, braided, and dressed. Elmira touched her as little as possible. When Queenie was laid in her box, wearing a blue hood knitted by the mother and tied with the tapes that had held her still on her former journey, Elmira thought she looked as if she were in her coffin. Then Elmira caught sight of Botsy, as usual on guard outside the door. Before Queenie came, Botsy was ever so much sweeter. If she had never seen Queenie, why could not the little girl in the mountains on crutches have a Botsy? They do all right, until you've seen the other kind. Elmira's character was one of quick decision. With a furtive look at her mother, she took Queenie from her nest and removed her hood, dress, shoes, stockings. Then she stripped Botsy of her old skirt and blue shawl, putting Queenie's clothes on Botsy after a painful fashion, put the blue woolen hood over Botsy's green glass countenance, and folded Queenie's freshly starched nightgown on Botsy's chest. She viewed her work critically, and, with an access of turpitude, stuffed empty sleeves and stockings with paper, putting on the slippers so that they stuck quite naturally from beneath the blue frock. And right over the place where Queenie's face should have looked from the hood, she pinned the paper. Then she tied the tapes, tied them with a vicious screw of her mouth in hard knots, put the lid on the box, and brought all to her mother, saying in the evenest of tones, "I want you to help me wrap her up." "Poor baby," said the mother. "Maybe some day Mrs. Lennox will send another." "Never want another," said the child sullenly. Going out to her stool in front, she dressed Queenie in the old skirt, put the shawl over her head, and tried to stand her on guard, Botsy fashion. But Queenie doubled up and refused. So she held her in her arms with a savage satisfaction, thinking, "Queenie isn't any bottle doll." "You've done gone back to Botsy?" "That's right. You've got the sense of a grown-up." The afternoon brought a scare. Miss May herself came for the packages. Suppose, Almira barely had time to plump Queenie between the feather beds before Miss May landed in Wally Jim's skiff. Almira was glad that she had been prompt, and that the string was tied in hard knots. Miss May praised her for being a good little girl, and made her wince by depicting the gladness of the lame child in the mountains when Queenie should arrive. But Almira did not repent for a minute. She even said, "Poor little girl," with a hard-hearted irony. Miss May puckered her forehead, as she always did when she was thinking. That night, Almira tossed and tumbled, unable to sleep. Then the moon rose and sent a straight shaft of light through one of the little square windows on the doll's face. Almira smothered a scream. One of Queenie's eyes was asleep, the other wide open, staring at her. She shook her hard, but that eye would not sleep. She held her up, but although the shut eye opened, the open eye shut, giving the effect of a wicked wink. How she longed for dear, blind Botsy. Where was Botsy now? Could she feel, and did she know what had been done? No, Botsy was only a bottle. But Queenie knew. Queenie was watching her with one eye to see what other wicked things were going to happen. And there was Miss May praising her and trusting her, and that little lame girl in the mountains expecting a doll and getting... Almira could not have called this a protest of conscience, but she knew she was utterly miserable. Furthermore, she realized that Queenie's ability to bring pride and happiness was gone, and that she herself would always have this something gnawing her inside. But must she? Perhaps it was not too late. Jim would help her. Tomorrow she would get him to stay near her mother while she went ashore with Queenie, the glaring Queenie, to Miss May, telling her how bad she had been. Perhaps number 10 had not gone on, and Botsy could be stopped on her deceitful way. This resolve so comforted Almira that as the moon went down and darkness hid the staring eye, she fell asleep. She was awakened by voices and a motion she knew well. The daylight came broadly through the windows. She heard a clanging and creaking. A sick realization overwhelmed her. They had left the island. They were in the broad bed of the river, skimming away who knew where, away from Miss May and the chance of making things all right. She dressed herself, asking no questions, but her mother, holding to the arms of her chair, explained, "Your pa thinks he'll do better off a larger town. So he came in before day and raised sail to get into the current while this good wind's blowing." Almira sat limply on her little stool. Queenie could not go back to Miss May, but she should not glare at her with her one eye for the rest of her life. Botsy could swim, but Queenie could drown. And this time there was no deliberation. She snatched at the doll, and going to the back of the boat, hurled it as far as she could into the river. Then she fell to helping her mother assiduously, being extra loving and attentive, giving little pats and squeezes as she passed her in the morning tasks, even running to hug her whenever the boat rocked in the waves made by passing craft. Mrs. Wing did the washing. Almira hung the clothes to dry in the bright, breezy sunshine. She scoured the already bright tins. She shook up the beds, hung the quilts to air, washed the floor, the deck. It was work she wanted, hard work. She made the discovery that work brought forgetfulness. She would have liked to scrub the floor of the world. Day was all right, but for all her bodily fatigue, she slept but fitfully that night. She wished people could work at night. Although they soon reached a place that her father called the Point and anchored a little way up a creek where things stopped shaking and were quiet, her eyes would not close. This Point place was not like the Green Island. There were smells. They were far enough inland to see a street with people walking. Indeed, they were almost under a bridge that let the streetcars go by. Daddy left early. After putting the cabbage on to boil, her mother sat down to her seams and hems in the checked blue gingham. Almira, empty-handed, moped on her little three-legged stool at the door. Sweepin's wringing wet, snored on the sunny deck. A skiff came up the stream. In it, Wally Jim. "I brought you something," he called. "Miss May got to thinking after she got home, and she says she'll get another doll for that mountain kid, and you can have Queenie back." He reached under the seat and with a dramatic effect drew out the long box. At the sight of it, Almira's self-control gave way. Here was punishment indeed. To her mother's arms she rushed, blurting out the truth with sobs. "Wally Jim," asked Mrs. Wing, "how far is Miss May's from here?" "Not so very far, and she's down in town today. Said she was coming." "Take the box back to her, Wally Jim," sobbed Almira. "Let her see it just as it is, because she hasn't opened it, and she thinks she's sending me Queenie, and I'll write a letter besides." "I'll take all the letters you want, but I won't take the box, because whatever's in it, it's yours." There was something different and set about Wally Jim this morning. Almira sighed resignedly, and with painstaking labor proceeded to print her letter of repentance. "You have got back Botsy, dear," said the mother, "so try to forget." "I'll never play with Botsy again. I'll give her away first." In an incredibly short time they heard Jim's oars again, and Miss May stepped on deck. She was holding out her arms to Almira, and there were tears in her eyes. "Dear child, I didn't like the idea from the very first, but Mrs. Lennox does so much for us. You'll be all the better for the sharp experience, and you have really shown your repentance. Now let's open the box and see exactly what you did." Quite cheerfully, all the miserable feeling gone, Almira brought scissors, cut strings, pointing out the while the inequities of hard knots and covered features. "What? Queenie! From the bottom of the river, dry, clothed, and with her 2 eyes shut." Almira looked at Miss May and at Wally Jim grinning over Miss May's shoulder. "What has happened now?" asked Mrs. Wing. "Tell your story, Jim," said Miss May. "I was drifting some way off behind you all," said Jim, "and maybe sleeping some, when who should swim up to the skiff with something in his mouth but Sweepins. It was Queenie, but as she's celluloid, only her clothes were wet. I puzzled out that somehow she hadn't gone back to Miss May, and that she ought to, so I took her, and Miss May says, 'If this is Queenie, what's in Almira's box?' So we looked, and there was Botsy." "And oh, I was so sorry," said Miss May, taking up the tale, "though I'd known all along that a traveling doll would cause heartache, and this proved it could do worse. I sent Queenie back, after having her doctored, knowing that my little Almira was good before temptation came, and wishing to know what it had made of her. I'm satisfied." And Miss May hugged the child once more. The blind mother was smiling. "Miss May, she's only a child, you know, but she's suffered like a grown-up, and with it all helped me just the same as ever." Almira dug her bare toes into the rag carpet. "Where'd Botsy go to?" she asked without looking up. "If I were you, I'd look under the seat of my boat," said Wally Jim. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Navin. The Doll Doctor by E.V. Lucas. Christina's father was as good as his word. The doll came, by post, in a long wooden box, only 3 days after he had left for Paris. All the best dolls come from Paris, but you have to call them puppies there when you ask the young ladies in the shops for them. Christina had been in the garden ever since she got up, waiting for the postman. There was a little gap in the trees where you could see him coming up the road, and she and Roy had run to meet him across the hayfield. Directly they spied him in the distance. Running across the hayfield was forbidden until after haymaking, but when a doll is expected from Paris... Christina's father was better than his word, for it was the most beautiful doll ever made. with a whole wardrobe of clothes, too. Also a tiny tortoiseshell comb and a powder puff. Also an extra pair of bronzed boots. Her eyes opened and shut, and her eyebrows were real hair. This is very unusual in a doll. She shall be called Joan Shoesmith, said Christina, who had always loved the name. It had been her first nurse's. Christina took Joan to her mother at once, Roy running behind her with the box and the brown paper and the string and the wardrobe, and Chrissy calling back every minute, "Don't drop the powder puff, whatever you do. Hold tight to the hand glass," and things like that. "But it's splendid," Mrs. Stiverton said. "There isn't a better doll in the world. Only, Chrissy dear, be very careful with it. I don't know but that father would have done better to have got something stronger. This is so very fragile. I think perhaps you had better have it only indoors. Yes, that's the best way. After today you must play with it only indoors." Thus Joan Shoesmith came to Mapleton. How Christina loved her doll that first day! She carried it everywhere and showed it everything. All over the house, right into the attics, all over the garden, right into the little black stove placed under the greenhouse, into the village to introduce her to the postmistress who lived behind a brass railing in the grocer's shop, into the stables to kiss General Gordon, the old white horse, Jim, who groomed the general, who was the only person who did not admire the doll properly. But how could you expect a nice feeling from a boy who sets dogs on rats? It was 2 or 3 days after this that Roy went down to the river to fish. He had to go alone because Christina wanted to play with Joan Shoesmith in the nursery. But not more than half an hour had passed when he heard footsteps in the long grass behind him. And, looking up, there was Christina. Now, as Christina had refused so bluntly to have anything to do with his fishing, Roy was surprised to see her, but more surprised still to see that Joan Shoesmith had come too. "Why, did mother say you might bring Joan?" he asked. "No," said Christina rather sulkily, "but I didn't think she'd mind." Roy looked troubled. His mother did not often make rules to interfere with their play, and when she did she liked to be obeyed. She had certainly forbidden Christina to take Joan Shoesmith out of the house. He did not say anything. Christina sat down and began to play. She was not really at all happy, because she knew it was wrong of her to have disobeyed, and she was really a very good girl. Roy went on fishing. "Oh, do something else," Christina cried pettishly after a few minutes. "It's so cold sitting here waiting for you to catch stupid fish that never come. Let's go to the cave." The cave was an old disused lime kiln where robbers might easily have lived. "All right," Roy said. "I'll get there first," Christina called out, beginning to run. "Bah!" said Roy, and ran after. They had raced for 100 yards, when, with a cry, Christina fell. Roy, who was still some distance behind, having had to pack up his rod, hastened to Christina's side. He found that she had scrambled to her knees, and was looking anxiously into Joan Shoesmith's face. "Oh, Roy!" she wailed, "her eyes have gone." It was too true. Joan Shoesmith, lately so radiantly observant, now turned to the world the blankest of empty sockets. Roy took her poor head in his hand and shook it. A melancholy rattle told that a pair of once serviceable blue eyes were now at large. Christina sank on the grass in an agony of grief, due partly, also, to the knowledge that if she had not been naughty this would never have happened. Roy stood by, feeling hardly less unhappy. After a while he took her arm. "Come along," he said. "Let's see if Jim can mend her." "Jim!" Christina cried in a fury, shaking off his hand. "But come along, anyway," Roy said. Christina continued sobbing. After a while she moved to rise, but suddenly fell back again. Her sobbing as suddenly ceased. "Roy!" she exclaimed, fearfully. "I can't walk." Christina had sprained her ankle. Roy ran to the house as fast as he could to find help, and very soon old Stedder, the gardener, and Jim were carrying Christina between them, with mother and nurse walking by her side. Christina was put to bed at once, and her foot wrapped in bandages, but she cried almost incessantly, no matter how often she was assured that she was forgiven. "Her sobs," the cook said, coming downstairs after her 20th visit to the nursery. Her sobs are that heartrending I couldn't stand it. And all the while she asks for that blessed doll which its eyes is rattling in its head like marbles through falling on the ground, and Master Roy and Jim's trying to catch them with a skewer. Cook was quite right. Roy and Jim, with Joan Shoesmith between them, were seated in the harness room, probing tenderly the depths of that luckless creature's skull. Our hostmaid was looking on without enthusiasm. "You won't do it," she said every now and then. "You can't mend a doll's eyes with skewers. No one can. It's impossible. The king himself couldn't. You ought to take it to the Miss Bannister's brother at Dormstaple. He'd mend it in a jiffy. There's nothing he can't do in that way." Roy at last gave up in despair. "I'll take it to the Miss Bannister's brother," he said, rising with Joan Shoesmith in his arms. "It's only 6 miles." But a sudden swoop from a figure in the doorway interrupted his bold plan. "You'll do nothing of the kind," cried nurse, seizing the doll, "with that angel upstairs crying for it every minute, and the doctor saying she's in a high fever with lying on the wet grass." And with a swirl of white skirts and apron, nurse and Joan Shoesmith were gone. Roy put his hands in his pockets and wandered moodily into the garden. The world seemed to have no sun in it any more. The next day Christina was really ill. It was not only the ankle, but she had caught a chill, the doctor said, and they must be very careful with her. Roy went about with a sad and sadder face, for Christina was his only playmate, and he loved her more than anything else. And, also, it seemed so silly not to be able to mend a doll's eyes. He moped in and out of the house all the morning, and was continually being sent away from Christina's door, because she was too ill to bear anyone in the room except nurse. She was wandering in her mind, nurse said, and kept on saying that she had blinded her doll, and crying to have its eyes made right again, but she would not let a hand be laid upon her, so that to have Joan Shoesmith mended seemed impossible. Nurse cried too as she said it, and Roy joined with her. He could not remember ever having been so miserable. The doctor looked very grave when he was going away. "That doll ought to be put right," he said to Miss Tiverton. "She's a sensitive little thing, evidently, and this feeling of disobeying you and treating her father's present lightly is doing her a lot of harm, apart altogether from the chill and the sprain. If we could get those eyes in again, she'd be better in no time, I believe." Roy and his mother heard this with a sinking heart, for they knew that Christina's arms locked Joan Shoesmith to her side, almost as if they were bars of iron. "Anyway," doctor said, "I've left some medicine that ought to give her some sleep, and I shall come again this afternoon." So saying, the doctor touched up his horse, and Miss Tiverton walked into the house again. Roy stood still, pondering. Suddenly his mind was made up, and he set off for the high road at a good swinging pace. At the gate he passed Jim. "If they want to know where I am," he called, "say I've gone to the Miss Bannister's brother." Miss Sarah Bannister and Miss Selina Bannister had lived in Dormstaple as long almost as anyone could remember, although they were by no means old. They had the red house with white windows, the kind of house which one can see only in old English market towns. There was a gravel drive before it, in the shape of a banana, the carriages going in at one end and out at the other, stopping at the front door steps in the middle. The blinds were of that kind through which no one who is outside can see anything, and all who are inside can see everything. The door knocker was of the brightest brass. Behind the house was a very large garden, with a cedar in the midst, and a very soft lawn on which hundreds of birds used to settle every morning in winter for the breakfast that the Miss Bannisters provided. The cedar and the other trees had cigar boxes nailed to them, for tits or wrens to build in, and half coconuts and lumps of fat were always hung just outside the windows. At one side of the house was a stable and coach house, on the other side a billiard room, now used as a workshop. And this workshop brings us to the Miss Bannister's brother. The Miss Bannister's brother was an invalid, and he was also what is called an eccentric. "Eccentric, that's what he is," Mr. Stalabras, who kept the King's Arms, had said, and there could be no doubt of it after that. This meant that he wore rather shabby clothes and took no interest in the town, and was rarely seen outside the house or the garden. Rumour said, however, that he was very clever with his hands, and could make anything. What was the matter With the Miss Bannister's brother, no one seemed to know, but it gradually kept him more and more indoors. No one ever spoke of him as Mr. Bannister. They always said, the Miss Bannister's brother. If you could see the Miss Bannisters, especially Miss Selina, you would understand this. But although they had deep, gruff voices, they were really very kind. As time went on, the Miss Bannister's brother did not seem to grow any better, or to be likely to take up his gardening again. The Miss Bannisters had racked their brains to think of some employment for him other than reading, which is not good for anyone all day long. One evening, some years before this story, while the three were at tea, Miss Selina cried suddenly, "I have it!" So suddenly, indeed, that Miss Sarah spilt her cup, and her brother took it 3 lumps of sugar instead of 2. "Have what?" they both exclaimed. "Why," she said, "I was talking today with Mrs. Boniface, and she was saying how nice it would be if there were someone in the town who could mend toys. Poor Miss Piper at the bazaar being so useless, and all the carpenters understanding nothing but making bookshelves and cucumber frames, and London being so far away. And I said, yes, never thinking of Theodore here. And of course, it's the very thing for him." "Of course," said Miss Sarah, "he could take the old billiard room." "And have a stove put in it," said Miss Selina. "And put up a bench," said Miss Sarah. "And some cocoa-nut matting on the floor," said Miss Selina. "Linoleum," said Miss Sarah. "Cocoa-nut matting," said Miss Selina. "And we could call it the Dolls' Hospital," said Miss Sarah. "Infirmary," said Miss Selina. "I prefer hospital," said Miss Sarah. "Infirmary," said Miss Selina. "Dr. Bannister, house surgeon, attends daily from 10 till 1. "It would be the prettiest and kindliest occupation," said Miss Sarah, "as well as a useful one." "That's the whole point of it," said Miss Selina. And that is how, 5 or 6 years ago, the Miss Bannister's brother came to open the Dolls' Infirmary. But he did not stop short at mending dolls. He mended all kinds of other things too. He advised on the length of tails for kites. He built ships. He had even made fireworks. Roy walked into Dormstaple at about 1 o'clock, very tired and hot and dusty and hungry. And a little later, after asking his way more than once, he stood on the doorstep of the Miss Bannisters' house. The door was opened by old Mary, and as a flavour of roast fowl rushed out, Roy knew how hungry he was. "I want to see the Miss Bannisters' brother," he said. "Please." "You're too late," was the answer. "Come tomorrow morning. Miss Theodore never sees children in the afternoon." "Oh, but I must!" Roy almost sobbed. "Chut, chut," said old Mary. "Little boys shouldn't say must." "But when they must, what else is there for them to say?" Roy asked. "Chut, chut," said old Mary again. "That's imperent. Now run away, and come tomorrow morning." This was too much for Roy. He covered his face with his hands, and really and truly cried, a thing he would scorn to do on his own account. While he stood there in his distress, a hand was placed on his arm, and he was drawn gently into the house. He heard the door shut behind him. The hand then guided him along passages into a great room, and there he was liberated. Roy looked round. It was the most fascinating room he had ever seen. There was a long bench at the window with a comfortable chair before it, and on the bench were hammers and chisels and all kinds of tools. A ship nearly finished lay in one place, a clockwork steamer in another. A pair of rails wound about the floor on the coconut matting, in and out like a snake, on which a toy train probably ran, and here and there were signals. On the shelves were colored papers, bottles, boxes, and wire. In one corner was a huge kite, as high as a man, with a great face painted on it. Several dolls, more or less broken, lay on the table. All this he saw in a moment. Then he looked at the owner of the hand, who had been standing beside him all the while with an amused expression on his delicate, kind face. Roy knew in an instant it was the Miss Bannister's brother. "Well," said the Miss Bannister's brother, "so when one must, one must?" "Yes," Roy said, half timidly. "Quite right, too," said the Miss Bannister's brother. "Must is a very good word, if one has the character to back it up. And now tell me, quickly, what is the trouble? Something very small, I should think, or you wouldn't be able to carry it in your pocket." "It's not in my pocket," Roy said. It's not here at all. I want a lesson." "A lesson?" Mr. Theodore asked in surprise. "Yes, in eye mending. When eyes fall inside and rattle, you know." The Miss Bannister's brother sat down and took Roy between his knees. There was something about this little dusty, nervous boy that his clients, often tearful enough, had never displayed before, and he wished to understand it. "Now tell me all about it," he said. Roy told him everything, right from the first. "And what is your father's name?" was the only question that had to be asked. When he heard this, the Miss Bannister's brother rose. "You must stay here a minute," he said. But, the lesson?" Roy exclaimed. "You know I ought to be getting back again. Christina!" "All right, just a minute," Mr. Theodore replied. When the Miss Bannister's brother came back, Miss Selina came with him. "Come and get tidy for dinner," she said, "and afterwards we'll drive home." "Oh, but I can't stop for dinner," Roy cried. "It's much too important to stop for dinner. I'm not really hungry either." "Dinner will only take a little while," said Miss Selina, "and the horse can be getting ready at the same time. And if you were to walk you wouldn't be home nearly so soon as you will if you drive, dinner time included." "But the lesson?" Roy gasped again. "Oh, we've thought of a better way than the lesson," Miss Selina said. "Mr. Bannister is going with you." It took a moment for Roy to appreciate this, but when he did, he was the happiest boy in Dormstaple. He never tasted a nicer chicken, he said afterwards. Certainly not more than 3/4 of an hour had passed before the carriage was on its way to Mapleton, with the Miss Bannister's brother propped up with cushions, for he could not bear the jolting of carriages, on the back seat, and Miss Selina and Miss Sarah, who had come to look after their brother, on the other. Roy was on the box. You never saw such puzzled faces as the Dormstable people had when the party went by, for Mr. Theodore had not driven out these 20 years, but their surprise were nothing to that of old Mary, who wandered about the rooms all the rest of the day, muttering, "Little imperent boy." At the Mapleton gates, Roy jumped down and rushed up to the house. His mother came to the door as he reached it. "Oh, mother, mother!" he cried. "He's come himself!" "Who has come?" she asked, forgetting to say anything about Roy's long absence. "I hoped it was the doctor." "Christina is worse, I'm afraid. She won't sleep." "It's all right," Roy assured her. "I brought the Miss Bannister's brother, who mends dolls and everything, and he'll put the eyes right in no time, and then Chrissy'll be well again. Here they are." At this moment the carriage reached the door, but Miss Tiverton's perplexities were not removed by it. On the contrary, they were increased, for she saw before her 3 total strangers. Miss Selina, however, hastily stepped out and took Miss Tiverton's hand and explained the whole story, adding, "We are not coming in. My sister and I have a call to pay a little further on. We shall come back in less than an hour for our brother, carry him off, and be no trouble at all. I know how little you must want even people that you know just now." In spite of Mrs. Tiverton's protest, Miss Selina had her way, and the sisters drove off. While this conversation had been in progress, Roy had been speaking to the Miss Bannister's brother. He had been preparing the speech ever since they had started, for it was very important. "Please," he said, "please, how much will this visit be, because I want to pay for it myself?" The Miss Bannister's brother smiled. "But suppose you haven't enough," he said. "Oh, but I think I have," Roy told him. "I've got 7 and 6, and when the vet came to see General Gordon it was only 5 shillings." The Miss Bannister's brother smiled again. "Our infirmary's rather peculiar," he said. "We don't take money at all. We take promises. Different kinds of promises from different people, according to their means. We ask rich parents' friends to promise to give away old toys or storybooks, or scrapbooks, or something of that kind, to real hospitals, children's hospitals. We find that much better than money. Money's such a nuisance. One is always losing the key to the money box." Roy was a little disappointed. "Oh, yes," he said. "However, I'll do that. Won't I just? But, you know," he added, "you can always break open a money box if it comes to the worst. Pokers aren't bad." It was just then that the Miss Bannisters drove off, and Mrs. Tiverton asked their brother to come to Christina's room with her. Roy would have given anything to have been allowed upstairs, but as it was forbidden, he went to see Jim and tell him the news. Christina was moaning in the bed with Joan Shoesmith in her arms as the Miss Bannister's brother sat down beside her. "Come," he said gently, "let me feel your pulse." Christina pushed her wrist towards him warily. "Oh, no, not yours," he said with a little laugh. "I mean your little lady's. I'm not your doctor. I'm a doll's doctor." Christina turned her poor flushed face towards him for the first time. A doll's doctor. It was a new idea. And he really seemed to be all right. Not anyone dressed up to make her feel foolish or coax her into taking horrid medicine. "Was it your carriage I heard?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "I have come on purpose. But so many dolls are ill just now that I must be getting away soon. It's quite a bad time for dolls, especially, oddly enough, French ones." "Mine is French," Christina said, growing really interested. "Ah, how very curious," he answered. "And now for the pulse." And he drew out a large gold watch. Mrs. Tiverton was looking on with tears in her eyes. Christina had not taken this quiet interest in anything or kept so still in bed for many hours. Not even the sleeping draught had had any effect. The Miss Bannister's brother held Joan Shoesmith's tiny wrist and looked very grave. "Dear, dear," he said, "I ought to have been sent for before, and then could have cured her here in your arms. As it is, I must take her to the light. Won't you have that nice jelly while I am trading Miss... Let me see, what was the name?" "Joan," Christina said. "Joan Shoesmith. Ah, yes, Miss Shoesmith. But by the time you have finished the jelly, I ought to have finished my visit." So saying, he rose and carried Joan Shoesmith to the window seat behind the curtains, while Mrs. Tiverton gave Christina the jelly. Christina took it, nurse said afterwards, like a lamb, though I never saw a lamb take jelly. Meanwhile, the Miss Bannister's brother had taken some tools and a tube of secotine from his pocket, and he had lifted up Joan Shoesmith's hair, cut a hole in her head, and was busily readjusting the machinery of her eyes. It was all done in 5 minutes, just as Christina was eating the last mouthful. "There," he said, returning to the bedside. "That's all right. I think our patient can see now as well as ever." Christina peered into Joan Shoesmith's face with a cry of joy, and sank back on the pillow in an ecstasy of content. Neither Mrs. Tiverton nor the Miss Bannister's brother dared to move for some minutes. While they sat there, the doctor tiptoed in. He crossed to the bed and looked at Christina. "She's asleep," he said. "Splendid. She's all right now. It was sleep she wanted more than anything. Don't let her hear a sound, nurse, for hours." They found Roy waiting for the news. When he heard it, he jumped for joy. His mother caught him up and hugged him. "You thoughtful little imp," she cried, and, turning to the doctor, told him the story. He went off, laughing. "I shall take my doorplate down when I get home," he called out as he drove off, "and send it round to you, Bannister. You're the real doctor." When the Miss Bannisters drove back, they found tea all ready, and Mrs. Tiverton would not hear of their leaving without it. And when they did leave, an hour later, they were all fast friends. Roy and Christina never think of going to Dormstaple now without calling at the Red House. End of section 14. Recording by Navin.
Section 15 of the Junior Classics Volume 9 Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Aaron Parsons. The Idea That Went Astray by Pauline C. Bouvet. It was Dani's idea. Dani always had a great many ideas, and sometimes they were good, sometimes they were not, as is apt to be the case with people who have a great many of anything, especially ideas. "It will be such fun," said Amy. "And something new," agreed Janie. "Who will cut the face?" asked Fred, who always wanted to know how things were going to be done. "Can't you, Millie?" asked all the other children at once. "Can't you?" And they all gathered round a little girl who was dressing a doll in an automobile suit. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "What kind of face and what for?" She was fastening the odd lenses from 2 pairs of Aunt Mildred's spectacles into a wireframe for goggles for the doll. Why, a pumpkin face, to scare Uncle Ned. He always laughs at us if we're afraid of anything. If you get the pumpkin, a nice large one, and will lend me your new jackknife, why, I'll see what I can do, she said. Fred promised, and the rest of the day and the next the children spent in preparation for Halloween. Uncle Ned was a young lawyer in Boston, but he came home Saturday night to spend Sundays with Aunt Mildred, and Halloween happened to come on Saturday, which just suited. Millie succeeded in making a very ugly face, making enormous eyes and a monstrous mouth, in which she managed to fasten 2 rows of corn grains for teeth. Then, when the rest of the children were out playing, she took her pumpkin head up into the attic and hunted for other things to complete its makeup. In an old trunk she found a heavy wig, and this she fastened firmly on the head with some glue. When at last she showed it, with its great shock of black hair, everybody agreed that it was ugly enough to frighten anybody. "He'll think it's a goblin," said Millie, who had read a great many fairy stories. "There aren't any goblins," said Fred, who was always practical. In the evening, soon after supper, they all went out and stuck it up on the end of a stray bean pole, which they leaned up against the post of the garden gate. Dave Peters gave them a candle, which they lighted and thrust inside of the hollow head. "Ugh, how ugly," they said, and then went into the house to wait. After a while, Fred proposed going out to see how it looked again, and every one of the children followed him. What if the candle should have burned out or been blown out? Fred gave a low whistle and stopped before he reached the gate, and all the children called, "What's the matter?" There the ugly thing hung, the light shining through the big empty eyes and grinning corn teeth, and just behind there was certainly a great white something that looked like wings. "What's that white thing?" said Millie in a frightened whisper as she clutched Fred's arm. "Let's go back," begged Amy and Janie. "There's nothing to be afraid of," said Fred boldly, but he did not move a step nearer to the gate. "You're always so afraid of things." "Oh, go see what it is! I'm scared, scared!" wailed Millie, who scarcely recognized her own handiwork in the darkness. So strange it looked. In the excitement, they did not hear the car whistle nor the sound of footsteps on the gravel walk. Just then, a breeze sprang up, flaring the candle, which sent out a long tongue of flame from the pumpkin's head's mouth, and the white something behind began to wave. Like a flock of frightened birds, the children, Fred, Amy, Janie, and Millie, turned and ran as fast as they could, stumbling over each other in their flight. A man's figure darkened the doorway. "Hello," said Uncle Ned. "What's happening?" "Oh, the pumpkin! There's something there behind it! We thought we'd scare you!" They were all talking together, so Uncle Ned did not understand at first. "And you scared yourselves?" he said at last. "Come, let us see what the something white is." And he went straight up to the garden fence and pulled down Aunt Mildred's white crocheted shawl. "Millie forgot to take it in as I asked her," remarked Aunt Mildred, "and it's lucky you found it." Uncle Ned laughed so loud that everybody else laughed too. Then he put his hand down into his overcoat pocket and brought forth 2 big brown parcels of nuts and candy, and Aunt Mildred brought in a basket of big red apples. And after all, it was a jolly Halloween, although, as Millie remarked, the getting scared part got mixed up. End of section 15, recorded by Aaron Parsons.
Section 16 of The Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gravity Gregg by Isaac Ogden Rankin. John Paul Gregg had a hobby. Nobody could doubt it who was with him, even though he did not happen to hear one of the other boys call him specific gravity, or FIC for short. Gravity Gregg it was, and continued to be until it got into the newspapers, and now it is probably settled upon him for life. When he was a baby, he was always investigating the why and the wherefore, and, more particularly, the how of everything he could get his chubby hands on. If he saw anything moving, especially, he always wanted to know why it moved, a curiosity which cost him a finger before he was 10 years old. He was a pretty good all-round student, but it was in the natural philosophy class that he shone. He had picked up somewhere an old copy of a standard book on physics, and his use of the information he had gathered from it caused terror to the good lady who had charge of the department in the village school. He was apt, for instance, to complicate her mild and innocent experiments by suggesting new applications of the principle involved. And the amount of broken apparatus which went down to his account in the laboratory where the boys were sometimes allowed to work made his mother sigh. His devotion to physics seemed very unpractical to quiet Mrs. Gregg, who had set her heart upon making a minister of her eldest son. She had named him John Paul, by way of having the names of 2 apostles ready for the future, and she had daydreams of sitting in the front pew in church to hear him preach, while she looked up at him with wondering delight. It was a trial to be thinking of the Reverend John Paul Gregg, a tall, dignified, and grave man who was respected by everybody, and had, perhaps, published a book of sermons, and then to have a freckled lad, round-faced and brown as a berry, with a scar across his forehead where an exploding crucible had just missed the eye, burst in upon her to beg her best preserving kettle for an experiment, and to hear the future clergyman called Fick Gregg all over her end of the town made her shudder. Most of the people of Lavenham who knew him thought specific gravity mildly insane, but they all liked him. He was so simple and sincere and kind that they could not help it, but they never knew what he would be up to next in the line of dangerous experiment. He was as inventive as a fox, as spry as a cat, and as steady-headed as a monkey. Old Deacon Podgers looked out his window one morning when it was blowing half a gale, and on the top of the unfinished steeple of the new Baptist church saw a strange black object. The deacon, who had been a sea captain all his active days, turned to the wall for his spyglass and recognized Gravity Gregg, who had climbed up there to study the vibration of materials, as he told the deacon when he asked him why he risked his life so recklessly. John Paul acquired his name of specific gravity from an early answer in the philosophy class, but it did not become publicly his until one day after an anxious night in the big railroad freight yards just outside of town. The Gregg house was on the brow of the hill overlooking the river and the flats where the railroad runs, and Fick knew every landmark visible from his window. It was a holiday. He had been fishing all day and went to bed early, but woke up about midnight with a start to see a flickering light reflected on the wall. He was at the window in a moment, and, after taking an observation, said to himself, "That's in the freight yards. It must be a car on fire." It was not a big blaze, like a burning house, but a flickering little blaze, like that of the lamps on the fruit peddlers' stands at night. The desire to investigate was strong upon John Paul. His mother had never objected to his going to fires, but would she let him go so late at night? He would not wake her up to ask, and, with a sigh, went back to bed again and dropped off to sleep, only to be wakened up by the distant sound of a fire engine rattling through the streets, and to see the same flickering light at the same spot on the wall. He went to the window again and took the field glass, which was one of his most cherished possessions. "It's a car, sure enough, and they've got the engines out," he said. "I wish I could go and see." He went back to bed, but tossed and tossed, while the light still flickered on the wall. "It's strange they don't put it out," he thought. "They must have been at work at it 2 or 3 hours." He rose again and went to the window, but the air was so cold that he dressed himself, his curiosity all the while growing stronger. Taking his shoes in his hand, he went softly down to the door, took the spare latchkey from its hook, let himself quietly out, put on his shoes, and slipped down to the front gate. It was a windy night, with the moon eating up the clouds, and the streets were very quiet. The first sign of excitement was at the gate of the yards, where another fire engine was just going in. Vic slipped in beside it and took a shortcut across the tracks, between and under the cars, to the other side next to the big freight house, where a fire engine was pumping water through long lines of black hose on a big tank car that was all in a blaze on the underside. The tracks were flooded. Vic balanced himself on a rail and watched the blazing car with a puzzled look. Every time the stream of water fairly struck the center of the flame, it flew in every direction in sheets and threads of fire, but always settled back at the bottom of the car. The division superintendent of the road drove up. Vic knew him by sight, for he lived in Lavenham and went to his church. "What's the matter?" the superintendent said in a high-keyed voice. "Why don't you put out the fire?" 3 men drew out of the group around the fire engine and came to the side of the buggy. One was the yardmaster, another the conductor in charge of the train, and the third the fire chief. "It's naphtha," said the chief. "There's a leak somewhere in the pipes that lets it down to the fire a little at a time. We can't get at it for the heat, and the water only scatters it. The stuff must be pretty well out by this time," said the conductor. "When it gets low and the fire works up into the tank, there will be an explosion. It's awful stuff for fire." Vic was standing by the front wheel of the buggy and saw the superintendent's face grow pale by the flickering light. "Can't you move the car?" "We can't get near enough to couple, and the truck is about burned through. We moved the other cars, but we can't move the buildings." "Why not bring up the gravel train from the lower switch and fill up from below until the fire is buried?" "There won't be time. The tank's nearly empty now. It's been burning all night." "I'm not so sure about that," answered the chief. "Those tanks hold a lot, and it doesn't take much naphtha to make a big blaze. What I'm afraid of is it will explode while it's half full and scatter the burning stuff all over the yard. Or else it will burn a week and stop all work in the yards while we are waiting for it to burst. That will never do." Vic had been doing a lot of thinking while this hasty consultation went on. He had not studied his physics for nothing, and he was sure he had the key to the problem. "Please, Mr. Sanderson, may I speak?" The 4 men looked down and saw a boy in a short jacket, with eyes that were burning with excitement, and Mr. Sanderson said in amazement, "Hello! Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "If you please," said Vic, drawing himself up to the dashboard in his excitement, "I know how to put out the fire." "You do you? Well, speak up quick. It'll be worth a good many $1,000s, and perhaps a few lives if you do. Take off the lid of the tank on top and pour water into the tank. The wind blows the fire to one side, and if you can once get a hose in, you will do it." "How will that put the fire out?" cried the superintendent. "It's the specific gravity. Water is denser than naphtha and will sink to the bottom. If it doesn't explode when you open it, it won't afterward. The water will sink to the bottom and get into the leaky pipes." "I believe the lad's right," said the fire chief. "At all events, we'll try it. Who will help?" 2 or 3 volunteers came forward and lifted a ladder on the windward side of the car. The chief mounted and pried up the lid. No explosion followed, and on thrusting in his hand, he found that the naphtha was still very near the top. If the fire should reach and scatter it there would be no hope of saving the buildings, he knew, and even the vapor was dangerous. He called for a hose, thrust it in at the vent, and pulled down the lid to keep the vapor in. Then he climbed down to watch the result. Already, as he reached the ground and turned to look, the flame had diminished. In 5 minutes, the fire was out, and water was dripping from the cooled end of the leaky pipe, which was soon tied up and made safe. Not only was the danger over, but almost the whole contents of the tank were saved. No sooner was the work of repair over, by the gleam of hastily lighted lanterns, than the superintendent, like a man relieved by miracle, suddenly pulled himself up from the side of the disabled car and looked about him. Then he shouted, "Where's that boy?" Nobody knew. For the moment, they had forgotten all about the boy in thinking of the escape from peril. And as for John Paul, so soon as he saw that the fire was out and his faith in the principle of specific gravity vindicated, his interest had ceased, and he had turned across the flooded tracks toward home. He slipped quietly in, got to bed by 4:30 without disturbing anybody, and was up as usual when his mother called him to help her with the morning work. He never troubled her with his experiments, and it did not occur to him to speak of the night's adventure. Even the reporter of the Daily Flashlight was too much interested in the success of the experiment to interview the boy, although he made the best of him in his story in the morning paper. He was a stranger in Lavenham and had never heard of the uncanny doings of Gravity Greg. It was not until the next day that the whole story got out, and Fick found it necessary to go to school by the back streets to avoid public notice. When the division superintendent reached home in the early morning, he found his wife waiting for him with a cup of hot coffee, and as he drank it, he told her the story. "I suppose I shall have to advertise for the boy," he said. "I can't let him go. He saved the car and the buildings and perhaps the lives of some of us." "You needn't do that," answered Mrs. Sanderson, who knew nothing about physics, but had caught 2 words in the story. "He lives right around the corner in the little brown house. He's the oldest son of the widow Gregg, and nearly blew our Ralph's head off one day last week with one of his experiments. All the boys call him Gravity Greg." While Mrs. Gregg was at breakfast, the doorbell rang, and Mr. Sanderson invited himself in. It took a long while to tell the story, for Mrs. Gregg couldn't understand that John Paul had been anywhere but safe in bed all night. And John Paul couldn't see that there was anything to make a fuss about in so simple an expedient in practical physics. People said that the railroad ought to make the boy a handsome present, but it did not. What it did do was to see that he got the best kind of an education and then put him where he could climb high in their employ. He carries a watch which Mr. Sanderson and the fire chief gave him as soon as he was considered by them old enough to take care of it, on the case of which is engraved a name and a date. His mother is proud of him, and luckily for her pet ambition, she is quite as proud of another son who is just such a minister as she hoped to make of John Paul Gregg. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy. Jonathan by Dallas Lore Sharp. It was a half-holiday at the quarries. The schools, the stores, and shops all closed at noon. The whole quarry town had turned out to see the great granite shaft hauled to the station. To avoid the risk and cost of 2 loadings, the 40-ton stone had been derricked to the road at the edge of the quarry, and there, under a temporary shed, had been cut, polished, and crated. It now lay blocked upon a low, powerful dray, ready to be moved to the freight siding in the village over a mile distant. The stone was the largest single block of granite ever quarried at the Laston Ledges. It had been an expensive job from the start, and a very troublesome one. It had led to a strike, a riot, and almost to murder. There had been no man among the 200 in the quarries capable of properly dressing the stone, so the company had brought in Gunnar Gustavsson to do the work, and the men were angry at the intrusion of the outsider. The company was warned, so was Gustavsson, but the work on the shaft went on, until the strike. Jonathan, the leader of the men, was as sure he was right, and as stubborn as Hendricks, president of the firm. Then the men grew ugly. There was a riot. Gustavsson's furniture was burned in the street, and he himself was so brutally attacked that he still lay slowly mending in one of the company's houses. It was a bitter victory, and Jonathan was too honest a man to like it. When it was reported to him that Havelock Gustavsson, the 16-year-old son of the non-union man, had found some menial work in the company's stables, he made it clear to the men that the boy was to be let alone.
That is how it happened that young Gustavusson appeared among the men who were busy with the 24-horse team attached to the heavy dray. The road from the quarry to the station was down grade except for 2 steep hills where the ledges cropped out and where every ounce of the pulling power of the great team would be required. At the top of the second rise, the downward slope stretched away for about half a mile with a sharp curve round the edge of the old quarry. The curve was guarded by heavy stone posts and a wooden rail. The possibilities of all this had been reckoned with, and in order to keep the 40 tons of granite from pushing the houses before it, a pair of heavy steel shoes had been fitted to a brake that might have held a freight train. Jonathan settled himself upon the seat of the dray, gathered up the reins of the pole team, and with his foot upon the brake gave the word to start. The drivers of the forward spans echoed the command, and the dray rolled out upon the road. There is something inspiring in the work of willing horses. It is a noble enthusiasm, little less than inspiration, that takes possession of the horses themselves. The crowd along the road felt it and cheered as the 12 pairs, pulling like one, took the great polished shaft to the top of the first hill. It was a short and gentle descent to the second and steepest ridge. Jonathan put on the brake and caught the weight so easily that the horses of the pole moved free in their traces, yet kept them fairly taut. Near the bottom of the slope, he started them forward on the trot, loosed the brake, and sent the long line at a good pace to take the second ridge. It was a pretty piece of work. So beautifully did the immense stone mount the rise that even the members of the firm in attendance cheered with the rest. Then a silence fell. No one spoke of danger, but as the great shining shaft pointed down the slope, its 40 tons of dead weight seemed suddenly to have changed into active power. It seemed to poise at the top of the hill. It was a thing alive. The ridge was a narrow ledge of granite, hardly wide enough to stop the dray upon. Jonathan had intended to breathe his team here, but by the time the dray was up, the lead horses were already going down, and the load, without a pause, began to descend. Jonathan bore down on the brake, drew in his horses, and looked off down the long grade to the turn about the precipitous edge of the old quarry. He drew a short, hard breath. No cooler man than this tall Swede ever held a rein. He could handle horses as he could handle men. But he had made a mistake, and he knew it instantly. He should have stopped on the ridge as he intended. He should have unhooked all the horses ahead of the pole team here. They were in the way. The horses at the pole could guide the load down. The others were a menace if anything should happen. But nothing should happen, he muttered to himself, and a half-smile broke over his rugged face as he heard the grind of the brakes and saw the slack in the traces taken up. The load was under his foot. Just then the lead horses broke into a trot. Immediately, the whole line started. Jonathan bore down on the brake and drew his own team hard back to check the pole when there was a sharp crack like the report of a pistol, and one of the steel shoes fell broken to the road. Instantly, a dozen warning voices told him what he too well knew had happened. The big horses knew too, and settled back to stop the push from behind. Jonathan put all his weight into the single steel shoe that bit at the back wheel. A stream of sparks flew from the tire, and a wild, shrill scream told that the brakes still worked, but the horses were sliding. Then the pole ran into the team ahead. The horses plunged, and there was confusion. "Unhook them from the pole!" Jonathan called to the nearest driver. The man dropped his lines, caught the jangling traces, and tried to run in between the teams, but he was stuck by a hoof and rolled out of the road. Panic seized the whole line of frightened horses. Some of the drivers still held their teams back, but they were being dragged helplessly. "Unhook them!" Jonathan shouted to the crowd shrinking back against the fence. Were he free to let his own team go, they might keep ahead of the load and take the turn with a possible chance of rounding the edge of the deep quarry. "Unhook them!" he shouted again, powerless to quit his place and do the thing himself. But no one was able to move. Then a lithe young figure came bounding down the ridge. It was young Gustavusson. He sprang upon the dray, ran forward, seized the whip in Jonathan's hand, and in a cool, deliberate voice said, "When I get hold, let him jump quick." He dropped between the horses to the pole, and clutching the harness got quickly out to the end. He was bending to catch the evener when a forward wheel stuck a rut, and the long tongue snapped him viciously into the air. He caught the harness of the nigh horse, and saved himself. Hanging to the harness, he swung back, lay along the tongue, and reached out again for the evener. Jonathan was watching, and as the boy laid his hand upon a big hook, he loosed the reins, the horses lunged, and the long, heavy bar was unhooked almost of itself. Like a flash, the boy straightened and swung the lash about the horses ahead, throwing himself an instant later upon the back of the horse he was holding. The loosened teams were barely dragged to the side as the pole team went by on the gallop with its 40-ton stone. Jonathan had the horses under perfect control. He could guide them straight ahead. But the mighty stone was gathering momentum with every leap of the team, and powerful as they were, Jonathan began to realize that they would never be able to check or turn the downward plunge at the curve on the edge of the quarry. Then he saw that young Gustavusson was making no attempt to fling himself from the galloping horse. "Jump!" he shouted. "Jump, quick!" Havelock turned. "I can't jump," he called back. "My leg! Tend your team, I'm safe here." The absolute confidence of the boy sent a strange thrill through the big Swede. It steadied him. They were near to the turn, with the horses running close to the inner side and still well in hand. Jonathan thought quickly. It was a chance, the only chance. One of them, both of them, might escape if he could hit with the long iron hub of the rear wheel the tough young white oak that stood out on the very round of the sharp curve. Jonathan drew the horses in a little, spoke to them quietly, and sent the front wheel past the tree with a bite at the back and pulled the team hard in and leaped. There was a dull crash, a ripping of harness, and a grinding crunch as the 40-ton stone slewed over the crushed wheel across the broken top of the tree. Jonathan was picked up in the road, unconscious, but not seriously hurt. The escape of Gustavusson was more than luck. It was a miracle. But a miracle worked by his own presence of mind and the coolness, quickness, and good judgment of Jonathan. As the wheel struck, the traces parted, the pole chain snapped, and the horses shot ahead free with the boy clinging to the harness. When he was helped down, his right leg was found to be broken. But that had happened back along the road when he was snapped from the pole while trying to unhook the forward teams. And it was this that prevented his trying to fling himself off to the road as his perilous ride began. No harm had come to the shaft. The dray was a wreck, but the great stone lay unbroken and almost unscratched among the debris. It was a week later, as both Gustavsson's father and son were convalescing, that they received a letter concluding as follows. "Henceforth, a man shall be a man here. Some things have been done that the men in this quarry are ashamed of. They believe now that every man has a right to work and live under the law according to the dictates of his own conscience. For the men, signed, Jonathan." End of section 17. Recording by Christy.
Section 18 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Oven by Richard W. Child. I am inclined to think that a girl's wit is quicker than a man's in a tight place, if the place is tight enough. Mr. Colchester had spoken after we had been silently sitting for several minutes, watching the mist that was creeping over the moonlit water and listening to the chirp of the crickets in the grass. He always began a story by stating the moral. His way was to present some conclusion and then prove it by a personal experience. I was thinking of my sister, he explained. She once saved us both from a fearful death. If it had not been for her ready wit, I should have been a biscuit. At this, everyone straightened up perceptibly. Mr. Colchester's stories were always interesting. Perhaps all of you do not know that my father was a cracker manufacturer, he continued, and that he had a shop with machinery and 3 ovens in it. Of course, that would be considered nothing today, when there are bakeries that supply thousands of people in every part of the country. But when I was a boy, I used to wonder that there were enough mouths to consume all that my father's workmen made. I often went down to the shop, for it was really fascinating to watch the mixers turning the great rolls of dough over and over, and see the cutting machines chopping the long strap of it into little sticky lumps. Then old Carberry, the baker, would toss the pieces which had been patted and molded by hand on the tiled floor of the oven. Sometimes my sister Margaret used to go with me, for we were great chums, and it was on one of those occasions that we got into trouble. The day, I remember, had been rainy, and after a discouraging attempt to amuse ourselves in the house, Margaret said, "Let's take umbrellas and go down to the bakery." I was so glad of the suggestion that I forgot it was the noon hour, when the men would be gone and the machinery shut down. It wasn't until we saw the deserted room that we remembered it. "Well," said I, "we are bright, aren't we? But let's look around. I'll tell you, let's look at the cool oven." "Cool oven!" exclaimed Margaret in surprise. I explained to her that in the ordinary course of business only 2 ovens were used, and that unless there were extra orders, there was always 1 oven which was out of commission, being shut off from the furnaces below by the big sheet-iron dampers. I raised the latch of the heavy door and bent down to look across the flat, tiled surface inside. "It's just like a cave, isn't it, Bob?" cried my sister, and I laughed at the idea and asked her whether she expected to see a bear or a robber walk out. "Of course I don't," she said, for she always was on her guard against my making fun of her. "Let's crawl in." "All right," said I, touching the brick walls to make sure I hadn't made a mistake, and then I followed her inside through the gloomy opening. "Will it get my dress dirty?" Margaret asked out of the darkness. "No, indeed," said I. "They have to keep these ovens clean as can be. They're fussy about every speck of dust." I had hardly finished when the iron door behind us shut with a resounding clang. One of the workmen, who had come back to work, had closed it. "Oh, Bob!" cried my sister with a little scream of fright. "We're shut in!" "Like 2 biscuits," I laughed. "Don't you mind. All we have to do is to shout, and someone will come." But Margaret was really scared, and groped her way near me to put her hand on my shoulder. I confess the darkness and the close, stuffy air were far from cheerful. I began to call as loud as I could, and, not getting any answer, I crept over to the solid iron door and began kicking it with my heels. After a moment I stopped, breathing hard from my exercise, and then I heard Margaret's voice behind me, saying, "Wait a minute, Bob. Listen." I strained my ears, and from the outside I could hear a rumbling that seemed to come from far, far away. "It's the machinery," I cried. "It's after 1 o'clock, and they have begun work again. No wonder they couldn't hear us." By that time I had become really frightened, and I suppose I must have temporarily lost my head. I shouted wildly until my throat was sore, but it seemed only to fill our oven trap with noise. There was no hope whatever that it would penetrate the thick brick walls. Suddenly I was startled into silence by the sound of scraping iron beneath us, a familiar noise to my ears. Someone had pulled open the great damper that shut us off from the fires in the cellar below. They were going to heat our oven. "What was that?" exclaimed my sister, touching my hand with her cold fingers. "What did that noise mean, Bob?" She seemed to know our danger by instinct. I did not answer, for with a sinking heart I felt on my face the first breath of warm air. "Tell me, Bob," demanded Margaret. "They are heating this oven, aren't they?" She had caught my wrist and pressed it as hard as a girl could squeeze. "Yes," I gasped, trying to speak bravely. I remember I felt that if I were alone I should not care nearly so much, but the idea that my little sister would have to die too put me into another panic. A second breath of air, a good deal hotter than the first, fanned my cheek. I jumped up with a scream and beat and kicked upon the rough brick walls and on the iron door in blind terror. Then, exhausted, I crawled along the floor to the place where Margaret sat. She was crying quietly. I could tell, because when I put my arm about her, I could feel that she was shaking. "They will never, never hear us," she sobbed. "Don't cry, Margie," said I, patting her wet cheek while I tried to arouse my own courage. "Perhaps there is another way." I tried to think, but the heat had then become almost unbearable. It stung my nose and seemed to suffocate me. Once, when I touched a place on one of the tiles, I drew my hand back in real pain. There was no hope of breaking the latch of the iron door, and no one could hear us, though we put our mouths to a little crack at the top of the door and screamed. I was sure we would be baked. My arm was still round my sister, and her hand was still in mine, as if she were seeking the comfort of the touch. It was becoming hotter and hotter, but neither of us spoke for several seconds. Then, suddenly Margaret started up and cried out eagerly, "Tell me, Bob, quick, have you got a piece of paper?" I felt in my pockets. "Yes, I have an old postal card," I exclaimed. "What are you going to do with it?" "They can't hear us, but we can make them see," she cried. "Hurry, give it to me, and your jackknife." I handed them to her, and she began to pick at the hem of her skirt with the point of the knife. "We need thread," she explained excitedly, "and if this is a chain stitch on this hem, we can get it." I lighted a match. "And it is, Bob, it is," she cried. I realized that she had caught an end of thread and was carefully ripping it out. "Now, Bob," she commanded, handing me the card, "punch a hole in the card and tie it through." Her voice was weak. From my own struggle to keep my senses in that awful heat, I knew that she was nearly at the collapsing point. "What are you going to do with it?" I gasped. "The door," she answered faintly. "Dangle the card through the crack in the door." Then I understood her plan at last, and crawling painfully over on my knees, I thrust the postal card down the little crack between the door and the iron jamb. "Pull it up and let it down," cried Margaret with a final effort, and I jiggled the string so that the paper would dance upon the wall outside. My head swam with the effect of the terrible heat, and it seemed ages before anyone came. Then, suddenly the latch was lifted, the door swung open, and in spite of the blinding daylight which poured in, I could see the astonished face of old Carberry, the baker, peering in at us. I caught my sister's dress, pulled her toward the opening with all the strength that was left in me, and fell out after her into the old man's arms. "That is why I say," concluded Mr. Colchester as he looked round upon us with a smile, "that it was a girl's wit that kept me from being baked like a biscuit. And that is the reason why I say that a girl's wit is the best in a tight place, providing the place is tight enough." End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey M. 7721. On a Slide Board by Robert Barnes. At 3 o'clock on an August morning, the press in the little printing office on the summit ceased its clatter, and Corey Green brought out a bundle of stars, wrapped in enameled cloth, to Bart Collimore. "Here's your 500, said Corey, hot from the types. "All right," replied Bart. "They'll be on the hotel counters 26 miles away by 6. They walked down the platform before the Summit House. A dim light illumined the office, but the rest of the long building was dark. Only 2 other persons were awake. Frank Simmons, busy over the printing press, and Luke Martin, the hotel watchman. But in the west frowned a vaporous battlement, black and threatening, from which a strong wind was tearing detached masses and rolling them against the mountainside. Now and then a few flakes of snow flew on by the raw gale. Lifting his slide board from the platform, Bart set it on the cog rail midway of the track. This rail was bolted to a wooden centerpiece on the ties and consisted of 2 parallel strips of wrought angle iron connected by steel pins 3 inches apart, on which the cogs of the engine worked. He turned the nut on the brake rod until the iron plates, by means of which the speed of the board was retarded, were in position under the flanges of the rail. Then he pulled on his gloves, jammed his cap down hard, and buttoned his reefer up to his neck. Corey glanced at the black western sky. "You're liable to hit the storm going down," said he. "Guess I can beat it out," returned Bart. Seating himself on the slide board, with the bundle of papers between his knees, he gripped the brake handles. Almost of itself, the board began moving. "I'll be at the base house in 10 minutes, he called back as he sped away down the slope toward the north, while behind him the drone of the wind almost drowned Corey's shout. "Good luck," The slide board was the conveyance used by employees and trackmen in descending the mountain railroad. Although perilous for a novice, it was easy of management for an experienced hand. It was 7/8 inch spruce, 10 inches wide, and something over a yard long. 3 cleats screwed across its top kept it from splitting. Underneath were 2 sets of shoes, the forward of wood, the rear of iron, parallel strips 1/2 inch thick and 4 inches apart, just far enough for the top of the cog rail to slide between them. As Bart slipped downward, the black buildings on the summit were blotted out by driving clouds. Little by little he swerved westward, turning his back to the dawn, hearing only the hoarse murmur of the rising gale and the rattle of his board. Guidebooks say that the 3 1/3 miles from summit to base may be covered by slideboard in 20 minutes. Actually, the record is 2 minutes and 47 seconds. This can be appreciated when one remembers that there is a drop of 4,000 feet and that the average grade approximates 1 in 4. Bart had made the trip hundreds of times in his 14 years on the road. Every morning that summer he had gone down before daybreak in order that the little paper printed on the peak might have early distribution among the various hotels. Faster and faster sped the board. The top of the rack was abundantly lubricated with oil from the cogs of the engine, and the grade was growing steeper. On the left, a dim shaft, fitted by memorial of a life lost by exposure on the mountain years before. Bart put a little more pressure on his brakes. The stout birch handles, somewhat smaller than baseball bats and about as long as the board itself, were connected forward with the brake rod running across the front in a hollow wooden bar, and with an iron plate under each flange of the rail. To retard his course, the rider simply pulled up on the handles, which were directly under his arms, thus lifting the plates and the flanges and pressing the board down harder on top of the rack. The track curved northwest for the next 1,500 feet to the Gulf tank, a water cistern on the left. The grade varied from 1 in 4 to 1 in 8. The wind, keen, strong, and shot with hurrying snowflakes, stung even Bart's seasoned face. He had worked on the mountain long enough to know what was coming out of that inky bank ahead. Gulf tank swept past, a square gray shadow, and the track gradually swung west. And now he caught it in good earnest. The moan of the blast had risen to a furious howling. Bullets of sleet pelted his cheeks. Right before him rose a black wall, the edge of the real storm. It looked almost as if it were solid. Catching his breath, he ducked his head and bolted straight into the heart of the tempest. In a second it enveloped him. Rain, snow, sleet, and hail. His board whizzed faster over the wet, slippery rail. The grade increased, and he knew he had reached the long trestle. Beyond lay Jacob's ladder, the steepest place on the line, pitched considerably over 1 in 3. He must not go too fast there. It was more than 1.5 miles still to the bottom, if the board once got away from him. Bart stiffened himself against the fierce blast, gripped the brake handles hard, and pulled up on them. A stream of sparks trailed out on each side as the plates bit at the flanges. He was leaning well forward now, boring ahead, foremost into the yelling gale. His eyes were closed. He could not keep them open. Now the trestle was past, and the ladder lay just ahead. He could tell where he was by the feel of the track. His head was clear, his nerves steady. All he needed to do was keep up a good hold on the handles, and the board would soon carry him safely to the base. Suddenly, his speed increased. He had struck the ladder. The grade at its head was not far from 1 in 2. Down he shot, lifting hard on the birch bars. What was that? It could not be that the left brake handle was buckling. Yes, something had given way. Up came his hand, higher, higher, higher. Yet there was no response of iron grinding against iron. For just a second, Bart felt sick. The flange was only 3/4 of an inch wide. If that left plate once got out from under it, he knew very well what would happen. A single brake could never hold the board on the rail. On the next curve, if not before, it would bound from the track with tremendous velocity, and its rider would land somewhere on the rugged mountainside with a broken neck. Somehow, if he cared to live, that plate must never lose its grip on the flange. The ladder was 400 feet long and 30 feet above the rocks at its highest point. Bart was traveling 40 miles an hour, so crossing the trestle took less than 10 seconds. Before he left it, he saw what he must do. Instinctively easing up on his right bar so as to bring an even pressure on both sides, he ran his left hand quickly forward down the birch stick to locate the brake. Not many inches from the socket, his fingers found it, where a knurl, imperceptibly weakened by long use, had evidently yielded at last. Sitting where he did, he could just reach beyond this brake by extending his arm full length, and he could exert only a slight upward pull. If he hoped to keep the board on the rail, he must immediately shift his position so that he might pull out his full strength. Several short curves were just ahead. To change one's place on a narrow board flying down a mountainside at 40 miles an hour through a pitch-black hurricane is no fool's task. Very carefully, Bart hitched straight forward until his knees were upright and he was able to lift strongly on the unbroken portion of the bar. His speed was now simply terrific. Round a curve he whisked, leaning far inward in the fear that he might ride the rail. Then, as his board settled down on a straightaway, he pulled up with all his might. To his horror, he found that with so short a leverage he could not press the plate against the flange hard enough to check his speed. The board was running away with him. Bart knew every yard of that track, every pitch and curve from the engine house at the summit to the Marshfield turntable, and he realized that this was the most critical minute in all his years of railroading. Two courses were open to him. He might stick to the board, or he might roll off. Which was the less dangerous? If he rolled off at that speed, the best he could hope for would be a fearful bruising, broken bones, and insensibility. It would be hours before rescuers could find him, and hours in that storm meant death. If he stayed on, he took the chance of being hurled from the rail at some curve. Besides, what would happen if he reached the bottom, if he ever did reach it? He decided to stay on. The slide board took the curves at express speed. Time and again, Bart thought it was flying off. He wondered to find himself still sitting hunched in the spruce. When Wombuck Tank slipped by, he knew it had passed, although he did not see it. But a little more than a mile due west, and almost 1,300 feet lower, lay the terminus. Was this to be his last ride on the line? In a couple of minutes at the most, the thing would be decided. Bart manned himself for the finish. On he shot, straining at the bars, head down through the pitch darkness. He was dashing against a 40-mile gale at an equal speed. That was equivalent to standing in a hurricane blowing at 80 miles. It shrieked round him with indescribable fury, striving to hurl him backward from his seat. His cap was torn away, and the sleet pattered like a sandblast on his bare skull. Cold Spring Tank flitted past, and the last steep pitch was near, 1,700 to the mile. In a moment, Bart was rushing madly down the descent. His head swam with the hideous speed. His board vibrated and trembled as it hurtled along the track. All seemed unreal, uncanny, but although dazed and buffeted, he never for an instant loosed his grip of the bars. A green man might have lost his head, and that could have had but one result. Almost sooner than he could think, he was at the bottom of the pitch, darting over the Amonsook Bridge. Only a few hundred feet more. The track, he knew, was clear to its end, for cars and engines were housed for the night. Now for one last, long, hard pull. Deaf, blind, numb, exhausted, bent almost double, he drained his strength to the dregs for a clutch on the handles. Then he lifted as if he would tear the flange from the centerpiece. There was a terrific shrieking as the iron surfaces ground together. Fire followed each break. A building rushed by on the right, the carpenter shop. Bart did not actually see it, but he knew it was gone. Then came the car barn, the turntable, the engine house, and the repair shop, and the long woodshed. Less than 30 yards more. His speed was slackening on the level grade, but it was still tremendous. And now the laundry was past, the last building. 25 feet beyond it, the cog rail ended. Bart threw all that was left of himself into one final, mighty wrench. A second later, he found himself rolling blindly along the ties, head over heels and heels over head, cuffed, punched, battered, as if a dozen flails were beating him at once on every part of his body. At last, he came to a stop, a bruised, dizzy heap. After a little, Bart sat up, tried his arms and legs, and he found he could get on his feet. He felt himself all over, Luckily, his bones were well padded with muscle, so none of them were broken. The storm was still blowing 40 miles an hour, but by contrast, it seemed to him to be almost over. He hunted until he found his bundle of papers. It had been tied tightly and had not burst open. Then he limped up to the base house. "Here are your stars," he said to the driver of the team shivering outside. "I've done my part. Now see if you can get 'em to Bethlehem before 6 o'clock. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Call of the Sea by Frederick Palmer. The only memory of his father that Franklin Thompson had was the photograph of a young naval officer in uniform, which his mother, with tears in her eyes, often showed him. She died when Franklin was 6, leaving him, her only cause for living longer, to the care of his father's brother. When he realized how unwelcome he was in his new home, the only solace he had in the world was the photograph. He would look at it for an hour at a time, and read again and again the inscription on the back. Before he was quite alone in the world, he had heard the sea a-calling. On his holidays he would walk to the shore and watch the ships go and come. Each was a speaking individuality, which he would recognize should he see it again. The salt breath was ever in his nostrils, the tang of salt spray in his veins. When he was 11, his cousin Edward, 5 years his senior, received the appointment to Annapolis. If Franklin felt any envy, he stifled it. The inscription on the photograph in his father's own hand forbade that. "Be honest. Envy nobody. Strive hard," it ran. 2 years later, Franklin knew that his school days were at an end. "I'll look for a place for you to learn some business," said his uncle, as if the boy's preferences for an occupation did not count. Early the next morning, Franklin went to the great bay near his home, as he always did when he was heavy of heart. 3 men of war, one a new battleship, their white sides gleaming, rested their enormous weights on the water as gently as swans. On the battleship it was visiting day. From her side the monster reached down her big gangway, with holy-stoned steps and immaculate rope, as the gallant officer offers his hand to a lady. At the threshold of the deck Franklin paused, as one who suddenly sees his dreams materialize in broad daylight. No one of the knots of sightseers, going here and there with the spectators' ahs and occasional questions, noticed the boy, who stood immovable, noting every detail of the Leviathan. Each gun seemed to him a living thing. He saw some jackies going about their appointed duties, and others under the shade of the awnings aft, mending their clothes. The officer of the deck must be the happiest man in the world, Franklin thought. He imagined how his father must have looked, pacing back and forth in the same way. Oh, and if his father were only alive, then perhaps he, too, might go to Annapolis. He looked up at the bridge and imagined himself in a great storm, with the spray stinging his face and blinding his eyes, and the mountain of steel as obedient to his commands as a bicycle to the turn of the handlebar. "Wouldn't you like to look around a bit?" asked a voice at his elbow. Its owner, Franklin saw, was a boy of about his own age, dressed like the jackies in summer white. Would I? Would I? The way Franklin asked the question was answering enough for any one boy to another. "I guess you'll do," said his new friend, laughing. "My name's Harry Grimm. I'm apprentice." Jerry showed how the ammunition was hoisted for the 13-inch gun by touching a button. He slipped a demi-shell into the breech of one of the 3-inch rapid fires, but he was quite unable to answer all of his guest's questions. Franklin did not leave the man-of-war until the last boat was going ashore. That night he told his uncle of his desire to join the Navy as an apprentice. Uncle William was in an unusually bad temper. He thought a moment, and then he said, "I don't believe you'll ever be any use in business. Probably you'd run away to sea if I got you a place. I'll take you to the Navy Yard tomorrow." At any rate, Uncle William thought he would be free from any further responsibility or care for the boy. Nevertheless, he knew what Franklin's proud father or his proud mother, were either of them alive, would say. That thought stung him a little. While his cousin was at the school where officers are made, Franklin was to be trained for a seaman. Edward would begin his career with rank and position just beyond the highest grade that Franklin could ever attain. Franklin must be ever on the forecastle side of the dividing line between officer and man. He might rise to be a chief gunner, while Edward might be an admiral. But Franklin did not understand this. He was in the period of light-hearted youth, when the responsibility for his future rested on his guardian's shoulders. He was entirely under the spell of the call of the sea. A year later found him bound for South America on a small cruiser, which continued around the Horn and on to Hong Kong to join the Asiatic Squadron, which was even then preparing for the conflict with Spain. In all that long voyage he had never once been seasick, and he had grown to love the sea from familiarity as much as he had loved it in anticipation. On that great morning when the American men of war ran into Manila Bay, the executive officer set him to look for torpedo boats. The story of how he reported, with his hand to his cap in salute, "Torpedo boat on our starboard bow, sir. She's sinking by the bow, sir. She's sunk," went the round of the messes. After the battle came that long period of waiting until the army took the city, when the sun was not as hot as an oven. The clouds poured torrents that rose from the hot awnings in steam. By this time Franklin had come to comprehend the separation of officer and man as only actual service can reveal it. Sometimes, with cap in hand, he had to pass through the wardroom and the officers' quarters. These, which had been his father's portion, would be his cousin's, but could never be his. His fellow apprentices were quite content with the forecastle. They felt more at home aft than they would forward. There was Charlie, for example. Charlie studied as little as he might. He was always getting into mischief, but was withal a bright, good-hearted fellow, with the makings of a first-class seaman in him. The boatswain, known as Pete in the forecastle and Deering forward, and there you have his two names, used to fend off intrusion when Franklin was busy with his books. All his studies had the requirements for admission to Annapolis in view. Not that he expected ever to have his learning put to the test. He knew no one, he had no hope of knowing anyone, who could secure for him the coveted appointment. It pleased him to be ready. One day, as he was bending over the little box which is at once a seaman's work-basket and wardrobe, the captain, who had strolled aft, stopped by his side, and looking over his shoulder saw a photograph. "Why, that's Thompson!" he exclaimed. "Is he any relation of yours?" "My father, sir," Franklin replied, as he sprang to his feet and saluted. "I did not know that," the captain repeated thoughtfully. He picked up the photograph and scanned the face of his old messmate. Afterward he never passed Franklin without a smiling glance. But that glance, meant so kindly, had a sting. It seemed to say that he was in a position unworthy of his father's name. When a visiting congressman of the United States came aboard the cruiser as a guest, Pete instantly sought out Franklin, and taking him to one side where he would not be overheard, said, "Now's your chance, my bully boy. A congressman can do most anything, so they say. You go right up to this one and knock your cap smart as you can, and tell him who your father was and that you want to go to Annapolis." Franklin had not the courage or the presumption, whichever you call it. Pete called it gall. "If you won't, sonny, I will." And when he saw the congressman sitting on the deck after general quarters, he approached him with a eulogy as earnest as it was picturesque. The congressman smiled and asked to see Franklin. "Now, sonny," said Pete, "I've cleared the channel. Go forward and do your evolutions." As Franklin stood before the elderly, dignified man, sitting beside the captain on the captain's deck. He felt himself to be quite the most insignificant apprentice in the world. The congressman looked him over keenly from head to foot, as if he were examining the texture of the cloth on the back of his jacket. "Do you want to go to Annapolis?" Did he want to? Does the tender shoot of spring want the sunlight? Franklin's voice trembled with hope. "Yes, sir, more than anything else in the world." "I'm not making any promises," the congressman said finally. Congressmen haven't a pocket full of blanks to fill out whenever they see a bright boy. "I'll see what I can do." When, by the rules of the Navy, Franklin was supposed to be sound asleep that night, he was wide awake, building air castles. How long would he have to wait before he heard from the congressman? Would he ever hear? The statesman did not appear again aboard the cruiser ship for many days. In the meantime, a new cadet, with his stripe fresh on his arm, came to the cruiser. It was none other than Franklin's own cousin, Edward. When they met at drill, there was no look of recognition in Edward's face. Later, in one of the intervals of the day, which the forecastle may call its own, the officer came aft and in a patronizing manner asked the apprentice how he was getting on. When Franklin told him very well, Edward said it was awkward for an officer to have a cousin in the forecastle, and walked away. Franklin flushed at the remark and repeated under his breath his father's advice, as the soldier of the old, superstitious days repeated his talisman. The next day Franklin had shore leave. On his way back to the quay, he saw his fellow apprentice, Charlie, in bad company. He forgot all else except his friend's plight and his horror over it. When, finally, he had separated Charlie from the lounger who wanted to show the sailor boy the town, the cruiser's launch had gone. They had to hire a native to row them out in a banca, which crept at a snail's pace in the gathering darkness. For the first time in his life, Franklin was among the accused, who stood at the mast the next morning to hear their sentences from the captain, who acts as judge, and with the captain was the congressman. Franklin saw his look of surprise as their eyes met. The captain spoke of his own grief in delivering sentence of suspension from leave privilege for 6 months. Franklin's head swam and his cheeks were aflame. He could only reply with the hoarse, "Yes, sir." As he turned to go, he heard the congressman say sarcastically that he did not think that boy was so very anxious to go to Annapolis. Franklin was the only one of the ship's company who did not brighten when they received the electric thrill of an order, which broke their weary vigil in the famous bay by sending the cruiser to patrol duty among the southern islands. But when they were under way, Franklin found that the congressman was still aboard, and his hopes revived a little. For a week of coasting from port to port, he looked in vain for some event which would set him right. Then came an order transferring him. He was assigned to the Marietta, a tiny gunboat no bigger than a harbor tugboat, and but with half the draft. He had only time to get his belongings together, which does not take a sailor long. He found that his cousin had also been transferred, and was to be commander of the cockle shell. The Marietta's first assignment was to take none other than the congressman up a river to the capital of a province where he had a son, an officer of the army, in command of the garrison. There Franklin would definitely see the last of him. They had no thought of meeting, with any delay, on their run of the 5 miles of winding stream. But it is when they are least expected that guerrillas appear. The congressman was sitting in the bow, admiring the scenery. The little engine was chugging earnestly. The screw was whirling vigorously through the muddy water, when out of the soft green foliage of the right bank cracked a volley. The congressman, a veteran himself, dropped on the deck and looked about him for a rifle, his old eyes flashing. The cadet had never been under fire before. He dodged and fell on the deck with the others. Franklin was at the wheel and remained erect, frightened but not forgetting his duty. There had not been a tremor of the rudder. "Steer for that bank! Sharp, sharp!" Edward called, and Franklin obeyed. "I don't want to endanger your life," he panted to the congressman, his sentence broken by the ring of a bullet against the hull and whistle of other bullets over their heads. "Seems to me I'd put a few shots back at 'em in the meanwhile," said the congressman. "What's that for?" He nodded toward a rapid-fire gun in the bow. "And that?" Toward a 1-pounder in the stern. Edward could not fail to take the hint. He sprang up with trembling limbs and ran to the rapid-fire gun, calling for the other to be manned. A bullet struck its support before he could put it in action. That made him forget all his training. He aimed wildly and jammed the delicate machine almost instantly. Then, in his desperation, he ran toward the wheel. "Steer in closer! Closer!" "It's too shallow, sir," Franklin replied. "No, it's not." The ensign could hear the triumphant shouts of the insurgents, who increased their fire. He was wild with exasperation. "It's not," he repeated, and seized the wheel in his own hands and turned it hard alee. The bow veered sharply. For an instant the boat flew forward, then grounded. As if they had been waiting on this for a signal, a fire broke out from some bushes which rose above the level of the grassy bank on the left side. "Both sides!" gasped the ensign. He sprang overboard as much to avoid the fire as anything. "Push her off!" Everybody leaped into the water. When the insurgents on the left bank saw the predicament of the Americans, they broke out of their cover with a yell and came running toward them. Meanwhile, the Marietta was still in range of the fire from the other side. It was a question only of minutes, yes, of seconds, before they would be prisoners. The current swung the Marietta partially around and drove her fast into the soft mud, and the misdirected efforts of her crew to free her were as unavailing as if she were a battleship. "Can't somebody fire that gun? Can't somebody fire?" the congressman called, putting the strength of his 60 years against the hull and feeling his shoes sinking in the soft ooze beneath them. At this juncture, in face of the fire, Franklin sprang on deck and ran aft to the jammed instrument of their hope. He felt as cool as his father's son ought to feel under such circumstances. The parts of the mechanism were not a jumble to him as they were to the excited cadet, and he saw the difficulty and how simple it was. His study, his questions, had not been in vain. "Man the 1-pounder! Get the rifles, everybody!" he called, with the instinct of command. As they tumbled aboard, the crew heard the rat-tat-tat of the gun under Franklin's hand, sweeping the field of white-shirted figures pressing forward, and soon a little shell from the 1-pounder threw up dirt at their feet. The insurgents were too near their prize to be stopped yet. "Keep cool, everybody, keep cool," said the congressman, himself firing with the nice calculation of a man at a range. The Americans did not realize that shots were still coming from the rear. They knew that the insurgents on the other side of the stream could not cross it, and that was enough. If the gun should jam again, all would be lost. But it did not jam, and soon the insurgents, no longer able to stand the persistent accuracy of the machine, began to fall back, and finally ran in pell-mell flight, leaving their wounded behind. Promptly, Franklin whirled his gun round and began firing upon the first attacking party, which withdrew when it saw that it was unsupported by the other side. When excitement no longer made their efforts futile, and one was not pushing against another, and with the screw properly directed to their assistance, the crew was very soon able to force the stranded Marietta back into the stream. After the congressman had emptied the water out of his shoes and was once more seated, with nothing to do but to enjoy the scenery, he said to Franklin in beaming gratitude, "Well, young man, you're quite a general." Franklin blushed. The remark did not make him think of his ambition. It gave him speech for another cause. "Oh, sir, I want you not to believe that those charges were true. They weren't. I wouldn't have overstayed leave if I hadn't been... But you ask Charlie the rest." "I don't believe them. To prove it, all you've got to do is to pass the examination to Annapolis. I'll see that you get the appointment." Franklin's manner and his eyes spoke his gratitude better than his tongue. Edward, who had overheard, looked proudly at his cousin, and then said to the congressman, "I thank you, too, sir. I shan't be happy till he wears the uniform his father wore. He saved us all today." His little speech saved Edward from a court of inquiry. He became Franklin's best friend, and if ever he goes into action again, There is no doubt that he will behave like a veteran. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Tightrope by Albert W. Tolman. My highest ambition at 17, said the linotype operator, was to become a professional acrobat. I then lived with my parents on a farm near the manufacturing town of N. All my spare time was spent in vaulting, jumping, turning handsprings, and practicing other feats of strength and agility. On the 4th of July, a traveling tightrope performer, Signor Lupini of Verona, as the posters called him, was to display his skill on a rope above the river that flowed through the town. He arrived with 2 assistants on the afternoon of July 3rd, and a crowd of boys, myself among them, met him at the railroad station. We saw a spare, wiry man, above the ordinary height, light-complexioned, with steely blue eyes. He looked us over inquiringly. "Boys," said he, "I need some young fellow to help me tomorrow. Who wants to be wheeled across the rope in a barrow?" The others hung back, but I jumped at the chance. "I do!" I exclaimed quickly. He seemed pleased as he ran his eyes over me. I was of medium height, with good muscles. "All right," he said. "Come to the hotel at 7, and I'll tell you what's wanted." At the stroke of the hour I was on hand, and he explained my duties. He then pulled a $10 bill from his pocket. "That's yours at 9 tomorrow night if you do your work well," he said. "Now go home and sleep soundly." My parents were spending the 4th with cousins in a neighboring town, so I was alone in the house. I went to bed early, but until long after midnight excitement kept me from getting a single wink. The next day I was on hand bright and early. I helped stretch the rope between 2 mill roofs, ran errands, and made myself generally useful. When not busy, I hung about, watching my employer. He certainly was an artist in his line, a man without bravado, either all nerves or none at all. I could not help thinking, too, that for an Italian he spoke English remarkably well. At 2:30, a carriage took us from the hotel to the Western Mill. We dressed in the loft. The signor donned his tinsel-spangled tights. I figured as clown in an old stovepipe hat and white cotton suit, liberally besprinkled with stars of red and green. The same colors streaked my face. As we clambered through the scuttle, the crowds lining the bridges and banks set up a shout, and the town band on the other mill began playing the Star-Spangled Banner. Sharp at 3 o'clock the music stopped. The assistant on our roof advanced to the edge, fired 6 blank cartridges from a self-cocking revolver, and shouted this magniloquent announcement through a megaphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the celebrated Signor Lupini will now illustrate his art, assisted by Rinaldo Nobisco, the famous clown, recently secured from the London Hippodrome, ladies and gentlemen, at great trouble and expense." Whistles and catcalls from the boys below greeted this absurd reference to me, and I felt rather foolish. Signor Lupini stepped briskly forward, bowed to his audience, and was soon promenading along the spidery line between the 2 cornices. Aided by a long balancing pole, he stood on 1 foot, knelt, lay down, walked across blindfold, and performed many other marvelous feats. His perfect control of nerve and muscle fascinated me. I did not realize that his facility came from years of toilsome practice. Here he was calling for me. I resolved to stretch a rope the very next day between the beams over the haymow. During the signor's exhibition, the crowd was very quiet, and the band did not play. It was only when he was once more safe upon the roof that their long-restrained applause broke forth, and the band struck up "Hail to the Chief." He rested a few minutes, and then motioned to me to make ready. Among our paraphernalia was a strong light wheelbarrow with a tire grooved to fit the rope. I began to feel a little shaky, but there was no time to indulge this emotion, for my employer exclaimed, "All aboard, my boy, and remember, a stiff upper lip." I seated myself, facing forward, my feet dangling on each side of the wheel. Signor Lupini, stooping, gripped the handles. "Sit steady," he said. "Don't wink one eye unless you wink the other at the same time." He ran me a few turns round the gravelled surface, then flicked the wheel dexterously up on the rope and headed straight for the edge. "Keep perfectly still," he adjured me, "and you're as safe as you'll be on the street." For all my assumption of coolness, I was frightened half out of my wits. I shut my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them we were fairly out on the tremulous hemp. "Don't look down," cautioned the senor. "Face straight forward, sit tight." Hardly daring to breathe, I stiffened myself as if I were in a plaster cast. I could see the narrow line just ahead buckle slightly at the approach of the wheel. How long that 200 feet seemed! Slowly, surely, we drew near the roof. The tire jolted against the cornice. In 2 or 3 seconds we were safely on the gravel. Then the band blared out and the crowd set off explosives. My fright was over, and I felt proud as a peacock. On the trip back, my employer made me sit facing him, and I had a good chance to admire the easy, effortless play of his wiry muscles. He was a thorough gymnast, a man of steel and India rubber. After several other trips, during which I occupied different positions on the barrow, we went back to the hotel. Promptly at 8, we emerged again through the scuttle. A crowd bigger than that of the afternoon had gathered, and a roar of applause greeted us. I say us, for by this time I felt myself to be almost as important as Signor Lupini. My head was completely turned. The evening performance possessed certain novel features. Tin pans of red fire stood on each cornice, and along the bridge rails had been stationed a half-dozen boys liberally supplied with rockets and Roman candles. The master of ceremonies fired an introductory volley with his revolver. "Light up, Jimmy," he shouted to his associate across the river. At the same time touched a match to the pan beside him. Jimmy obeyed. A deep red glow illuminated the scene, flashing from the mill windows, and revealing the human clusters on bridges and banks. As in the afternoon, Signor Limpini began with a few feats performed alone, the blaze of fireworks making his spangled tights glitter. I waited impatiently for our dual performance, thirsting for some of the applause. Finally my turn came, and the signor wheeled me back and forth several times. So great was my confidence in him that I had forgotten my nervousness. At last 9 o'clock was near. "Now, my boy," said my employer, "we'll wind up with something I don't try very often. I see you have good grit." He screwed to the barrow sides a light, strong chair of steel, its seat a yard in the air. After helping me into this, he passed me a long-handled pan of red fire. We were to close in a blaze of glory. "Keep cool," said he, "and we'll give 'em something to look at." He trundled me up to the cornice. His assistant dropped a lighted lucifer into the pan, and we moved out on the rope amid the crimson glare and the whizzing of rockets. The crowd yelled, and one of the boys setting off fireworks from the lower bridge lost his head. Whoosh! A badly aimed rocket shot not 5 feet over our heads, showering us with sparks. A little lower, and it would have dashed us from the rope. Signor Lupini drew a quick breath. I cringed in my steel chair, but still kept tight hold of the panhandle. The sudden fright set my teeth chattering. My employer noticed my trepidation. "Keep quiet, my boy, and we'll get over all right," said he, reassuringly, cool as a cucumber. On we rolled, smoothly and steadily. We were about halfway across when the unlucky rocketeer on the lower bridge outdid his previous blunder. A warning shriek blended with the swish of a projectile. I dared not turn my head, but a sidelong glance revealed a fiery comet headed straight towards us. Signor Lupini saw it too, and could not repress a cry of alarm. The next second it was upon us. I shut my eyes, convinced that we were lost. A whir, a rushing of flame, a slight shock. The apparition had passed, and we were still on the rope. I was hardly daring to congratulate myself when my heart was chilled by a low groan behind me. The barrow wabbled. The signor was trembling violently, swaying, reeling like a drunken man. Every throb of his body came to me through the tight-clutched handles. Something fearful must have happened. I clung to the chair arms in sheer paralysis of horror. An accident would hurl us down 75 feet into the river, where drowning or maiming worse than death awaited us. We moved a few feet farther, then stopped. The barrow swayed, as if about to overturn. Another groan from the signor. I would have questioned him, but the words died in my throat. Perhaps he had been pierced by the rocket, and might at any instant fall unconscious. Cries of horror rose from the spectators. The rockets and Roman candles ceased. The entertainment threatened to become a tragedy. Again we started, moving intermittently. Now a few quick steps would fill me with the dread of being flung off. Now we almost stopped, and I feared we should never go on. Before and behind us fizzled the red fire. Signor Lupini's feet shuffled on the rope. His breath came hard. Not a word in explanation, but always those terrible groans. My hair bristled. With straining eyes, I stared ahead into the red glare on the approaching mill. How slowly the distance lessened. On the roof stood Jimmy, gazing at us, pale and open-mouthed. The speechless horror on his face reflected our peril. The cornice was only 10 feet off. Signor Lupini thrust the barrow suddenly forward. A second later, the wheel grated on the gravel. It was none too soon. As a long sigh of relief rose from the spellbound crowds, the gymnast collapsed into a writhing heap. It took 3 men to get him down through the scuttle and into the carriage that conveyed him to his hotel. The rocket had struck his right calf, a glancing blow. His skill had enabled him to withstand a shock that would have overthrown a clumsier man. But his muscles, steeled to resist, had cramped violently, and we had been in deadly peril all the way across. 2 lives had hung on his ability to resist the agonizing pains and preserve his poise. That last 100 feet decided me that I didn't care to be a professional acrobat. The tightrope was never stretched between the beams of the haymow. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Junior Classics, Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Down the Incline by Charles Newton Hood. All that I had to do to earn my $125 a week salary was, 4 times each weekday, to climb to the top of a high tower, mount a bicycle, ride it down a long, narrow incline pitched at an angle of about 45 degrees, then up a few feet and out through the air, across a gap of 30 feet to another platform, and so to the ground. It was John Manser who was speaking, formerly one of the most daring performers in what is called the carnival business. No, I am not doing that sort of act now. My mother had been writing to me, begging me to stop, but I was looking forward to getting married, and that $125 a week was making the nest egg grow. I was one of the feature acts furnished by the Ferrari brothers to street fairs, carnivals, and the like, and had stepped from construction boss to performer one day by taking the place of an indisposed athlete at an hour's notice, and leaping the gap successfully on his bicycle without any previous rehearsal. I was at once put on as a regular performer with the company. My work did not seem so very terrible to me. With the bands playing and the thousands of happy spectators looking on, it was rather pleasant than otherwise to climb to the top of the high platform, dressed in my gay costume, and at the word come hurtling down the steep run, and then up and out through the air like a bird. All that seemed to be required was to be absolutely sure that the apparatus was put up strong and perfectly true, and that the gap was of exactly the correct width. Mine was precisely 28 feet and 4 inches. I always superintended the erection of everything myself, and trued every part up with the utmost care. In the act itself, it required only strong hands and arms to keep the bicycle steady and straight down the run, and to lean back a little and give a strong pull-up on the handlebar when we took off for the jump, so that the machine would surely strike on the rear wheel on the other side, to prevent the shock which would throw me headlong if the front wheel should strike first, or even at the same instant. All summer long I had enjoyed the work, and I often wondered that they should pay me so much for such a simple thing. Even when the performer who looped the loop on a bicycle in another part of the grounds fell and was crippled for life, I ascribed it to the fact that his health was not very good, and that he sometimes resorted to stimulants to help him through his act, and his misfortune did not render me at all nervous regarding my own work. It was the last day of the carnival at Grand Creek. We had had a most successful week, and on the closing night it was estimated that not less than 15,000 people crowded the grounds. The last of my 4 rides for the day was scheduled for 11 o'clock at night, and was to be the closing feature. Promptly, at 5 minutes of 11, I climbed to the platform, and my bicycle was sent up to me by rope and pulley. It was a heavy, dark night, but the thousands of electric lights made the grounds almost as light as day. Little lamps were strung thickly all down the run, and the skeleton framework of my tower and trestles was outlined with them. A fitful, eddying wind had come up, which roared dismally through the timbers. It swayed the big framework somewhat, but not enough to trouble me. The people had come crowding to my portion of the grounds, and as I gazed down at their upturned faces, massed so thickly together below me, the sight was a weird one under the electric lights. Straight ahead of me lay the narrow run, with its broad stripe of white down the center to aid me in steering, then the saucer, as it was called, at the bottom, where the run turned up towards the takeoff, then the wide gap, and the farther platform, with its even wider guiding stripe of white. I gave the bicycle a quick examination, stood up straight, and made the little posing flourish which is expected of all athletes, fixed my bicycle on the run, and seated myself firmly. The official announcer below raised his hand. The band stopped playing, and there was that breathless hush of anticipation and expectation which is so carefully worked up for sensational acts. "All ready?" shouted the announcer. "Right," I responded. "Go!" The snare drummer of the band struck into the long roll which he always accompanied my flights. Instantly, I removed the restraining foot which I had kept upon the platform, placed it upon the locked pedal, and shot rapidly down the incline. At that instant, every electric light in the city of Grand Creek went out. It was a darkness doubly dense and awful after the brilliancy of the moment before. Perfectly helpless, I was plunging down a steep, narrow incline towards probable death. If the wheel swerved but a little to the right or left, I should sweep over the edge and be dashed to pieces on the ground below. My bicycle, rushing down the incline, traveled at the rate of 50 miles an hour. Sometimes now I awake at night with a gasp of horror from having lived over those awful moments. But at the time my thoughts were cool and collected. "It all depends on you, Jack, my boy," I told myself. "You can't be smashed any harder for keeping your head." I knew that the wheel was absolutely straight for the jump when I started, and grasping the handles, I bent every effort towards keeping the wheel perfectly rigid. Down I rushed through the darkness, and so strange was the sensation that it almost seemed as if the wheel had left the run and was sailing through the air. The speed seemed doubly terrific. Even if I kept the run, could I hold the wheel for the jump? And what then? The saucer came almost before I expected it. In spite of myself, I must have given a spasmodic twist to the handles, for the wheel twisted in my hands and swerved. I threw myself frantically to one side and lost consciousness. Yes, I'm alive yet, entirely uninjured except for the thump which put me to sleep when I struck the platform. The great momentum swept both the wheel and myself from the edge of the takeoff and hurled us against the yielding bodies of those in the front row of the crowd, backed by the thousands of other spectators, as against a carefully prepared and cushioned buffer. It was learned that not less than 18 persons received the impact of the wheel and myself at the same instant, and so scattered was the blow that nobody was injured in the slightest. One very fat man, who had been standing with his handsome top hat held behind him, told me that he sat down with fearful suddenness after receiving my head in his stomach, and he showed me his hat, but he wasn't hurt. The next day, the Ferrari Brothers Carnival Company went to Battle Rapids, but my ticket read East Putney, Vermont. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cost of Loving by Frederick O. Bartlett. With a slight lift of his heavy shoulders, Dr. Schriftman brought to a close his final lecture of the year to the senior medical class. For a moment he faced these young men aggressively. With his shaggy white beard, his wiry gray hair, his bulky body, he looked more like some good-natured Santa Claus than a surgeon who was famous on 2 continents for his stoicism as well as his skill. It was tradition that he should say what he was about to say to each graduating class. "Gentlemen," he began in his rough guttural, which still retained the trace of an accent, "Gentlemen, you are about to enter a profession which will be very jealous of you. It demands all, everything. You will be tempted by many false gods, by women, by gold. Beware. Let your work be your religion, your wife, and your reward. So you will be good surgeons. Gentlemen, I wish you success." As he turned to leave the platform, he was greeted with noisy and hearty cheering. "Raus mit der ladies!" shouted someone. The cry was taken up with a will, but when another voice broke through with "Hoch Schriftmann," the 100 throats strained themselves to the utmost in a final effort to give expression to their genuine appreciation of the man. But Schriftmann, indifferent alike to their jests and plaudits, had already jammed his silk hat on the back of his head and was hurrying downstairs to where his machine waited to whisk him to the hospital. He timed his days by a stopwatch. He rose at 7, gave himself until 8 to finish his solitary breakfast, and hurrying off to the medical school, remained there until 11. He was at the hospital from 11:30 until 3. From 3:10 until 5, he kept his office hours. He generally dined alone in his apartments after this, and gave up his evenings to consultations, to the preparation of papers, and to study. It was a long evening, for he seldom retired until 2. More often than not, he was called to the hospital after this and finished his sleep there. The doctor's quarters were as much home to him as the 3 book-cluttered rooms which led from his office, and yet there were men, young men too, who envied Schriftmann, and when tempted by bright eyes and warm cheeks, quoted to themselves his famous epigram, "It costs too much to love." As his machine drew up before the big gray building, a young intern hurried out, opened the door, and then fell back respectfully to give to his senior the place of honor by Schriftmann's side. In answer to questions which went to their mark like arrows, Burrell covered the progress of every case since the day before and turned to the new patient in Ward 27. Female, age 8, mother an actress, died of pneumonia, father a bicycle rider, killed in an accident, family history negative. And so with a dozen other medical details, Burrell led up to the result of his preliminary examination and to the laboratory report. He made no diagnosis except in connection with her weak heart. But to Schriftmann it was not the faulty heart, but the chronic pain in the back which was significant. As he removed his hat and gloves before going to the ward, he pressed his cross-examination deeper. It was evident to Dr. Burrell that it was to be the rare good fortune of this female, age 8, to prove an interesting case to Schriftmann. In the meanwhile, the lass in question lay stretched out on her back, watching with hectic interest the hurried movements of the head nurse. There wasn't very much of Gretzel left, just a shriveled body,
a thin mouth, a straight, sensitive nose, a pair of blue eyes, and a wealth of light hair. But the eyes were quite perfect, so deep and clear, so timid and yet so wise were these that as they peered out of the haggardness of their surroundings, they gave the effect of a maid within a maid. It was as though some other soul, unrelated to this pain-racked body, were peering through the mask of her gaunt features. The eyes were younger and fresher and stronger than the rest of her. At present, they were unusually alert. In contrast to the isolated boarding-house room from which they had brought her, life here fairly buzzed. The plaints and groanings of her fellow patients, the shadow-like movements of the nurses, the constant coming and going of the young doctors on their unknown errands, the cat-like tread of life through the night, the undercurrent of suspense, and her own helplessness in the midst of it kept her on guard. The nurses, drawn to her at once, tried to reassure her, but to little purpose, because Gretzel believed nothing of what they whispered. People had lied to her all her life. When her father had told her she would soon be well and that then he would take her far out into the country, he had lied. When her father was killed, her mother had lied to her, saying that Daddy had only gone away for a little while to prepare a home for them both. Then her mother had died, and everyone had lied about that. They said that she had gone to join Daddy, and that someday she would send for Gretzel. Finally, the landlady had lied when she had been hurried off into the ambulance. This woman had assured Gretzel that she might possibly find her mother at the hospital. She hadn't found her mother. The nurses had never heard of her mother. So now, with her thin lips tight together, she listened, believing nothing, but kept her eyes wide open, ready for what might happen next. Nearer and nearer to her came fate in the person of Schriftmann the silent, who could skirt with his knife the fringe of the soul itself. His progress through the ward was accompanied by more awe than a sovereign through his court. To the huddled group of interns at his back, he stood for the highest goal in their profession. To those patients who knew him, he stood as the literal arbiter of life and death. When those clear eyes, as brilliantly hard as glacial ice, were upon them, when those quick mobile fingers fluttered over their bruised bodies, they breathed slowly and prayed. For they knew it was given to him to do things possible to no other man. But though many an eye warmed at the sight of him, though many an arm pleaded toward him, though many lips trembled gratitude at his approach, he rigidly preserved his impersonality. He had neither smile nor jest. His eyes never warmed, they only lighted. Gretzel saw him as he entered the ward opposite her. She shrank beneath the clothes with only her eyes showing and studied the man. She liked his size first of all. She had a weakling's reverence for physical strength. The broad shoulders, the long heavy arms appealed to her at once. Then she liked his whiskers. They reminded her of pictures of Santa Claus. Finally, she liked his deep bass voice. It seemed to her that a man with a voice like that must tell the truth. She wasn't sure of this, but the longer she listened to it and the nearer it came, the less afraid she grew. She ventured the tip of her nose above the bedclothes, then her mouth, and finally her chin. By the time the group reached her side, she was facing them all in the open. For a moment Schriftmann stood over her and met her gaze. He had never felt his soul so searched as it was during the next few seconds. And yet the silent questions asked of him were simple. Gretzel sought only to know if he were a man to tell the truth, and if she could trust him with her tender, sensitive body. She had fought the boarding-house doctor tooth and nail from the beginning. Not only had he lied to her, but he had hurt her brutally. Now she wished to know if she must be on her guard with this other. So for a moment her excited big eyes rested on his, which were like candles burning in a frosty room. Then, quite simply and unafraid, she shoved down the bedclothes and, turning over on her face, exposed her throbbing back. Dr. Burrell caught the nurse's eye. The latter gave a gulpy sort of smile and turned away. With a grunt, Schriftmann bent over the thin frame. His fingers, which at times seemed endowed with 5 senses, played up and down her spine, to the right, to the left, then back again up and down. Though at times he stopped to probe deep, he did not hurt her much. It seemed to her that some of the strength of his broad back ran out of his fingertips and for a moment checked the biting ache which had gnawed at her for a 12-month. Once, at a certain spot, he made her cringe, but she understood that this was not done intentionally. Schriftmann, His brow knitted, called for Burrell's stethoscope. He placed it over Gretzel's wobbly heart and listened. One of his big hands lay on the coverlet. Suddenly he felt his thumb in the clutch of a warm, tight grip. He found it difficult to listen after this, for the sturdy pound of his own heart became curiously intermingled with this other jerky beat. Extricating his thumb, he glared at Burrell. "Transfer this patient to a private ward," he ordered. In the luxurious seclusion of a room to herself, with everything to eat that her fickle palate craved, with bright-colored German picture books to look at, with a nurse whose sole duty it was to attend to her alone, Gretzel felt like an invalid princess. But all these things were as nothing compared with the joy of the frequent visits of the big doctor himself. Had it not been for him, Gretzel would have looked with suspicion on the whole arrangement. She would have lain awake all night worrying about what might grow out of this. She had learned that every sweet was only a mask of something bitter, like her pills. Whenever anyone had been especially nice to her at home, it was sure to be followed by something terrible. When her father died, her mother had brought her a doll, and when her mother died, the landlady had brought her an apple. But this was different. When she felt Schriftmann's hand close over hers, she knew that now no more harm could come to her. He was big enough to take quick revenge on anyone who should hurt her. The consequent relaxation of her tense nerves brought even some surcease of pain, so that at night she frequently slept 2 or 3 hours at a time. But the best thing about these naps was the excitement of waking up and finding this shaggy-bearded Santa Claus by the side of her bed. It might be 11 at night, or 2 in the morning, or 4 in the morning that he came, but always he came between the dusk and the dawn. Always his greeting was the same. "How it goes, kleine Mädchen?" Always she answered, "I'm particularly comfy, Mr. Santy." Then he would seat himself by the bed. She would take a tight grip on his thumb, and they were off in a jiffy to some glorious German fairyland. The wonder was where the Herr Doctor found these stories. They certainly were not in any of his scientific treatises, and he had read nothing else for 40 years. If he made them up as he went along, then he must have had more imagination than anyone ever suspected. It was to be noted, however, that in these stories the heroine could trace her beauty, her charm, as well as the success of all her adventures, to the fact that she was very particular to eat as much as possible of whatever was brought to her. "Und so," as he informed her one night, "if you would be a princess, you must eat and you must sleep. Och, so you'll become gross and rosy and beautiful." "Me?" Gretzel questioned doubtfully. She had never been ambitious in that direction. "You are beautiful already inside," answered Schriftmann. "It does not need much after that to be beautiful outside. Just some fat and some protides." "Some fat and some protides," murmured Gretzel, as though committing it to memory. This was a new idea to her, this possibility of being beautiful. For herself she didn't care, but if Santy wished it, then it was worth trying for. She became a little bit jealous of these German princesses, but a new thought disturbed her. "It's so hard to be beautiful when your back aches you," she sighed. "Och," replied the doctor with a frown, "dot is true. But when we are gross and are rosy, so perhaps the ache will go." Gretzel quickly searched his eyes. She had been told before that this ache might go. It had always been a lie. Now Santy himself had told her. On the whole, she was sorry he had told her this. With all her confidence in him, she could not believe that such a thing was possible. And if it were not possible, then he must be like the others. He had risen to go and was bending over her as tenderly as a mother. She reached up a thin hand and drew down his shaggy head until her lips rested against his ear. "I'm particularly comfy," she answered him anxiously. "Let the ache be." He kissed her lips. "Mein kleiner Mädchen," he trembled. "Och, mein kleiner Mädchen." It was 3 o'clock in the morning when he left her, but he routed Burrell out of bed and made him sit up until 4:30, while he discussed everything under the face of the sun except that which was disturbing him. Burrell, dog-tired, listened patiently, but when Schriftmann finally explained himself, he gave a start. "Dot casen vor Schriftmann blurted out, dropping into a broad dialect, as he always did when deeply moved. I think Richards is der man to do that, hein? To do Gretzel? Exclaimed Burrell. Schriftman nodded, looking up at Burrell from beneath his wiry eyebrows. Why, doctor, cried Burrell, there's just one man in the world to do that operation, and that's you. Schriftman's head sank. Richards is a great operator, admitted Burrell, but he hasn't your nerve. And, good Lord, it's going to take a man of iron to do that operation without ether. Schriftman winced. Burrell ran on excitedly. Why, you yourself said you didn't have a chance in 10, but without you, why, it wouldn't be a chance in 100. Burrell was pleading. He was pleading with his heart in the plea, for he was pleading for Gretzel's life. The operation had been the talk of the hospital for 3 weeks. The girl's heart was too weak to stand an anesthetic, and even with the local application of cocaine, the operation was bound to be brutal. Everyone knew that there was just one Schriftmann, just one man with the brains, the hand, and the nerve to do it. This wasn't a task for an ordinary surgeon. It was a task for a surgical machine. Burrell had been waking up lately in a cold sweat, trying to find out how he could avoid assisting. Without ether, good heavens, there was only one Schriftmann, only one man who could keep his hand steady with Gretzel's poor body quivering beneath it. Moreover, there wasn't another man who had the skill to give the lass even a show for her suffering. Speed is what would count, and there were no such nimble fingers in the world as Schriftmann's. Burrell was on his feet. Gretzel's life is literally in your hands, doctor, he exclaimed impulsively. God give her strength to bear the ordeal. Amen, muttered Schriftmann. During the next few weeks, Gretzel seemed actually to grow slightly plump and rosy, but almost in the same proportion, Schriftmann grew wan and pale. He realized that Burrell had told the truth. If the child was to have a fighting chance for life, then he must do the operation. But was it possible to make the kleine Mädchen understand that what he did for her own dear sake? Could he make her realize that the hand she grasped so confidently would not willingly cause her brutal pain? Och, the honest trust of those blue eyes! There came a morning when Gretzel was given no breakfast. She protested to the head nurse. Santy will be very mad on me if I don't eat my egg, she declared. I think he will forgive you this time, dear, answered the nurse. Why? Gretzel asked pointedly. Because I ain't beautiful yet, Gretzel interrupted with a glance at her thin arm. The nurse threw herself on her knees by the side of the girl. She kissed that thin arm again and again. Yes, you are beautiful and wonderful, she half sobbed. Don't ask me questions, Gretzel. Please don't ask me questions. Gretzel placed her hand on the nurse's head. She didn't like to see anyone worried, and because here she herself always seemed to be the cause of worry, she answered reassuringly, the only comforting thing she could think of. I'm particularly comfy. Whereupon the nurse rose swiftly and hurried out of the room. Santy favored Gretzel with an unexpected visit this same morning. He came in shortly after the nurse had left, and Gretzel explained to him at once that she had not had her egg. So, Schriftmann answered nervously. He seated himself on the edge of the bed. He placed his hand firmly on her shoulder. Kleine Mädchen, he faltered, if you were mine own kleine Mädchen, I could not love you more. She put her arms around his neck. Dear, dear Santy, she cooed. So, he said, so you must never forget that. He drew a little away from her. What he had to say, he said, looking fair into her blue eyes. Today, he said, we must make der Eich go. Poof, forever. He snapped his fingers. The ache? She questioned anxiously. Forever, he assured her. And if it hurts you when it is going? She smiled up into his face. She grasped his thumb. I ain't scared of being hurted with you, I guess. He held his breath a moment. He couldn't say any more after that. So it was Burrell who was forced to prepare the maid for what was to be done. He did it as well as he knew how, but he made a bungling job of it. He left her gasping for breath with all the old fear in her eyes. The thing she could not understand was what had become of Santy. She called for him again and again. The best Burrell could think of to tell her was that the Herr Doctor had gone to save a little girl from death, and that he would come back as soon as he could. Schriftmann was depending upon the disguise of his operating robes to prevent Gretzel from recognizing him. But he had forgotten to reckon with the fact that she might wonder at his apparent desertion of her at this, the gravest crisis in her life. Burrell's explanation did not help very much. When they lifted her gently to the stretcher and carried her through the corridors to the high-vaulted amphitheater, Santy was nowhere to be seen. Pale, dumb, dazed, Gretzel looked everywhere for him in vain. Burrell, in an anteroom, assisted Schriftmann into his sterilized surplice. He adjusted the mask over the surgeon's beard and the white cap over his hair, leaving only his eyes exposed. Then he helped him into his rubber gloves. He himself was white and loose in all his joints, but Schriftmann, though white, was like a marble statue. He was rigid and inhumanly cold. He moved about with the quick certainty of motion of an automaton. He gave his orders in a voice that clicked like an instrument. Burrell could not help admiring such self-control, but at the same time it made him shudder. When all was ready, Schriftmann walked noiselessly into the amphitheater. Gretzel was lying face down with an intern stationed at either side of her head. A nurse stood ready near the glittering array of instruments. Schriftmann scarcely breathed as he approached, but he had no sooner reached the girl's side than she forced up her head. For a heartbeat she stared wildly at the sheeted figure. Then she gave a glad, confident cry. "Santy! Santy!" Schriftmann, without replying, nodded a signal, and the interns gently forced Gretzel back again. But Burrell slumped to the floor like an empty grain sack and was of no more use to anyone. For 24 hours after the operation, Schriftmann sat outside Gretzel's door and received 5-minute reports on her condition. Then, when he realized that she bade fair to tide over the first terrible shock, he returned to his lonely room and slept. He was exhausted as he had never before been, and when he woke up, he was still exhausted. Something seemed to have gone from him. He made his morning hospital visit to everyone except Gretzel, but his mind was loose and vague. So a week passed, and they told him that while the maid was free from pain and making a good recovery, she shrank from everyone who approached her. "Und she never asked for Santy, hein?" he questioned the nurse. The nurse lowered her eyes. "No," she admitted gently. He waited another week with the success of his wonderful operation his only consolation. There was no doubt now but that in time Gretzel would really be as gross and rosy as any of the princesses he had pictured to her. For a long time yet he must watch that weak heart, to be sure. But with care and patience much might be done even with that. If only she would let him in, he would make that his life work. He wanted to make her his legal daughter. He wanted to buy a little house in the country and take her there. He wanted to make her a real fairyland princess. "Und she never asks yet for Santy, hein?" "No," answered the nurse. "So," he murmured, turning away his head. He waited a moment. Then he asked, "You speak sometimes of me?" "Yes," answered the nurse. He did not press her further, and so she was saved from telling him that at the mere mention of his name the maid shrank away in terror. Schriftmann waited until Gretzel's temperature was normal, until for the first time in her life she slept soundly through the night. He himself had been sleeping less than 1 hour in the 24. His clothes hung pitifully loose about his once firm body. As Burrell said, he was proving the truth of his own epigram. His love was costing him much, too much. There came a day when Schriftmann could stand it no longer, when he could fight himself no longer. He stole to the door of Gretzel's room while she was at breakfast. The nurse had seen him coming and was running down the corridor as fast as she could run. She heard the maid shriek of terror and forced both hands over her ears. Schriftmann clutched at his heart. He grew 10 years older in a minute as he saw the girl shrink away. She did not cry out again, but she kept her head hidden beneath the bedclothes. "Kleine Mädchen," he trembled, "don't do that. See, I will go. I will go, and never again will I scare you." She did not move. "Goodbye, kleine Mädchen," he trembled. Goodbye, little princess. As he backed toward the door, there was something in his voice that made Gretchen peek out over the bedclothes. The detail that riveted her attention was his wasted form. He looked to her as though he had been sick. It recalled to her all the misery of her own long sickness, all the ache of those long nights now gone forever. She saw pain written in his eyes, and she who knew so well the horror of pain suddenly forgot in her wider sympathy all her personal fears of the man. Her little mother's heart grew big with pity. With her own ache gone and the ache in him so manifest, she felt the stronger of the two. There was no longer any reason why she should be afraid of him. It was he who looked afraid. She sat up in bed and studied him a moment as he cowered away from her. Then she reached for her egg. "Santy," she said, "come here." Like a blind man, he obeyed. "Now," she said firmly, "you must eat an egg, so you will be gross and rosy." Schriftmann does not operate any more. He is too busy obeying his daughter's orders for one thing. But he does lecture, and last year he concluded his speech to the senior medical class with these words: "It costs much to love, och, yet, but not too much." End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Junior Classics Volume 9, Stories of Today. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dani Joy Foley. Ladybird by Edith Barnard. It began on a very beautiful morning in early June. The roses in the rectory garden were all abloom. Great white clouds were floating as near to earth as they dared. Songbirds were busy with nests and nestlings, and the very young rector came out of his house to enjoy it all. He had been in his house for only a few weeks. He was so young as a rector that this was his first charge, and so young as a man that he longed to lay aside his clerical suit and go swimming or fishing. He was both old enough and young enough, however, to enjoy every cloud and blossom and song. He was far from those monotonous years of middle life when one day is much like another. His rectory garden was, indeed, a charming one. His parishioners had seen to that. The rectory was new and looked old. The garden was new and looked old. Even the hedge that surrounded the garden and churchyard was tall of growth, but had been planted only a year or so. The church was the fashionable house of worship for the fashionable new village. The village just far enough out of town to make a convenient between-season resting place for those favored townsfolk who could spend their time as they spent their money, pretty much as they willed. They wanted their church and rectory to be as beautiful and old-world-like as possible, and they had made them so. The rector was not one of those idle hands his arch-enemy might find mischief. He had come out to his piazza, whistling, his hands in his pockets, but he saw at a glance that the roses bordering his front walk would look the better for a little trimming, and straightway he set to work. Still whistling, busy with knife and twine, happy as a schoolboy whittling a man-o'-war, he did not notice that someone came through the little gate and stood quite near behind him. A small voice said, "Good morning." The young rector turned quickly and beheld an amazingly red little figure. Her frock was red, her shoes and stockings were red, and her overlarge hat was red. She wore white kid gloves and carried a small red card case. But her little face was not red. It was white, very white, and framed in a mass of flying black hair. Her eyes were black, too, and large and wide opened. The rector stared at the brilliant little figure. She might have been the picture of an elf child, were it not for the amusing imitations of grown-up conventionalities, the gloves and card case. "Good morning," she said again, in just the same tone. "Oh, I beg your pardon. Good morning," said the rector. "You are the new rector, I know," said the child. "I am Miss Torrington, and I've come to call on your wife and daughters." The rector's stare turned into a look of frank amazement, even bewilderment. I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I don't quite understand." "I've come to call on your wife and daughters," repeated the little girl. "I'm Miss Virginia Witherspoon Torrington," she declared convincingly, "and I live next door to you, over there, in the big house." "Oh, yes, I see," replied the rector. He was punctiliously polite, as the occasion demanded, but his mouth twitched just a little. "I'm sure I beg your pardon. I must be very stupid, but I regret to say that I have no wife or daughters." "Are you sure you haven't?" asked Miss Torrington. "I'm afraid I am," said the rector, humbly and apologetically. "Won't you come in and call on me instead?" Miss Torrington pondered for a moment. "I think a gentleman ought to pay the first call on a lady, don't you?" The rector bit his lip, but the child went on. "Oh, Maggie O'Brien certainly told me there were 3 ladies in the family here." "Oh!" exclaimed the young rector, as if he had found something. "Why, of course, there are. I didn't think of that. There are 3 ladies, and it's very good of you to call on them. They'll be delighted. You see, it was your speaking of my wife and daughters that made me forget." "What are they, then?" asked the child. "One is my grandmother, and the others are my aunts." "Oh, really? I should think you'd like the grandmother one. You know, if you don't have a grandmother already, you can't ever get one, and you can get a wife and daughters." "Oh, that's very true," acknowledged the rector. "I suppose you haven't a grandmother yourself?" "No, but I have a father, an only father. You know what that is, I suppose. Only fathers are a great deal of care. Mine needs a lot of looking after."
"Well, I'll tell you," suggested the rector. "I'll lend you my grandmother once in a while. That is, if you'll come over and help me occasionally, I will. I hope you'll have the time to come. You don't have to look after your father every minute, do you?"
"Oh, no," she replied. "He's away a good deal. But I think I ought to see her before I borrow her, don't you?"
"Oh, I beg your pardon," said the rector again. "If you'll come into the house, I'll call her, and my aunts, too. I'm so glad you don't mind their not being my wife and daughters."
He held open for her the door of the little parlor, and was starting toward the stairs when Miss Torrington called, "Oh, When the rector turned toward her, she said, "I'd like to send up my cards, please. I don't often get a chance to use them, you know, and—"
The rector said gravely, "I quite understand. I ought to have thought of it. I never send my own cards up to them, and I suppose that's why I forgot."
He was about to take them in his hand, but Miss Torrington drew them back. "Maggie O'Brien always takes them on a silver tray. I'm very particular about it at my house."
The rectory owned no silver tray, but there was a silver butter dish, a valued family heirloom,
much too large and fine for everyday use. It was kept on the sideboard in the tiny dining room. The rector gravely brought it. Miss Torrington seemed quite satisfied, even a little awed at its elegance, and deposited her cards upon it. That was the way her very first visit began. It ended in ginger cookies and hugs and kisses from the grandmother, the tremulous tears mixed with laughter from the aunts. On the second visit she went all over the little place with the rector. Together they hunted for eggs. The younger aunt owned 4 hens and a rooster. They plucked delicious red strawberries and gathered a bunch of red roses. There were 2 acres of greenhouses on the grounds of the big house, but these were really, truly roses, roses meant to be gathered. On her third visit, she made herself at home, and from that day she owned the rectory, the grandmother, the aunts, and the rector. In everything but years he was as young as she, and sometimes she was as old as he. All through the summer they played together, for the child blossomed into rosiness, and her father came to rely more and more on the advice of the aunts and the borrowed grandmother concerning her. She flitted between the 2 houses, and that was the way she won her name. The young rector would say, "Come, little ladybird, fly away home," and home was on either side of the hedge. The name stayed with her always, for it suited her well, the black-eyed little elf child in her red frocks. The second summer brought her back early, flying through the gate into the arms of the borrowed grandmother, hugging the aunts while they laughed and exclaimed over her growth, and dancing up and down before the young rector, who was far more glad to get her back than he himself knew. They taught each other many things that summer: to fish, and to climb trees, to say rhymes which some day might catch fairies, to throw stones straight, and to make dolls into Indians and early Christian martyrs. One day the rector, while writing a sermon, saw through his study window an unusual movement in the hedge just opposite. His window opened to the floor, so he went out of it on tiptoe to investigate. Ladybird was on the ground, trying to manage a very large saw and scraping away with all her might at the trunk of one of the hedge plants. When the rector stood over her, she looked up and laughed. "I wanted to surprise you, old parson," she said. "I'm going to cut a hole in the hedge. It takes too long to go around by the gates." The rector remonstrated, but she had her way, and before long there was a plainly marked path from the gap in the hedge to the study window. It was even more plainly marked during the third summer, for they began to read together, and the study held a new world for her. There were no books at the big house, and the rectory held more of books than of anything else, except peace and gentleness. The next year, the borrowed grandmother was not there to welcome her, but the play and the study went on. When she was 12, she asked him the first question concerning himself. She was sitting on the sill of the long window, her thin little elbows on her knees, her chin in her little claw-like hands. She was looking at the clouds and the sunset, without seeing either. The rector could no longer see to write, and had come to the window to watch the glowing west. Whenever she scolded him, or was very serious, she would use his name. After a while she asked, "Mark, why do you stay in the country?" "It's a good place to stay in, isn't it?" he answered. "Yes, of course. But Father said that you had been asked to go to St. John's in town. He said you were... Why do you stay here, Mark?" The young rector stood looking over her head at the sunset and made no reply. Lady Bird looked up at him, then out toward the west again. I know why, Mark. They wouldn't like the town. They've always had the country, he said simply. They were so happy to come here, and they love it. Presently he lifted her up. Good night, Lady Bird, he said gaily. Fly away home. But she walked slowly that night, and the rector went back to his sermon, which was on the simple life. His parishioners loved theories. When Lady Bird was 14, the rector found her one day weeping over a novel. That night he talked for hours with her father, and when she came the next day she told him, delightfully and proudly, but just a little tearfully, that she was going to boarding school. For 2 summers she did not come back, but at 16 she took him again for her confidant, telling him all about the boys, the flowers and notes they sent, what she said in return, how this one had mournful eyes, and that one did dance like a dream. He enjoyed it all, and teased her, and after that there were no further breaks in their friendship. She wrote him from time to time, and he knew all her love affairs by heart, and laughed immoderately over them. When she was 18, she came back for a few weeks, and they were weeks of delight at the rectory. She made them love her all over again, and after she had left for Europe, the rector kept the shade of the long window pulled down, until the grass had grown up again on the little path through the hedge. A year or 2 after that, her father became governor of his state, and Lady Bird became Miss Torrington indeed. She wrote long, infrequent letters to the rector and to the one old aunt. They heard of her through everyone, and when she came back to the open, the big house, for a great house party, they saw for themselves how beautiful and charming and gracious she was, and they guessed how many people besides themselves loved her. Even then, with all the house full, she would sometimes steal off toward sunset time and flit through the gap in the hedge to the rectory. Then, after a year or 2 more, she came back to stay longer, not in red now, but in black. The elderly cousin who lived with her took the care of the house, and Lady Bird, in her first loneliness, sought out her oldest friend. She made him drive with her, walk with her, read with her, and he obeyed her will by day and lay wakeful at night, with aching heart and stricken conscience. They read over the old books together, and almost all their talks began with, "Oh, do you remember?" They went together very often to the grave of the dear borrowed grandmother. Lady Bird tried to make some ginger cookies by the old recipe, but they were not very good. They got up at dawn one day and went fishing again, and as in the old days, Lady Bird caught all the fish and wouldn't take them off the hook. Their favorite walk was along the crest of the hill. There they could look down on the church and the big house and all the other houses and their beautiful parks. From there they could watch the sunset best, and there it was even cooler and quieter than in the rectory garden. One day they sat on the rock ledge until the red glow of the setting sun had nearly faded. Their talk had ceased. The man was sitting below the girl, and she looked down at his head. There were gray hairs here and there. Her lips trembled a little, and she leaned over farther. The rector looked up. He found her face close to his. "Mark," she began, but he sprang up quickly and held out his hands. "Come, little Lady Bird, fly away home." The girl did not move. "No," she said. "Sit down. I want to say something to you." He said again imperatively, "No, come, Lady Bird, it is damp here, it is too near the clouds." She saw how white his face had grown, and her own flushed. They went down without speaking. After that day, the rector became very busy with parish work and resolutely refused to take any more walks or drives. Guests came to the big house, and after that more guests and more. There was one who came more often than the others, and at the end of the summer the rector watched him drive away with Ladybird. She had come to bid him good-bye, but he had basely hidden himself upstairs. During the winter that followed, the rectory heard from her but seldom. Rumors came of her engagement. The rumors were denied, then reaffirmed. The old aunt declared that the child would have written at once if they were true. The rector made no comment. In the spring he made some changes in his garden, and when the roses bloomed, he busied himself there more than he had ever done before. One warm June day, while he was tying up the swaying branches that bordered his front walk, and thinking of the quaint little red-frocked elf child who had come to him there years before, she came through the gate and up the walk toward him, her hands outstretched, her face all gladness and youth and beauty. "I've come here first," she cried. "I've come to call." They both laughed and went in to see the old aunt. The lapse of all the years bridged over between them. She begged to be allowed to stay to tea, and declared the biscuits the most delicious that even the rectory oven had ever baked, and the gooseberry jam as good as ever. After tea she went, uninvited, to the rector's study. She stood for an instant in the doorway, looking around the familiar room. Then she looked up at the man standing beside her, and moved toward the long window. "Come with me to the hedge, old parson," she called, and before he could answer she flitted through the window and toward the familiar gap. When he reached her side he found her standing with tightly clasped hands. She heard him come, and cried, "Oh, Mark, Mark, what is it? Who put it there?" The rector had no voice to answer her, and after a moment of waiting she turned to him. "Did you put that there? Did you? Did you put that there?" Still he made no answer, and with a sob she moved off toward the gate. Then he spoke. "Oh, Ladybird, Ladybird, I had to. Don't go away like that. Ladybird, see, it is a rose bush, a red rose, Ladybird. I tell you I had to. Virginia!" But she had run through the rectory gate and was already on her way to the big house. For weeks after that he did not see her. She came to the rectory only when he was away, and again there were guests at the big house, and again one guest who came more frequently than all the others. The rector came upon this young man one day, down by the river. He was looking very happy indeed, so evidently unhappy that the rector, accustomed as he was to respond to all appeals for pity and mercy, involuntarily stopped. The young man held out his hand. "Well, thank you, sir," he said, and laughed a little. "I see you know what's up with me. I didn't know I was such a fool as to show it. I ought to not have stopped," said the rector. "I beg your pardon." He would have gone on, but the boy touched his arm. "Please don't say that, sir. I'd rather have seen you than anyone else I know. In fact, I was coming to the rectory later. I thought perhaps I could get you to help me out, sir." The rector winced a little at the boy's deference, but asked, "What is it?" Again the other laughed, somewhat ruefully. "Oh, I'm sure you know," he said. "I've loved her ever since my freshman year, when she was at boarding school. She's never done anything else but turn me down. But she says this has got to be the last time. I thought if you could be persuaded to say a word to her, sir, she might look at it differently. She cares more for you than for anyone else, and you've always been like a father to her, sir." The rector looked at the honest, boyish face and said, "I'll do as you ask." Therefore, an hour later, Ladybird was standing before him, in her own drawing-room, her cheeks flaming with anger. Did he ask you to come here, or did you come here of your own accord? She demanded. Both, Virginia, answered the truthful rector meekly. Don't you dare to call me Virginia, she commanded. You know I hate it. If you came of your own accord, you are an interfering person. And if you came because he told you to, you're a... The boy loves you very much, Virginia, and I think he'd make you a good husband. Do you want me to marry him? Are you tired of looking at me? I think he would make you a good husband. Do you want to see me married? The rector got up and started for the door, but she stood in front of him. Was that why you planted the rose bush in the hedge? She asked. He bowed before her, and she watched him grow pale. Then she laughed, a little low, tender laugh, and kissed him. The rector was dimly aware of her swift rush from the room, and of his own going home blindly. The next day he left his house early to walk over the hills to the home of a distant poor parishioner. Coming home late in the afternoon, he came upon her, seated on the ledge of rock upon the hill crest. She walked calmly to meet him, and standing bravely before him, she asked him the question. It was then that the rector discovered that the angel with which he had been struggling was not, as he had believed, the angel of temptation, but, indeed, the angel of life. As he walked down later, in the red glow, hand in hand, he asked, Do you remember, Lady Bird, the cards on the silver butter dish? She laughed and said, And those first ginger cookies? Do you remember the day you were up in the apple tree, Lady Bird, and hit me with an apple? And that was before I learned to throw straight, too. You were very repentant, so we went fishing the next day. You leaned over the brook to see yourself, and your hair fell into the water. It wasn't very long, she laughed. How long is it now, Lady Bird? He asked. She pursed up her lips. Oh, longer, she said. At the edge of the woods they stood for a last look at the churchyard below. Can you give up the other life, Lady Bird? He asked seriously. There is no other, she replied softly. Oh, Lady Bird, when will you come home? He cried. She shook her head at him, laughing. Oh, Parson, old Parson, you couldn't ask one great important question, but you're a genius at asking silly ones. End of section 24. Recording by Dani Joy Foley.